Saint Nikolai Kasatkin and the Orthodox Mission in Japan. A collection of writings by an international group of scholars about Saint Nikolai, his disciples, and the mission. Publisher's Foreword. The Monastery of St. John of San Francisco, the publisher of Divine Ascent Press, is pleased to be able to offer this book on the life and disciples of Saint Nikolai of Japan as the first major work in English about this saint. Divine Ascent, a journal of Orthodox faith, began about 6 years ago, the first issue being published by our monastery in 1997. The journal features articles with a monastic point of view, articles on contemporary spiritual fathers, and on the spiritual life. We published our first book, The Blessed Surgeon, on St. Luke the Confessor and Archbishop of Simferopol during the Stalin era in 2001. This is our second book, and we hope to publish a third in the near future on the writings of Saint Ignatiy Briankananov, a great Russian spiritual father of the 19th century. Saint Nikolai was one of the most important missionaries in the Orthodox Church in the 19th century, along with Saint Innocent of Alaska. These men established Orthodox Christianity solidly in their respective cultures in which they worked, Saint Nikolai in Japan and Saint Innocent among the Aleut and Tlingit people in America, and several Siberian peoples. Their missionary effort penetrated into the life of those cultures, restructuring the native culture to convey the faith, while indigenizing the faith and maintaining the integrity of the culture. While Saint Innocent worked in the less sophisticated cultures of Alaska and Siberia, his words and experience inspired and guided Saint Nikolai in the task of conveying Orthodox Christianity into the complex ancient culture of Japan. The fruit of these missionary efforts is manifest in churches that remain dynamic more than a century later. It has been an honor for our monastery to have corresponded with and met some of the scholars from Japan who contributed to this book. We hope that these will be lasting relationships. Many people who are associated with our community have been touched by the life of the Orthodox Church in Japan. Some encountered Orthodoxy there for the first time at the Nikolai-do. Others were strengthened by their faith, by their contact with the disciples of Saint Nikolai. All have been inspired by the life and work of this great man. We are grateful to God to offer this work as a tribute to this saint, for the edification of the whole Orthodox community, that seeing his labors for Christ, all may take up their cross, following the example of Saint Nikolai. Editor's Preface. This collection of writings is the product of a special project, a concerted effort by an international group of scholars to bring forth a detailed documentary study in English of the life and work of Saint Nikolai Kasatkin. The project commenced in 1998 with the objective of producing an issue of the journal Divine Ascent dedicated to Saint Nikolai. That goal was realized when issue number 6 appeared in the autumn of 2000. However, much of the writing submitted for consideration was unused, so the editors decided to extend the project and publish a book of articles under the new colophon of Divine Ascent Press. In the meantime, additional articles, sources, and photographs were forthcoming from scholars and the Japanese Orthodox faithful. This book contains an unprecedented amount of information in English about Saint Nikolai, his disciples, and the Orthodox mission in Japan. Numerous books and articles on these subjects are available in Japanese, but a formidable language barrier makes it unlikely that many of these will ever be translated into English. For that reason, the editors are pleased to feature translations of articles by several leading Japanese scholars in this book. In the process of translation, some modifications in phrasing and paragraph orders were made, and proper Orthodox vocabulary was inserted wherever necessary. While a certain amount of overlap and repetition is inevitable in publications of this kind, the editors have strived to keep that to a minimum. This project was presaged by 2 letters written by the Orthodox historian Nicholas Cook to the editors of the diocesan newspaper, The Orthodox West, some years ago. That correspondence led to the publication of his translation of a Russian-language biographical profile of Saint Nikolai Kasatkin, attached to a special akathist composed in Vladika's honor. In the first letter, Mr. Cook wrote, quote, St. Nicholas of Japan is mentioned very often in this country, yet little is known of him, except in a general way. One would be hard-pressed to find a single piece of him, either in English or in Russian, and the likelihood of your readers coming across any literature on Bishop Nicholas is very remote indeed. Unquote. In a second letter, Mr. Cook indicated two especially pertinent aspects of the history of Orthodoxy in Japan for the San Francisco area. Quote, there is a historical connection between the Orthodox Church of Japan and our diocese of San Francisco in the West. Two of our bishops came from Japan. Archbishop Vladimir Sokolovsky served 1888 through 1891, and Metropolitan Vladimir Nagoski served 1972 through 1975. In addition, the Church of Japan came under the care of the Russian Orthodox Church of America during the administration of Metropolitan Theophilus Peshkovsky, who was also Archbishop of San Francisco at that time, in 1945. Unquote. St. Nikolai visited America twice, and San Francisco at least once in 1879. The adventurous nature of his trans-Pacific voyages, his visit to California, and his travel on the Transcontinental Railroad place him firmly in the vibrant historical context of the 19th century Western frontier. He stands in distinguished historical memory along with Saint Innocenty Popovinyamanov, Bishop Nestor Zakis, Archbishop Vladimir Sokolovsky, and other Russians who visited or resided in early modern California. Two other Russian hieromonks who served with Vladika Nikolai in Japan, Archimandrite Sergei Stragorodsky and Father Andronik Nikolsky, visited San Francisco together in 1897 en route to Japan. Both of them were later consecrated to the episcopacy. If a list were to be made of eminent foreigners who resided in Japan during the tumultuous Meiji era, 1868 through 1912, the name of St. Nikolai Kasatkin would appear among the topmost. A pioneer Orthodox Christian evangelist, he was blessed with a long and eventful life, and is part of the lore and legend in the cities of Tokyo and Hakodate. Born Ivan Dmitrovich Kasatkin, he received the name Nikolai when he was tonsured a monk in June 1860. That same month, he was ordained to the diaconate and then consecrated bishop in 1880 and elevated to the dignity of archbishop in 1906. In the spring of 1970, he was canonized by the Russian Orthodox Church and the Harisitosu, Orthodox Church of Japan. Author's note: from the Greek Christos, with the pronunciation modified according to the Japanese syllabary. To return to the text. His canonization was subsequently recognized by the Orthodox Church in America and the Russian Orthodox Church abroad. The name of St. Nikolai is customarily attached to Holy Resurrection Cathedral in Tokyo, Nikolaido in Japanese, because it was he who supervised its construction in the years 1884 through 1891. Despite his long recognized importance, he was relatively neglected by historians until quite recently. The 1980s and 1990s saw an upsurge in academic study of St. Nikolai and his Japanese disciples by scholars in Japan, Russia, and North America. Laudatory articles about Vladika and his legacy have even appeared in Japan's vernacular press. The following pages present a forceful, richly detailed portrait of St. Nikolai as evangelist, pastor, educator, linguist, ethnographer, and patron of the arts. The saga of the Orthodox mission in Japan, which became his life's work, makes compelling reading. This in-depth view of St. Nikolai and the mission makes it abundantly clear why such deep veneration is directed towards him by the Orthodox faithful and non-believers alike, within Japan and beyond its shores. Some of the most inspired and memorable words about St. Nikolai's life and spiritual legacy appear in the writings of certain Orthodox hierarchs and priest historians. It will be good to introduce a few of those here. One prominent hierarch, Archbishop Pitirim of Volokolomsk, has written, quote, Saint Nikolai of Japan, equal of the apostles, founded the Russian spiritual mission in Japan. Originally a peasant from Smolensk province, he completely mastered the Japanese language and succeeded in immersing himself in the spiritual life of the people. He overcame initial hostility and won tens of thousands of hearts for Christ. Nikolai's translations of the Gospels and other liturgical works into Japanese were even accepted by the missions of the Western churches. As an enlightener and a peacemaker, Saint Nikolai was revered by the population. He even managed to draw the Japanese people closer to an understanding of the spiritual foundations of Russian culture. Unquote. The late spiritual father, Proclus Ushimaru, was the leading authority on Saint Nikolai's interaction with Japanese society, and wrote a book on that subject. A condensed version, translated into English, includes the following passages. Quote, It was one of the great personalities of 19th century Russian Orthodoxy, the young missionary Nikolai, who brought Orthodoxy to Japan. His work came through an ascetical self-dedication, directed towards the goal of transplanting Orthodoxy to Japan and formulating a truly indigenous national church. A multitude of disciples, through their diverse activities, touched the whole range of the society of their time. It was Saint Nikolai's desire that there would be Japanese who would themselves build a spiritual world from the foundations. He wanted Japanese church architects, iconographers, and choirs. There would have to be Japanese priests and catechists to evangelize. It would be no exaggeration to say that Saint Nikolai achieved all of this. Unquote. The leading American biographer of Saint Nikolai, Father John Bartholomew, has addressed the significance of Vladika's life in this way. Quote, Often the title equal to the apostles seems to have been an archaic sound. How can anyone really be equal to the apostles? St. Nicholas lived in our age. He is easy to write about for a modern man. The life of St. Nicholas has at least two messages for us. The first is the importance of separating orthodoxy and nationalism. He saw that all the apostolic labor would have been endangered by identifying orthodoxy with being Russian. The second message is that we still have equals to the apostles in our own age. Unquote. Museums, archives, and private collections in Japan are rich in primary source material, including official documents, correspondence, and diaries. The foremost American scholar of Japanese literature, Professor Donald Keene, Columbia University, has published 2 books on the history of diary writing in Japan. In the second of those works, Saint Nikolai is mentioned in connection with his Japanese friend, Joseph Niishima, who knew him in Hakodate. Saint Nikolai's own diaries were rediscovered in Russia in 1979. His writing rivals that of even the most expressive Japanese in conveying the zeitgeist of Meiji-era Japan. Several different selections of passages from St. Nikolai's diaries have already been published, and the complete original Russian text will become available in the near future. In the articles and footnotes in this book, only the old-style, Julian calendar, dates of his diary entries are given. Anyone who happens to read certain passages in St. Nikolai's diaries will immediately realize that they contain sensitive information long kept secret by Vladika Nikolai and the persons concerned. In this respect, it must be emphasized that many among the Japanese Orthodox hierarchy, clergy, and laity do not share the delight of secular scholars at the publication of excerpts from the diaries. Orthodox clergy and scholars generally prefer to focus their attention on other extant writings of St. Nikolai, official reports, pastoral directives, and correspondence with hierarchs and disciples. St. Nikolai's spiritual and cultural legacy endures to this day. His dissemination of the language, religion, and culture of Russia had a deep influence upon some of the young Japanese intelligentsia of the early modern era. He was among the first to introduce European-style graphic arts to Japan, and was one of the most prominent foreigners involved in publishing. Among ethnic Russians, Vladika Nikolai was the foremost interpreter of Japan, and only 2 other Russians have ever approached him, significantly his own disciples Dmitry Pozhnev and Sergei Eliseyev. Vladika was one of the perceptive foreigners. Others were Ernest Fenollosa, Lafcadio Hearn, Edward S. Morse, and Ernest Satow, whose writings introduced Japanese culture and sensibilities to the outside world in the late 19th century. Information in English about St. Nikolai, his disciples, and the mission was previously quite limited. Chapters in a few books, short articles, unpublished theses, and some reportage. Much more is available in Russian. The computerized index of the Library of Congress and the principal Russian bibliography for East Asian studies list many titles of pertinent Russian books and articles. The most extensive bibliography of Japanese books and articles about these subjects is that compiled by Maria Kaneshi. The leading Japanese Orthodox historians have been Peter Ishikawa, Proto-Presbyter Peter Shibayama, Father Proclus Ushimaru, and Father Yoan Kuryagawa. The foremost Russian immigrant Orthodox historian in 20th century Japan was Alexander Bakoyevsky. Aside from St. Nikolai's diaries, the most valuable primary sources relating to the history of Orthodoxy in Japan have been discovered in recent years. They are 2 sets of letters. Those are 8 letters written by the young hieromonk Nikolai to the Russian diplomat Yosif Goshkevich in the years 1865 through 1873, and 189 letters written by Vladika Nikolai to Father Sergei Suzuki in the years 1895 through 1911. The most interesting secondary source that has recently come to light is a manuscript summary of Vladika's life by his disciple Vasily Naotaka Nobori. A number of other letters written by Vladika to Orthodox hierarchs and disciples have been found in church archives and private collections in Russia, Japan, and North America. Some original issues of Japanese Orthodox periodicals from the late 1800s and early 1900s are preserved in local parish archives, although more issues are available on microfilm. The writings in this book combine modern Orthodox hagiography with Russian and East Asian studies, historical geography, and intellectual history. This book is an outgrowth of the editorial activity of Divine Ascent and is inspired by previous studies, published and unpublished, of St. Nikolai and the Mission, as well as by the seminal works of American scholars in the field of Russo-Japanese political and cultural relations. The editors have received valuable assistance from members of the Japanese Orthodox clergy and faithful, as well as from university professors, museum curators, academics, and librarians, all of whom we owe deep gratitude. Their names are listed on 2 pages above. The editors regret their inability to adequately present the copious Japanese and Russian sources on the life of St. Nikolai and the history of the mission, but have proceeded in the belief that this book will be useful to a broad international readership. Its prime objective is to present the principal facts of St. Nikolai and the mission to the international Orthodox faithful and to interested scholars. Thus, the editors have not felt obliged to collect, read, and cite everything ever written about or by St. Nikolai. Any such effort would require far more time and expense than have been available. The reader's forbearance is requested with regard to inconsistencies in the transliterations of Russian and Japanese proper names and periodical titles, since accepted or preferred spellings are frequently used. The English equivalents of source and periodical titles are given in brackets. In this book, in most cases, the patronymic is omitted in Russian personal names. Japanese personal names are given in the Western style, surname last, to avoid confusion. Long vowels in Japanese words are generally not marked. Macrons are not used. Although the editors have not prepared a separate index and bibliography, copious reference information is available in the footnotes to articles. In closing, it is appropriate to note the role of each of the editorial personnel in bringing this book to completion. The translations and annotations were mostly done by Michael van Remortel. Editorial content was reviewed by Dr. Peter Chang. Proofreading was done by Monk Moses, Worcester. Preparation of the text and illustrations was done by Riasafor monk Nicholas, Gardner, and page layout on the computer was done by Abbot Jonah Paffhausen. It is hoped that this collection of writings will contribute to Orthodox hagiography, church history, and to academic study of the religious, social, and intellectual history of early modern Japan. Historical Introduction by Michael van Remortel. The expansion of Imperial Russia in early modern times proceeded on a grand scale seldom seen in human history. In concert with that expansion, the Orthodox Church in Russia grew into an enormous religious organization, and some of its dioceses covered vast areas. The Church's missionary efforts and the stature of its most heroic evangelists were correspondingly great. Russian exploration and settlement in southern Siberia were followed by Orthodox evangelism, which had two salient aspects: ministering to Russians who had migrated or been exiled to frontier regions, and evangelizing among the indigenous populations encountered there. Since the earliest years of Christianity in Russia, the indigenous Eurasian peoples were recognized as fully human and worthy of spiritual life. A high priority was assigned to interacting with them in their native languages. The Orthodox faithful in Russia have been multi-ethnic since the Church's inception. A number of hierarchs and priests were of Finnic or Tartar origin. Russian Orthodox missionary priests succeeded in working more or less harmoniously in more than 50 indigenous cultures between the Volga River and southeastern Alaska. In many places, the Orthodox fathers strived to defend the interests of the indigenous people and took a leading role in educational and cultural activities. Missionary activity in Siberia and Alaska also resulted in the introduction of Orthodoxy to the external frontiers of the Russian Empire: China, Japan, and California. The Orthodox mission in Japan, founded by St. Nikolai Kasatkin, took its inspiration from that movement. As Russian settlement advanced eastward in the 18th and 17th centuries, it became inevitable that geopolitical friction would develop between Imperial Russia and the two major nations of East Asia, Qing China and Tokugawa Japan. On several occasions, Imperial Russian emissaries succeeded in diffusing crises through diplomacy. The rulers of the Qing Empire were of Manchu origin. Although deeply influenced by Chinese culture, they upheld their ethnic identity and were protective of their ancestral homeland of Manchuria, which had only vaguely defined boundaries. Despite clashes between frontier military units of the two empires, diplomatic agreements eventually resolved the border issue, and the territory north of the Amur River came under Russian dominion. In 1858, the year of the Treaty of Aigun was signed with the Qing regime. The Treaty of Yedo was concluded with the Shogun of Japan. In accordance with that, an Imperial Russian Consulate General was opened in Hakodate, on the island of Yezo, now Hokkaido, in northern Japan. It was a convenient location for the Russians, just a few days' sail from the coast of eastern Siberia. That diplomatic presence came about through the efforts of Admiral Evfimij Putyatin, a plenipotentiary acting in the behest of Tsar Nicholas I. Putyatin and one of his assistants, the interpreter Yosif Goshkevich, were instrumental in preparing the way for Orthodox evangelism in Japan. Putyatin's first visit to Japan was to the port of Nagasaki aboard the flagship Pallada in the summer of 1853. The following year, he commanded another voyage to Japan aboard the frigate Diana. Despite tribulations, an earthquake and seismic wave, followed by the loss of their ship, the Russians were able to obtain a preliminary agreement in 1855. That initial success led to the signing of a Treaty of Amity and Commerce, the Treaty of Yedo. According to the bilateral treaties which the shogun's advisors negotiated with America, Imperial Russia, and Western European colonial powers, 4 treaty ports were declared open to foreign trade and residence: Nagasaki, Hyogo, which is Kobe, Kanagawa, which is Yokohama, and Hakodate. Nagasaki had served as Japan's gateway to the world for more than 200 years through the so-called Tokugawa seclusion. Although the shogun consented to negotiate treaties with foreign nations, he did not rescind the edicts prohibiting Christianity in Japan. However, official policy was liberalized, in the sense that Europeans and American legations were permitted to have Christian chaplains, who could freely conduct religious services within those premises. Public evangelism was out of the question, but a foreign clergyman might discreetly converse with Japanese visitors to a legation. Tsar Alexander II, who acceded to the throne in 1855, deemed it improper for Imperial Russia to be perceived as interfering in Japanese internal affairs. Thus, he deigned to open just the consulate general in Hakodate. The island of Yezo was mostly inhabited by the indigenous Ainu people, but Japanese migrants had been settling along its southern coast since medieval times. Admiral Putyatin's former assistant, Yosef Goshkevich, was appointed chief diplomat in charge of the new consulate general. Archpriest Vasily Makhov was named consular chaplain, but was unable to depart for Japan immediately. Goshkevich and members of the consular staff journeyed across Siberia and reached Nikolaevsk na Amurye in July 1858. At that time, the Pacific Squadron of the Imperial Russian Navy had few seaworthy vessels, and the party was obliged to wait several weeks until one became available. Goshkevich, along with the interim chaplain Hieromonk Filaret and the conciliar staff, an entourage of 15 Russians, arrived in Hakodate in October. Negotiations ensued with the Hakodate magistracy, local officials representing the shogun, to lease land upon which to build the new consulate. Ironically, the lot secured was adjacent to that reserved for the new British consulate. For many months, while the construction of new buildings proceeded, the Russians were permitted to use temporary quarters at 2 Buddhist temples. After the main consular building and living quarters were completed, work commenced on an Orthodox chapel, which was consecrated in October 1860. Archpriest Vasily Makhov and his son Ivan, a psalm reader, arrived in Hakodate in June 1859. Unfortunately, Father Vasily suffered from a heart ailment and soon requested permission to return to Russia. He left Japan in July 1860, but Ivan Makhov remained in Hakodate as the chapel caretaker, pending the arrival of a new chaplain. In late 1859, Yosef Goshkevich wrote to the Holy Synod, requesting that a young, well-trained priest be found to fill the vacancy. How a seminarian named Ivan Kasatkin, soon to be Hieromonk Nikolai, was selected for that position, 10,000 versts from the Russian heartland, is a story which has often been retold. Nikolai's mission to Japan, like Saint Innocenti's endeavors in Siberia and Alaska, epitomizes Orthodox monastic spirituality and evangelical fervor in 19th century Russia. Saint Nikolai was born Ivan Dmitrovich Kasatkin on August 1, 1836, OS, in a farmhouse in Egorov Beryoza in the Belyi district of Smolensk province. His father, Dmitry, was a deacon of the local Orthodox Church. His mother, Xenia, was a devout housewife. She reposed when Ivan was just 5 years old. Due to the formative influence of his parents, he was deeply religious from childhood. The village had no school, so Ivan walked to the Orthodox primary school in nearby Tatyevo. He became a diligent student and matriculated to the Smolensk Seminary in the provincial capital. There he was introduced to the subject of Orthodox evangelism in East Asia by one of his instructors, Ivan Solovyov, who sometimes spoke about the activities of the Russian Orthodox mission in Peking. Much impressed by those accounts, Ivan resolved to become a missionary in the Qing Empire. He completed the seminary course with distinctions, earning admission to the prestigious St. Petersburg Theological Academy. While studying at the academy, Ivan Kasatkin happened to read the adventure memoir written by Vasily Golovnin about his detention on the island of Yezo. One summer vacation, he made a pilgrimage to the monastery of the caves in Kiev, where he happened to meet Father Ioan Goshkovich, a nephew of Yosef Goshkovich, the Imperial Russian legate to Japan. Ivan seems to have made a favorable impression on Father Ioan, who was corresponding with his uncle in Hakodate. In early 1860, the Holy Synod received the legate's request for a replacement consular chaplain. A few weeks later, it sought candidates for the position by sending out circulars to Russia's 4 theological academies. In April, Ivan Kasatkin acted upon that unexpected opportunity and signed the application list at St. Petersburg. Among all the applicants, only Ivan was prepared to become a monastic priest, thus giving him a decisive advantage. Evidence suggests that Metropolitan Isidore Nikolsky personally selected Ivan from among the applicants at St. Petersburg. It may be surmised that Isidore was so influential with the Holy Synod that Ivan prevailed over candidates from the other 3 academies. Ivan completed his studies at the academy and was tonsured on June 23, 1860, OS, receiving the name Nikolai. 1 week later, he was ordained a hieromonk. Following ordination, he remained in St. Petersburg for a few weeks, preparing for the forthcoming journey. In late July, he returned to Egorov-Beryozha to spend a few days with his family, then set out for Siberia. Riding in wagons and sometimes traveling through the night, he reached Irkutsk in late summer. Nikolai took a ferry boat across Lake Baikal and then proceeded to Chita and onward to Sretensk, the head of navigation on the Shilka River, the west headstream of the Amur. Although he was able to secure passage on a boat going downriver, his travel ended at Nikolaevsk na Amurie. Ice floes had clogged the shallow estuary of the Amur, and travel to Japan would not be possible until the following spring. While hieromonk Nikolai might have been chagrined to be stranded in a remote Siberian town for the winter, he found unexpected companionship. The venerable Archbishop, Saint Innokenty Popov-Vanyemenov, 1797 through 1879, hierarch of the Diocese of Kamchatka and Alaska, was also wintering there. Nikolai was fortunate to find lodging at the home of the locally prominent Makarov family. Archbishop Innokenty and Nikolai must have been in almost daily contact for about 6 months. Before they parted in April 1861, the archbishop presented him with a hand-tailored cassock of black velvet and a pectoral cross. They would meet again unexpectedly that summer. Hieromonk Nikolai arrived in Hakodate on July 2, 1861, OS, aboard the Russian steamship America. The town occupied a sandy isthmus connecting Hakodate Mountain to the coast of Yezo. After a shipwreck interrupting Archbishop Innokenty's voyage to Kamchatka, he had a 3-week layover in Hakodate in September. The renowned hierarch was welcomed by Consul Goshkovich as a special guest. Presumably, they had much to discuss given their many mutual interests: evangelism, natural history, linguistics, ethnography, and the sciences. Displeased at seeing Nikolai reading European books from the consulate library, the archbishop urged him to commence a thorough study of the language, history, and culture of Japan, so that he might evangelize successfully and translate the scriptures accurately. For the duration of his residence in Hakodate, hieromonk Nikolai faithfully heeded Archbishop Innokenty's advice and devoted most of his free time to Japanese studies. The first year, he was often accompanied about town by his Japanese interpreter. Yuhaku Yamanaka. Nikolai was tutored by Kensai Kimura, an authority on Chinese and Japanese classical texts. He also seems to have enjoyed strolling through the streets of Hakodate and along the waterfront, observing daily life while conversing and visiting foreigners and local citizens. In 1863, Consul Goshkevich and Nikolai received spiritual reinforcement with the arrival of Vissarion Sartov, a psalm reader who joined the consular staff as a clerk. Nikolai's best friends in Hakodate were the Buddhist priest Jokyo Horikawa, Shimeta Nishima, and the artist Matsusaburo Yokoyama. Nikolai found time to teach Russian to a few interpreters employed by the Hakodate magistracy and to local samurai. Due to the official prescription of Christianity then in force throughout Japan, the missionary aspect of Hieromonk Nikolai's work proceeded slowly. He diligently memorized thousands of Chinese ideographs, and that knowledge of vocabulary facilitated access to the Old and New Testaments and liturgical books published by the Russian Orthodox Mission in Peking. Yosef Goshkevich had foreseen the eventual opportunity for Orthodox evangelism in Japan, but it was not at all certain that such a climate would develop. Still, the ambitious Nikolai was already thinking ahead to the establishment of an Orthodox mission. In 1859 and 1862, Consul Goshkevich made official visits to Yedo, now Tokyo, to meet representatives of the shogun. On the latter visit, Hieromonk Nikolai was invited to accompany him. Their guide in Tokyo was Urataro Shiga, then the most competent interpreter of Russian in Japan. They made a special visit to Chiyoda Castle and paid respects to the Roju, senior officials who managed diplomatic affairs. In 1863, Goshkevich's wife, Elizaveta, fell ill and she reposed in September 1864. After consultations with the bereaved consul, Hieromonk Nikolai and Vissarion Sartov faithfully attended to every detail of her funeral. Devastated by his dear wife's untimely demise, Goshkevich's morale was further eroded in February 1865 when a fire at the British consulate spread to the Russian compound and destroyed the main building. The chapel was spared. He lost his private papers, library, personal possessions, and his wife's collection of botanical specimens. Suddenly deciding to resign his position, Goshkevich left Hakodate aboard a ship of the Russia-America Company. Returning to St. Petersburg, he worked at the Foreign Ministry and had an active role in Russo-Japanese relations until his retirement in 1867. Pending the appointment of a new consul, the Secretary Dragoman M.F. Tsivilikov and attachés managed diplomatic affairs in Hakodate. The replacement selected was Evgeny Byutsov, who arrived there in 1866. He became good friends with Hieromonk Nikolai, who had attracted a circle of Japanese friends to whom he was teaching Orthodox catechism. In April 1868, Nikolai baptized the first 3 catechumens at his room in the consulate, with Vissarion Sartov standing guard at the door. Later that year, Nikolai petitioned the Holy Synod for a sabbatical so that he might return to Russia to organize an Orthodox mission for Japan. Following the Meiji Restoration in the spring of 1868, the political authority in southern Yezo abruptly changed from the Tokugawa magistracy to a new imperial government. However, the situation remained unsettled and civil war soon broke out. A legion of pro-Tokugawa participants, led by Takeaki Enomoto, later an emissary to Imperial Russia, mounted resistance to the new government on land and sea. Retreating northward beyond the Tsugaru Straits to Hakodate, they seized the Goryokaku, a European-style fortress. A siege ensued, lasting through the winter of 1868 through 1869 and into the following spring. The Russian consular staff, including Hieromonk Nikolai, had some contact with Enomoto and his followers. Fortunately for Nikolai, the Holy Synod approved his sabbatical request and he was able to escape aboard a foreign sailing vessel in February 1869. Before leaving Japan, he had probably learned of Archbishop Innocenti's selection as the new Metropolitan of Moscow and Kolomna. Hieromonk Nikolai arrived in Russia shortly after Metropolitan Innocenti's consecration. For the duration of the sabbatical, his home base was the St. Alexander Nevsky Lavra in St. Petersburg. It is presumed that he met often with Metropolitan Isidor Nikolsky and Yosef Goshkevich, and that he also visited Moscow and met Metropolitan Innocenti, who was then in the process of formally organizing the Orthodox Missionary Society. Nikolai's campaign to establish a mission in Japan received the support of hierarchs and influential nobles. Most prominent among the latter was Count Admiral Putyatin. After his retirement from the Imperial Navy, Putyatin was raised to the peerage and entered political life. The Orthodox Missionary Society was officially chartered by an ukase of Tsar Alexander II in November 1869, and was formally inaugurated at a convocation hosted by Metropolitan Innocenti in January 1870. The Orthodox mission for Japan was chartered by the Holy Synod in April 1870. In conjunction with that, Hieromonk Nikolai was raised to archimandrite. A variety of mission-related matters remained to be settled, so he did not immediately return to Japan. His most pressing need was for missionary assistance, so he made a recruiting tour of the theological academies, meeting seminarians and urging them to consider vocations with the new mission. At Kiev, Archimandrite Nikolai registered a success. Father Anatoly Tikhai, who had been tonsured on Mount Athos and was awaiting ordination as a hieromonk, promised to join him in Japan as soon as he was able. On Archimandrite Nikolai's return voyage, he was accompanied by a young hieromonk hastily recruited to assist him. It is known that, en route, Nikolai visited Palestine and stayed for some days in Jerusalem. There is written evidence for his presence there during the Christmas season. The Suez Canal had opened in 1869, and it is probable that they passed through it, heading eastward via Aden and Malacca. In early March 1871, they reached Shanghai, where they transferred to a steamship bound for Japan. They arrived in Hakodate in late March with a lithographic printing apparatus. Difficulties soon ensued. Nikolai had intended that the young priest become the consular chaplain, but he proved incompetent and returned to Russia within 3 months. Nikolai had no recourse but to await the arrival of Anatoly from Kiev. During Archimandrite Nikolai's absence, changes had taken place in Hakodate. The island of Yezo was given a new name, Hokkaido, North Sea Circuit, and a new authority, called the Kaitakushi, was established to govern it and promote economic development. Its first director was a nobleman, Michitomi Hagashikuze, who was much taken with the idea of international relations and learned Russian from Nikolai for a few months in 1871. The second director of Kaitakushi was Kiyotaka Kuroda, later prime minister, who held intensely anti-Christian sentiments and commanded his subordinates to suppress Christian evangelism. Concerned for the safety of his converts and catechumens, Nikolai arranged for them to leave Hakodate. They dispersed to various locations in northeastern Honshu and preached orthodoxy as lay catechists. Some of them were surprisingly successful. At the beginning of 1872, Hieromonk Anatoly arrived in Hakodate. His competence was evident to all, and Archimandrite Nikolai could rest assured that the chapel was in good hands. In February, Nikolai embarked for Tokyo, to establish the mission headquarters. His departure from Hakodate for a new role with greater responsibilities in the new imperial capital was another turning point in his life. In the years to come, Nikolai would become much more famous in Tokyo than he had ever been in Hakodate, but he occasionally revisited the city on his pastoral journeys in Hokkaido. In the 20th century, an Orthodox church, consecrated in 1916, would become an internationally recognized symbol of Hakodate, and Saint Nikolai, a celebrated figure in the city's history. Arriving in Toke, Archimandrite Nikolai found temporary quarters in the Tsukiji district, just east of Ginza, where foreigners were encouraged to reside. Meanwhile, Tsar Alexander II had deigned to raise Imperial Russia's diplomatic profile in Japan by opening a provisional legation, not officially an embassy, in Tokyo. Consul General Evgeny Byutsov was directed to relocate there as provisional chief of legation, and Alexander Olorovsky was named acting consul at Hakodate. Operating independently, Nikolai had attracted several students who wanted to learn Russian, so he rented an old house to use as a school and dormitory. In the daytime, he taught classes, and in the evening, conducted introductory sessions in Orthodox doctrine. He also searched for a good site for the mission headquarters, and sometimes visited the Soljoji Buddhist temple in the Shiba district. The summer and autumn of 1872 saw two high-profile visits by Imperial Russian Navy detachments to Japan, and Archimandrite Nikolai attended diplomatic events during both visits. The first, in June, included 3 official occasions, the last of which, a gala banquet, Nikolai attended, at Evgeny Byutsov's invitation to serve as interpreter. Nikolai's linguistic competence was more than satisfactory, and he started to make a reputation for himself among the diplomatic community. That summer, he found some available land atop a hill called Surugadai in the Kanda district. As a foreigner without official standing, Nikolai was unqualified to lease the property, so he sought Byutsov's assistance. The diplomat consented to intercede with the Japanese government, and a long-term lease was secured on the property. The new mission operated under the Omoforoyon of the Archbishop of Kamchatka and Eastern Siberia, Cathedra at Blagoveshchensk. Nikolai relocated the language school to an old building on the property, and it became an integral part of the mission. The previous routine was adhered to, with Russian classes taught during the day and Orthodox catechism in the evening. Those activities produced catechumens prepared to receive baptism into the church. The baptisms were performed in secrecy because the Japanese government was vacillating in its stance towards Christianity. For Archimandrite Nikolai, the second major diplomatic event of 1872 was the providential visit of Grand Duke Alexei Romanov, the second son of Tsar Alexander II, who arrived in Yokohama harbor with a flotilla of 4 ships on October the 13th. Emperor Mutsuhito received his distinguished visitor at 2 official functions held on consecutive days. Both were attended by Nikolai, who served as interpreter. Before leaving Japan, Grand Duke Alexei contributed a sum of money sufficient to cover the foundation work on a new missionary chancery and headquarters building. The project was completed with funds collected in Russia by Count Putyatin. The new building contained the Chapel of the Holy Cross, mission offices, and Nikolai's private suite of rooms. Evgeny Byutsov returned to Russia in 1873 and was succeeded as chief of legation by Kirill Struve. In 1874, enrollment in the Surugadai Russian language school declined, as Archimandrite Nikolai decided to transform it into a men's seminary, equivalent to a high school. A new Japanese-style wooden structure was built for it. The same year, a catechetical institute was established, and the first all-church council was held to set standards for Orthodox evangelism in Japan. Due to a critical shortage of Orthodox priests at that time, lay catechists were unusually important. They were trained at the Surugadai, or at the regional catechetical schools in Hakodate, Sendai, and Osaka, then dispatched to the hinterlands. The Haristosu Orthodox Church of Japan received its first ethnic Japanese clergy in 1875, when Bishop Pavel of Vladivostok and Maritime Siberia ordained Pavel Sawabe to the priesthood, and Yoan Sakai to the diaconate. 5 more Japanese priests were ordained in 1878 by Bishop Martinian. In 1877, Archimandrite Nikolai founded the church newsletter Kyokai Hochi, Church Herald, which was published lithographically twice a month. The method of printing was later changed to lead-type press. Its editors were the seminarians Simeon Mii and Arseny Iwasawa. Much of the news printed was taken from the reports of Orthodox lay catechists. In 1879, the Russian language school was reinvigorated under a new headmaster, Hieromonk Vladimir Sokolovsky, later the Archbishop of San Francisco. Meanwhile, Archimandrite Nikolai's evangelical achievements, as reflected in the rapid growth of Orthodoxy in Japan, were attracting increased attention in Russia. In the spring of 1879, he received the sad news of the repose of Metropolitan Innocenti of Moscow. That summer, he received a telegram from the Holy Synod informing him of his prospective elevation to the episcopacy. Instead of making a daunting journey across Siberia, he opted to travel to St. Petersburg via North America. Archimandrite Nikolai departed Yokohama Harbor aboard the steamship Oceanic on August the 13th, 1879, coincidentally his 43rd birthday. That vessel made port in San Francisco around the end of August. During his brief stay in the city, he met Bishop Nestor Zakis and the cathedral dean, Father Vladimir Vekdomov. The Provisional Orthodox Cathedral in San Francisco was a former Lutheran church on Pierce Street. Bishop Nestor was residing in a rented apartment on Taylor Street. Nikolai's rapid travel, for that time, over long distances, more than halfway around the world, is surprising. He was in California at the end of August, and yet was able to reach St. Petersburg by September the 24th. So it seems that he was almost constantly in motion. It is certain that he rode through trains on the Transcontinental Railroad from Oakland to Omaha, Chicago, and on to New York City. Upon arrival in Manhattan, Archimandrite Nikolai probably went first to the Imperial Russian Consulate General or to the Holy Trinity Greek-Russian Church on 2nd Avenue. His stay in New York was brief, and he soon embarked on a steamship bound for England. While his exact travel route is not presently known, it is likely that he took the most convenient route to the continent, Dover to Calais. By using express trains from his point of arrival, Nikolai would have moved rapidly through north-central Europe, via Berlin, Warsaw, and Vilnius, and reached St. Petersburg in a few days. He arrived in the imperial capital city in the evening of September the 12th, 1879, OS, and went directly to the residence of Father Fyodor Buistrov, who worked closely with the Holy Synod and served as the local liaison for the mission in Japan. About 2 weeks after his arrival, Archimandrite Nikolai traveled to Moscow. He visited Father Gavril Sretensky, a faithful supporter of the mission, and then proceeded to Sergiev Posad, the Holy Trinity St. Sergius Lavra. There he venerated the remains of the late Metropolitan Innocenti, and was received by the newly consecrated Metropolitan Makarij Bulgakov. During his stay, he recorded in his diary details of meeting with Makarij, and with Innocenti's elderly cell attendant. Nikolai traveled back and forth between St. Petersburg and Moscow several times in 1879 through 1880. He renewed friendships with Count Putyatin and Evgeny Butsov, and was introduced to many other prominent Russians. Occasionally, he was a house guest of the Putyatin family in their country home in Gatchina. One of Archimandrite Nikolai's major concerns was the procurement of a sufficient supply of icons and ecclesiastical goods for new Orthodox churches in Japan. When he was in St. Petersburg, he met often with Mother Feofania at the Novodevichy Women's Monastery. He also arranged for a young Japanese Orthodox woman to study iconography there in the future. Everywhere he went, Archimandrite Nikolai promoted his plan to build an Orthodox cathedral in Tokyo, and sought guidance from Metropolitan Isidore regarding its design and decoration. In November of 1879, Isidore introduced him to Professor Mikhail Shurupov, one of Russia's leading architects, who agreed to produce a set of building plans for the cathedral. On March the 30th, 1880, OS, Nikolai was consecrated to the episcopacy by Metropolitan Isidore at the chapel of the St. Alexander Nevsky Lavra. His official title was Bishop of Tokyo and all Japan, but he was consecrated titular bishop of Revel, Tallinn, Estonia, under the homophorion of the Archbishop of Riga, Latvia. Almost immediately, Bishop Nikolai assumed a higher profile in the Russian Orthodox Church. Prominent people sought him out and praised his missionary endeavors. His ideas and pronouncements carried much greater weight than before. That spring, he was presented with a mitre and pectoral cross that had belonged to Metropolitan Innocenty. He also met Vladimir Soloviev and Fyodor Dostoevsky. In June, he watched the formal unveiling of a monument to Alexander Pushkin and attended a gala banquet celebrating the occasion. Early that summer, Bishop Nikolai visited his native village of Egorov, Beryoza, to see his family for a few days, then returned to St. Petersburg. He left the imperial capital on August the 15th, 1880, OS, bound for Moscow. Somewhere en route to the Black Sea, he met up with the newly recruited choirmaster Dmitry Lvovsky. Together they embarked at Odessa and first visited Constantinople, where they met the ecumenical patriarch Joachim III. Their voyage continued on through the Suez Canal, the Indian Ocean, and the East China Sea. They reached Yokohama in November. Soon after his return to Surugadai, Vladika Nikolai stood before the Orthodox congregation and delivered a report about his round-the-world journey. During Bishop Nikolai's absence, Father Anatoly Tikhai was promoted to archimandrite and appointed chaplain to the Russian legation to Tokyo. He also began to teach part-time at the seminary, so he and Vladika Nikolai were in frequent contact for the first time in many years. One major advantage of Vladika's elevation to the episcopacy was his power to bestow holy orders. Over the course of the years 1881 through 1912, he would ordain 44 Japanese priests. See a complete list in the Miscellanea section of this book. During that time, a few other Russian Orthodox priests came to Japan to serve in the mission. In addition to Archimandrite Anatoly and Father Vladimir Sokolovsky, the most noteworthy of them were Father Sergei Glebov, Father Sergei Stragorodsky, Father Andronik Nikolosky, and Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov. The men's seminary produced its first crop of graduates in 1882, the year in which the women's seminary was founded. Its graduates provided Bishop Nikolai with a pool of qualified personnel from which to select prospective priests, deacons, and religious writers. Almost every year, one or more outstanding students received Vladika's blessing to pursue advanced theological studies in Russia. It was also in 1882 that Vladika established the Mission Publishing Bureau, Ayasha, after which he intensified his program for translating and publishing religious books. Pavel Nakai, who was competent in the Chinese classics and formal written Japanese, was his assistant in translating the New Testament and service books. For the mission, the central project of the 1880s was the building of Holy Resurrection Cathedral, an endeavor that received special assistance from Tsar Alexander III. Contributions to the building fund were also forthcoming from the Holy Synod, monastic brotherhoods, nobles, and ordinary Russians, even schoolchildren. The mission's foremost lay supporter, Count Putyatin, reposed in 1883 during a visit to Paris. 2 years before, he was decorated by the Japanese government in respect of his distinguished diplomatic service and his work for peaceful relations between Russia and Japan. In commemoration of his devotion to the cause of Orthodox evangelism, his daughter, Olga Putyatina, came to Tokyo in 1884 to serve Bishop Nikolai and the mission. She served for 3 years as a deaconess, a position rarely attained by an Orthodox woman. A little-known aspect of Bishop Nikolai's pastoral ministry was his concern for the most distant members of his flock, the Kuril Ainu, Orthodox faithful of Shikotan Island, off the east coast of Hokkaido. In 1875, those Russified indigenous people were evicted from Shumshu Island, near Kamchatka, by Japanese officials after the signing of the Treaty of St. Petersburg. Resettled on Shikotan, they dwelt there in extreme poverty. They used Russian names and were nominally of the Orthodox faith. Some of them had been baptized, but had been without the services of Orthodox clergy for many years. In 1885, Vladika Nikolai learned of their plight and directed Father Tido Komatsu, the Orthodox rector at Hakodate, and Alexei Sawabe to visit the island and evaluate their spiritual and material needs. In 1898, Vladika would visit Shikotan and meet those Ainu faithful face to face. In the 19th century, before the advent of high-rise buildings in Japan, the many hills of Tokyo were as visible as those of Paris and Rome. Holy Resurrection Cathedral, with its Byzantine-style dome, inspired by Hagia Sophia, and tall bell tower would become a landmark. Initial work on its foundation commenced in 1884. The project's site supervisor was Josiah Condor, a British architect residing in Tokyo. The cathedral's consecration took place with great ceremony on March 8, 1891, OS. A multitude of people were in attendance, including foreign diplomats, government officials, parliamentarians, local dignitaries, and hundreds of the Japanese Orthodox faithful. In May 1891, Imperial Russian Crown Prince Nicholas Romanov arrived in Japan for an official visit, accompanied by his cousin, Prince George of Greece. While riding in an open carriage near the town of Otsu, the Tsarevich was attacked and wounded by a swordsman. The royal party returned to Kyoto, where Nicholas recuperated. Bishop Nikolai was quickly informed of the incident by Japanese government officials who implored him to intercede with the Tsarevich and Tsar Alexander III so that hostilities would not ensue between Imperial Russia and Japan. Vladika proceeded to Kyoto by train and attended to Nicholas's physical and spiritual health until his recovery was assured. The royal visit concluded prematurely without the scheduled meeting with Emperor Mutsuhito and visit to the cathedral. Surugadai was subsequently visited by two prominent Orthodox hierarchs, Bishop Dionysius of Zante in 1893 and Bishop Yerasim of Jerusalem in 1895. In the 1890s, the Orthodox mission in Japan was prospering, and its future seemed bright. But ominous geopolitical tensions were beginning to develop between Imperial Russia and Japan. The Sino-Japanese War, 1894 through 1895, gave rise to new competition for spheres of influence in Manchuria and Korea. Perhaps the supreme irony of Vladika Nikolai's missionary life was that Japanese expansionism gradually enlarged his diocese, effectively doubling its size by the time of his repose. In the summer of 1898, Bishop Nikolai made the longest and most remarkable of all his pastoral journeys in Japan. Together with Archimandrite Sergei Stragorodsky, he traveled north to Hokkaido. In Kushiro, they met up with Roman Fukui, later ordained a priest, and proceeded to the port of Nemuro. They boarded a boat to go to the Shikotan Island, where the Orthodox Ainu were living. Vladika Nikolai's foray into the sparsely populated frontier of eastern Hokkaido led to the creation of several Orthodox parishes in that area. Although Bishop Nikolai ordained one Japanese Orthodox hieromonk in 1881, he was frustrated in his attempt to introduce Orthodox monasticism into Japan. Around the turn of the century, the mission purchased a parcel of land in the Hakone area west of Tokyo, upon which a hermitage was built. It was Vladika's intention that it became a monastery, but it was used instead as a retreat house for Orthodox clergy, catechists, and seminarians. One elderly catechist, Moise Minato, was tonsured a hierodeacon in 1908, but no qualified Japanese candidates for the church hierarchy would emerge until many years after Vladika's repose. The early years of the 20th century were marked by unpleasant events which threatened the initial success of Bishop Nikolai's missionary endeavors. His diary entries in the months before and during the Russo-Japanese War are full of emotion. Urged by Russian diplomats and friends to leave Japan if hostilities erupted, Vladika felt duty-bound to remain in Tokyo. Shortly after war broke out in February 1904, Bishop Nikolai decided to remain in Japan. He issued a now famous statement of conscience and temporarily withdrew from official duties. Throughout his seclusion, which lasted about a year, he was comforted by the friendship of loyal disciples and friends such as Pavel Nakai, his presbyter Johann Imada, and Episcopalian priest Henry Scott Jeffreys, as well as Dr. Yasutaro Yasushima. Early casualties of the war included two other good friends, Admiral Stepan Makarov, at whose home Nikolai had stayed during the winter of 1860 through 1861, and the Japanese interpreter Pantaleimon Sato. Those tragic losses caused a marked deterioration in Vladika's morale, as is reflected in his poignant diary entries during 1904. Vladika Nikolai's hiatus from church affairs afforded him time to attend to the plight of thousands of Russian war prisoners, who were being brought to Japan and billeted in makeshift camps on the outskirts of cities. A response to the crisis by the Orthodox mission was slow in coming, but eventually a working committee was formed, leading to the creation of the, quote, Society for the Spiritual Comfort of War Prisoners. That ad hoc organization arranged for various forms of material assistance to the Russian captives and performed liaison services. Vladika directed Japanese Orthodox priests who were proficient in Japanese to visit the camps and console the men. The fathers heard confessions, celebrated the liturgy, and performed funerals if necessary. Some Russians died from wounds and diseases during internment. Altogether, more than 73,000 Imperial Russian military personnel were captured by the Japanese on Manchurian battlefields and in the Yellow Sea. That experience was unprecedented in Japan's history. A late surge in the numbers of captives resulted from battles in Sakhalin. Russian officers were held under a liberal form of house arrest, with some freedom of movement, so Bishop Nikolai's principal concern was for ordinary soldiers and sailors, particularly those who had been wounded or had fallen ill. Vladika received a constant flow of mail from those men, who conveyed their spiritual struggles. Excerpts from the letters were transcribed by Vladika into his diary entries. Religious articles and Russian books were also sent to the captives by Orthodox hierarchs in North America. In the very midst of home front hostility in 1904, the Japanese publisher Aisui Nakagawa wrote and distributed a laudatory profile of Bishop Nikolai. Eventually, a ceasefire agreement was reached between Imperial Russia and Japan, and negotiations commenced towards ending the war. During the summer of 1905, diplomats from the two countries finalized the terms for peace, with American President Theodore Roosevelt acting as an intermediary, the Treaty of Portsmouth. Soon afterward, in respect of Vladika Nikolai's efforts on behalf of Russian prisoners, he was awarded the Order of St. Alexander Nevsky by Tsar Nicholas II. In April 1906, the Holy Synod elevated him to the dignity of Archbishop. At that point, the Hristos Orthodox Church of Japan became an independent jurisdiction within the Russian Orthodox Church. In 1907, another diocese was created in western Japan, with its cathedra at Kyoto. For years, Vladika Nikolai had been urging the Holy Synod and his friends in the Russian Orthodox Church to find a competent bishop to assist him and become his successor in Japan. In response to his pleadings, Bishop Andronik Nikolsky, who had previously served the mission as a priest in 1898, agreed to come to Japan again, However, he served for only a few months as Bishop of Kyoto before returning to Russia. In 1908, he was replaced by another hierarch with impeccable credentials, Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov, a doctor of theology who had been rector, president, of the St. Petersburg Theological Academy. At his first meeting with Vladika Nikolai, Sergei pronounced to devote the remainder of his life to the mission. He led the Diocese of Kyoto and Western Japan until Vladika's repose in 1912. Archbishop Nikolai's long years of dedicated missionary work propelled him to heroic stature in the last years of his earthly life. High honors were forthcoming. He was named among the select of the select by his alma mater, and in 1910 was awarded the Order of St. Vladimir, first class, with a special proclamation by Tsar Nicholas II. The Holy Synod presented him with a diamond-studded cross for his klobuk. These and other decorations adorned the person of Vladika Nikolai in the famous photographs of him taken upon the occasion of the 50th anniversary of his ordination in 1910. An ecumenical assembly of American bishops voted Archbishop Nikolai the most outstanding Christian evangelist in the entire world. Vladika's views on missionary methodology were sought by Lord Fraser, chairman of the 1910 Conference of the World Council of Christian Missions, held in Edinburgh, Scotland. In November 1910, Archbishop Nikolai suffered a heart attack. He made a partial recovery, but his activities were restricted, and he was unable to make pastoral journeys. In Vladika's stead, Bishop Sergei, Father Simeon Mi, and other priests visited the hinterlands. The year 1911 was marked by festivities celebrating the 50th anniversary of Vladika Nikolai's arrival in Japan. The combined effects of a heart condition, asthma, and old age took their toll on Vladika's health, and it was with great difficulty that he celebrated the Christmas liturgy in January 1912. For a couple of weeks, he rested at St. Luke's Episcopal Hospital in Tokyo, where he continued to do religious translation work with the visiting Pavel Nakai. Then, deciding that he did not want to remain in the hospital any longer, Vladika was brought back to Surugadai in early February. Archbishop Nikolai reposed on the evening of February the 3rd, 1912, OS, while listening to the cathedral choir practice. His repose was announced to the city of Tokyo by the tolling of the large bell of the cathedral. In the days which followed, eulogistic obituaries lauding him appeared in newspapers and journals in Japan, Russia, and North America. Following a delay caused by the search for a suitable gravesite, Vladika Nikolai's funeral was held on February the 9th, OS. Concelebrants of the funeral service included Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov and Father Pavel Sawabe. In accordance with Japanese tradition, Emperor Mutsuhito sent an ornate funerary wreath. The official Japanese government delegation was led by Vladika's longtime friend, Count Taneomi Soejima. Prominent Japanese Christians from other denominations were also in attendance. A large crowd of mourners filled and surrounded Holy Resurrection Cathedral and followed the funeral cortege along the city avenues to Yanaka Cemetery, the resting place of many famous Japanese. For many years, Saint Nikolai was venerated in the manner of a saint by the Japanese Orthodox faithful, but he was not officially glorified until 1970. On April 10th of that year, at Holy Resurrection Cathedral, Metropolitan Vladimir Nagoski presided at solemn ceremonies elevating Saint Nikolai to equal of the apostles among the saints of the Orthodox Church. The Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan and the Orthodox Church of America both received the Tomos of autocephaly later that year. A vote of the Japanese Church Council subsequently modified its status to autonomy. Saint Nikolai's canonization was immediately recognized by the Russian Orthodox Church and was later accepted by the Russian Church abroad. In 1972, the Orthodox Church in Maebashi, northwest of Tokyo, was rebuilt. Upon reconsecration, it received the name of Saint Nikolai. In 1975, a new Orthodox parish church in Johannesburg, South Africa, became the first church outside Japan consecrated to the memory of St. Nikolai. St. Nikolai's principal feast day is February the 3rd, OS, the day of his repose. Pathways of a Pilgrim from Russia by Eleonora Sablina. The saints are not mere legends. They are most real and will always be among us, guiding us, illuminating and sanctifying our spiritual paths with their holiness. The life of St. Nikolai Kasatkin was lived in proximity to our own times, so his ascetic lifestyle and evangelical endeavors have particular immediacy for us. In various areas of Japan, from Hokkaido to the north of Kyushu in the south, we can see the fruits of the Orthodox seed sown by St. Nikolai in the spiritual soil of Japan. The Orthodox churches in various places throughout Japan can also be seen as islands of Russian culture, forming a spiritual bridge connecting the two nations. The Haristos Holy Autonomous Orthodox Church of Japan consists of 3 dioceses embracing 69 parishes. His Beatitude Metropolitan Daniel Nushiro is the ruling hierarch. Holy Resurrection Cathedral, Nikolaido as the Japanese call it, at Surogadai in the Kanda district of Tokyo is the spiritual center of the church. The cathedral stands on the original site of the Orthodox mission opened by St. Nikolai in 1872 and is the cathedra for the Archdiocese of Tokyo. It contains the parishes of Yamate, West Tokyo, Yokohama, Odawara, Shizenshi, Kashiwakubo, Shizuoka, Hamamatsu, Takasaki, Maebashi, Ashikaga, Utsunomiya, Kanuma, Suka, Tega, Bato, Sukawa, and Akutsu, all in east-central Honshu. The Diocese of Eastern Japan has its cathedra in Sendai, where His Grace, Bishop Seraphim Tsujiya presides. This diocese contains the parishes of Hakodate, Sapporo, Kamimusa, Kushiro, Shari, Otaru, Tomakomai, and Kamiiso, all in Hokkaido, together with Morioka, Magata, Kannari, Sakari, Ofunato, Nakanida, Ishinomaki, Ichinoseki, Shirakawa, Iwayado, Yamada, Kesnuma, Wakuya, Sanuma, Takashimizu, and Joge Tsutsumi, all in northeastern Honshu. The Diocese of Western Japan has its cathedra in Kyoto and contains the parishes of Toyohashi, Nagoya, Handa, Osaka, and Yanaihara, all in west-central Honshu, together with Tokushima on the island of Shikoku, and Kumamoto, Kagoshima, and Hitoyoshi, all in Kyushu. The Episcopal See of Kyoto is currently vacant. In various other places throughout Japan, Orthodox services are held in private homes. Several of the Orthodox Church edifices in Japan have been designated as important cultural properties of prefectures or municipalities. Among those are Holy Resurrection Cathedral in Tokyo, the Church of the Transfiguration in Sapporo, the Church of the Resurrection in Hakodate, the Church of the Ascension in Kamiiso, the Cathedral of the Annunciation in Kyoto, and parish churches in Magata, Shirakawa, Ashigaka, Shuzenshi, and Toyohashi. Over a period of several years, 1996 through 2002, I was able to visit many of the Orthodox parishes in Japan, and in the process compiled the following account of their history, which is intimately related to the life of St. Nikolai Kasatkin and his evangelical endeavors for the Orthodox mission in Japan. The following account conveys the principal travels and events of my long pilgrimage in St. Nikolai's footsteps. It is brought up to date with a report on the special St. Nikolai festival held in Hakodate in mid-February 2002. The legacy of Russian Orthodoxy in Hakodate. The city of Hakodate is a cool, green oasis compared to hot, humid Tokyo in midsummer. The Murai family came to greet me at the airport. Mr. Paul Murai is an elder of the Orthodox congregation at the famous Church of the Resurrection on the slope of Hakodate Mountain. In 1988, he visited Russia with a delegation of Japanese Orthodox faithful, upon the occasion of the millennial anniversary of the introduction of Christianity there. I was so glad to meet the Murais again after an interval of 9 years. Thanks to them and to Father Yov Baba, I was able to spend 5 unforgettable days in Hakodate in July 1997. The Church of the Resurrection, consecrated in 1916, is an internationally recognized symbol of Hakodate and one of the major architectural landmarks in Japan. In July 1861, Hieromonk Nikolai Kasatkin arrived in Hakodate to serve as chaplain to the Imperial Russian Consulate General there. The first Orthodox church in Hakodate and in all of Japan was a consular chapel built in 1859 and consecrated the following year. The chapel survived the fire in 1865. In the early 1870s, the chapel became the spiritual center of the nascent Orthodox parish in Hakodate. Lamentably, the original chapel burned down in the Great Fire of 1907, which destroyed most of the downtown area. The consular chapel was built entirely of wood in a cruciform shape, with a bell tower attached in the Russo-Byzantine style. A cupola in the middle of the roof was surmounted by an Orthodox cross. A few photographs of the chapel are extant. The great missionary hieromonk Anatoly Tikhai, 1838 through 1893, described it thus, quote, "The sight of the chapel makes a pleasant impression on a Russian person, reminding him of his native country. Not only are Russians impressed by the chapel's interior, but so are the foreigners who often visit. The iconostasis is made of wood and decorated with blue paint. There's gold striping on the columns, and beneath each icon are curved wooden fixtures covered with gold leaf. The 4 principal icons, the Savior, the Theotokos, the birth of Jesus, and the resurrection, are all masterpieces of the Byzantine style. The royal doors are made of wood, covered in gold leaf, and show pictures of the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin and the 4 evangelists. There are 4 bells in the bell tower, the largest of which is 50 pounds in weight and was cast in Hakodate under the personal supervision of Father Nikolai. The Orthodox chapel in Hakodate really looks beautiful, especially inside, and all foreigners and people of other faiths adore its interior. It can hold about 200 people, and most of the time, more than half the seats are filled by devout Christians, along with some non-Christian Japanese who come to have a look. In this chapel, from 1858 until May the 9th, 1874, there have been 297 people baptized, and next week, more Japanese people shall be accepted and brought along in the Orthodox spirit." Unquote. The melodious ringing of the chapel bells could be heard all around Hakodate, even as far as the suburb of Kamiso. The wonderful sounds of these bells prompted the citizens of Hakodate to call the chapel Gandera, ringing bell temple. After the chapel burned down, plans were developed for a larger and more durable edifice. Work on the new Church of the Resurrection commenced in 1914. Built mostly of brick and stone, it was completed and consecrated in September 1916. The bells of the original chapel, which were so popular among the citizenry, melted during the fire, so a large bell from the Orthodox hermitage at Tonosawa, near Hakone, west of Tokyo, was brought north for use in the new church. That bell weighed about 2 tons and produced an enormous sound, but it was not heard throughout Hakodate for more than a few years. Following the Great Earthquake of 1923, it was transported to Tokyo to be used at Holy Resurrection Cathedral. In exchange, 6 small bells were sent to the church in Hakodate. However, in 1942, all of those bells, along with the church chandelier and candelabras, were requisitioned by the Japanese military government and melted down. A new large bell was cast in 1983, and 5 small and medium-sized bells in 1985 by Mr. Masakazu Nakugawa of Mie Prefecture, as gifts to the Hakodate Church. From May to October 1986, the church was extensively repaired, and it was reopened on November the 6th of that year. There are now about 350 Orthodox faithful in Hakodate. The city of Hakodate is full of history and has numerous historical sites associated with St. Nikolai. The old streets of the Motomachi district, which lead down to the harbor at the foot of Hakodate Mountain, have changed since he lived there. As I walked along, I tried to imagine the town as Hieromonk Nikolai had seen it. Not far from the former location of the Imperial Russian Consulate was the site of the original Jitsugyoji Buddhist temple, where he rented a room for his studies so that he could quietly concentrate on reading Japanese texts. Also on the slope of Hakodate Mountain, about a 10-minute walk from the Orthodox Church, is the famed Gotoken restaurant, founded in the early 1870s by the entrepreneur Eikichi Goshima, who hailed from the Goto Islands in western Japan. Goshima worked for a few years as an interpreter in the treaty port of Nagasaki, then made his way to Hakodate after the Meiji Restoration in 1868 to lend his support to the recalcitrant pro-Tokugawa forces led by Takeaki Inamoto. During the first battle of the siege of Hakodate, 1868 through 1869, Goshima was befriended by Hieromonk Nikolai, who permitted him to hide beneath the altar of the consular chapel. Nikolai left Hakodate in February 1869 for a return visit to Russia, but Goshima remained in the consulate for several months, working as a servant. Gotoken is one of the oldest European-style restaurants in Japan. Its current owner, Mr. Tokujiro Wakayama, still makes, quote, Nikolai no keiki, Nikolai's cake, according to a recipe for sweet cake that Nikolai personally wrote down for Eikichi Goshima. Nikolai's recipe was followed to the letter, and the cakes were baked in an authentic Russian pechka, cast iron wood stove, that Goshima purchased for that purpose. Although Mr. Wakayama is not one of the Orthodox faithful, he lives near the Hakodate Church. He and his family are very friendly with the congregation. For special occasions and whenever important guests come to visit the church, Mr. Wakayama prepares Nikolai's cakes. I was indeed fortunate to have been introduced to him, since he is very knowledgeable about the history of Hakodate. The day after our meeting, he delivered some cakes to the church, and those were happily partaken of following the liturgy during the communal meal of the faithful. Nikolai's cake is quite similar to the traditional Russian kulich, made to celebrate the Paschal holidays. While I was in Hakodate, a most fortunate meeting was arranged with Miss Vasa Kato, who was born in 1902. She was one of the daughters of Father Moise Shiraiwa, who served during the episcopate of St. Nikolai. The day before we met, I had visited the Hakodate City Library and examined historical materials relating to Russians who had formerly resided in Hakodate. I was accompanied to the library by Megumi Shimizu, the official city historian. Lamentably, almost all of the early municipal archives were lost in the 1907 fire, so the bequest of Miss Kato, who presented the library with old photograph albums belonging to her family, is truly precious. Despite her advanced age, Miss Kato had retained a remarkably clear memory. I made many photocopies of documents and photographs at the library, and took those along when I went to visit her. As we reviewed the photocopies, I listened to her many interesting stories about the Orthodox congregation and old times in Hakodate. Her stories and comments were valuable to me because they conveyed additional information about the history of the Orthodox Church in Japan. Vasakato reposed in the year 2000 and rests in eternal memory in the Orthodox cemetery at Yamase Domari, where the air is filled with the ocean's roar. Two small cemeteries are located atop the cliffs by the sea. One is for Japanese Orthodox faithful, and the other for Russians and other foreigners who reposed in Hakodate in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Among the Russians resting there in eternal memory are Elizaveta Goshkevich and Vissarion Sartov. Other Russians buried there include sailors who died of diseases while visiting Hakodate. Among those who rest in eternal memory in the Japanese Orthodox cemetery are Damian Igarashi, a close associate of hieromonk Anatoly Tikai. The cross on his grave was personally hewn by Vladika Nikolai, as an inscription attests. A half-hour's drive from downtown Hakodate is the town of Kamiso. On its outskirts stands a small church of the Ascension. The original wooden edifice was built in 1876, and Vladika Nikolai visited it at least twice. Some years ago, the church was rebuilt in stone and was reconsecrated in November 1987. There are about 140 Orthodox faithful in the Kamiso congregation. Father Yov Baba serves there in addition to his duties in Hakodate. Other Orthodox parishes in Hokkaido. Orthodox Christians came to the city of Sapporo in the 1880s. The nascent parish first used local homes as prayer houses. In 1894, the small wooden Church of the Transfiguration was built. It lasted until 1936. Many of its icons were painted by the Japanese iconographer Irina Yamashita. Vladika Nikolai visited the original church once or twice, and in later years, Metropolitan Sergei Tikhomirov often came there. In 1936, a new church was built in the Fukuzumi district in the southern part of the city, and in 1971, a much larger new church replaced it on that site. The previous rector was Father Kirill, later Bishop Peter Arihara, who reposed in the year 2000. There are about 500 Orthodox faithful in the Sapporo parish, one of the largest in Japan. Father Alexei Matsudaira serves as the rector there. The Orthodox Church in the port city of Otaru was originally built around 1900 and was rebuilt in 1975. Its iconostasis was a gift from the late Patriarch Paiman of Moscow and all of Russia. There are about 70 faithful in the Otaru parish. The Orthodox congregation in Tomakomai, south of Sapporo, began to form about 80 years ago. Until recently, it used a local home as a prayer house. The Church of the Nativity was built in 1976 with funds provided by one of the faithful, Mr. Shininaga, whose grandson, Yakov, now serves there as a deacon. The church has 2 floors. The sanctuary occupies the ground floor with a meeting room above it. There are currently about 25 Orthodox families in the Tomakomai area. The port city of Kushiro is located in eastern Hokkaido, about 5 hours by train from Sapporo. When I visited there a few years ago, Father Alexei Matsudaira was the Orthodox rector. He and his matushka met me at the railway station. More than 10 years ago, I received their gracious hospitality when I visited them for Pascha at the Orthodox Church in Osaka. Orthodoxy was introduced in the Kushiro area in the late 1890s. At first, services were held in the homes of the local faithful. In 1932, a church was finally built. It was replaced by a new edifice in 1992. Father Alexei started a Russian language class at the church. Every year, Orthodox families in Kushiro welcome visiting Russian and Ukrainian children afflicted by radiation sickness from the Chernobyl disaster. There are about 85 Orthodox families in the Kushiro parish, making it among the largest in Japan. Father Michael Tainaka now serves as rector there. During my visit to Kushiro several years ago, Father Alexei escorted me to the Orthodox Church in the town of Nakashibetsu by car. Along the way, we enjoyed the natural beauty of a snowy winter in Hokkaido. A red fox was out hunting, 5 deer ran on the ice of a frozen lake, and a huge eagle was perched atop a rock. The words of Alexander Pushkin came to mind. Sunshine and cold, what a wonderful day. I could see a small church, painted yellow, amidst the shimmering snow. From the house next to it emerged Thekla Murakami, the caretaker, who invited us to come inside. The Orthodox Church in Nakashibetsu is also called the Kamimusa Church. Its official name is the Church of the Nativity of the Theotokos. Established during St. Nikolai's episcopate, it has been rebuilt 3 times on the same site, most recently in 1978. The interior walls are decorated with icons of the 12 great feasts of Orthodoxy, all painted by Irina Yamashita. She also painted 2 icons in the iconostasis, Jesus Christ and the Holy Virgin Mary. 2 other icons, which had been damaged by fire, caught my attention. Those were miraculously saved from the former Orthodox Church in Nagasaki, on the island of Kyushu, which was destroyed in the atomic bombing of August 9, 1945. There are about 35 Orthodox families in the Kamimusa parish, Orthodox parishes in northeastern Honshu. Orthodox religious services, prayer meetings, were first held in the city of Sendai in 1869, when hieromonk Nikolai was on sabbatical in Russia. In the early years, the local faithful gathered in prayer houses or the homes of believers. The Church of the Annunciation was consecrated in 1892, and Vladika Nikolai visited there on numerous occasions. In those times, the Orthodox congregation in Sendai already exceeded 500 faithful. The 3-story wooden church in the Byzantine style with 5 bells at the top was one of the city's famous sights. During the Second World War, the military government requisitioned the bells. The church was rebuilt on the same site in the late 1950s and was reconsecrated in April 1959. Only one portion of the new structure was made of wood, the remainder being reinforced concrete. The church was elevated to the status of cathedral in 1980, when it became the cathedra of the newly created Diocese of Sendai and Eastern Japan. In the 1990s, the church was again completely rebuilt, with many technical improvements, and was consecrated by Metropolitan Feodosi Nagashima in December 1998. There are now about 150 Orthodox families in the Sendai Cathedral congregation, the second largest in Japan. His Grace, Bishop Seraphim Tsujie, was consecrated to the episcopacy in the year 2000. He is assisted by Father Peter Kato. About 1 hour by train north of Sendai is the city of Ichinoseki and its Church of the Resurrection. The Orthodox faith was introduced there in 1871 by lay catechists, baptized and trained in Hakodate by hieromonk Nikolai and Vissarion Sautov. In 1875, a prayer house was built. It was visited by Vladika Nikolai in 1881. When there were already 20 Orthodox families in Ichinoseki. By 1899, the number of faithful exceeded 500, a remarkable statistic for a small city in Japan at that time. The prayer house was rebuilt, and it existed until 1986, when it was dismantled to make way for urban renewal. The present church is a prefabricated wooden structure imported from Finland. It was assembled and decorated in the late 1980s and was consecrated in May 1990. The church, made of bright varnished logs, probably Karelia birch, is full of light and the fragrance of wood resin. There are 2 bell towers atop the roof. The icons were mostly painted by Irina Yamashita. The most noteworthy are the Nativity of our Lord, Moses, and Jesus praying in Gethsemane. A fabric coverlet, which once shrouded the coffin of Archbishop Nikolai, is also preserved there. A delegation of faithful from the Ichinoseki parish attended Vladika's funeral in Tokyo in February 1912 and brought the coverlet back as a memento. There are about 50 faithful in the Ichinoseki parish now. Father Mark Koike is the rector there. He also serves the Orthodox parishes at nearby Kanari and at Sakari, Ofnato, on the Pacific coast. The village of Kanari is situated among rice fields south of Ichinoseki. It was taken there in a car by my dear old friends Mr. Gichi Suzuki and his daughter Makiko. A Japanese physician, surnamed Kawamata, later changed to Sakai, was born in Kanari. Yoan Sakai was one of the first Japanese converts to Orthodoxy in Hakodate, baptized by Hieromonk Nikolai in 1868 at the Russian consulate in Hakodate. Christians were persecuted there at that time, so with Nikolai's blessing, Yoan left Hakodate and returned to his native village to preach orthodoxy. He attracted many catechumens, and soon the nascent Orthodox congregation in Kanari built a small wooden church. Unfortunately, it did not last long because in 1880 a wave of anti-Christian hysteria swept the area and the church was destroyed. The faithful then built a prayer house, but that burned down in a fire. Despite those tribulations, Orthodox evangelism did not cease in Kanari. Bishop Nikolai visited there in June 1881 on a pastoral journey. By 1884, there were 192 faithful in the area. In the early 1900s, the congregation collected money and purchased an old house and some land. The house was refurbished to make it suitable for the holding of Orthodox services. That modest step gave rise to another increase in the number of faithful. By 1913, there were 270 Orthodox families living in and around Kanari, an extraordinary number for a rural parish in Japan. In 1934, the chemist Matsutaro Kawamata, a relative of Yoan Sakai, donated a large parcel of land and sufficient funds to build the Church of St. John the Baptist, which was consecrated in October of that year. The Kawamata family still takes care of the church, which stands atop a hill and is visible from the surrounding area. At present, there are about 30 faithful in the Kanari parish. The city of Shirakawa is about halfway between Tokyo and Sendai. The Church of the Entrance of the Theotokos was built there in 1915. It has an unusual design, in the style of buildings of the Asuka period, 7th century AD, in the Nara area, the cradle of Japanese culture. In that style of building, the sawn faces of the logs face outwards. In comparison with buildings of the Heian period, 8th century AD, the Asuka buildings are not as beautiful, but have proved to be more durable. The church in Shirakawa has not needed rebuilding in its 86 years and is surprisingly bright inside. The icons for the iconostasis were painted by Irina Yamashita. The church has a unique copy of the New Testament, printed in Moscow during the reign of Tsar Pavel I in the late 18th century. Its red velvet cover is graced with 5 enameled medallions of different colors, bearing pictures of Christ the Savior and the 4 evangelists. On the page before each gospel is a lithographed portrait of the appropriate evangelist. The Shirakawa Church also has a silver cross bearing an enameled figure of the crucified Christ, a treasure which was also brought from Russia. How could such a valuable ecclesiastical good reach a church in such a small city in Japan? Who donated or purchased these precious items? Unfortunately, it's impossible to answer these questions because there are no extant records. In the storeroom in the church attic are preserved some gold-embroidered liturgical vestments brought from Russia about 100 years ago. Bishop Nikolai visited Shirakawa in May 1881 and performed the Orthodox liturgy in the home of Peter Nakano, a parish elder. It was the custom of the local Orthodox faithful, about 50 baptized believers at that time, to gather in Peter's house for prayer services. Vladika Nikolai wrote that, quote, most of them were serious older people who were beautiful Christians. In his remarks to the Shirakawa family during his stay, Vladika recommended that they collect monetary contributions for the construction of a prayer house. This, in fact, occurred, and Vladika was later pleased to note that they had commenced building early enough to complete the prayer house before Pascha in 1882. In another volume of his diaries, Bishop Nikolai quoted a letter he had received in the summer of 1903 from Moise Shimotomae, an Orthodox lay catechist working in Shirakawa. In his letter, Moise described a miraculous event that had transpired. Quote, there is one very fervent Christian here, named Avram Hirosawa, who has never missed a service in the church. He faithfully keeps all the Sundays and feast days. His behavior is impeccable. His 3-year-old son was playing on the second floor of the church on July the 22nd and accidentally fell out of the building, but his clothes snagged on a protruding nail. The poor child was hanging upside down like a doll. When they heard him screaming, people rushed out of the church and took him down. There was not even a single scratch on him, and one could barely see the nail. But if the boy had fallen down on the ground, he surely would have died, since he would have hit the stones in the yard. Except for his guardian angel, who could have saved him? Unquote. Following the quotation, Vladika added his own evaluation of the incident. Quote, one shall not have a doubt about such wonderful protection, and there have been so many signs in the young and simple-hearted Orthodox Church of Japan. Unquote. At the present time, there are about 50 Orthodox faithful in the Shirakawa parish. The church was kindly shown to me by the senior elder, Mr. Hirosawa, who is the grandson of the child who was miraculously saved in 1903. In the large city of Morioka, north of Ichinoseki, is the Orthodox Church of the Veneration of the Holy Cross. Orthodoxy was introduced there in the early 1870s by Yoan Sakai and Yakov Takai. In the early years, the faithful gathered in the mansion of Yoan Saikaishi, later an Orthodox deacon. In 1876, a house and land was purchased by the Orthodox faithful in Morioka. The house was refurbished to serve as a church. In June 1881, Bishop Nikolai visited there on a pastoral journey. According to his diary, there were 152 baptized faithful in Morioka at the time. He thereupon baptized 10 more catechumens, and there were 162 faithful. In that diary entry, Vladika noted with satisfaction, quote, all these Christians are diligent. They attend church services, confess, and communicate. Some people show up in church only for holidays, such as Pascha and Christmas. Unquote. A number of Morioka-born Orthodox converts played important roles in the early history of the Christosu Orthodox Church of Japan. Among them, Simeon Mii, Sergei Suzuki, and Marko Saikaishi, the son of Deacon Yoan. The present Orthodox Church in Morioka stands atop a hill and is surrounded by birch trees, a scene very reminiscent of Russia. The church bells were donated by Orthodox believers in America. There are now about 80 faithful in the Morioka parish. Father Peter Oikawa is the rector there. The village of Magata is located near the city of Odate in Akita Prefecture. In the early 1870s, Yoan Sakai sent 3 young lay catechists, Stefan Sashka, Alexei Yamanaka, and Yakov Sawade, to the Odate area to preach orthodoxy. In June 1881, Bishop Nikolai visited the area following his stay in Morioka. At the hot spring village of Oyu, Vladika spent one night at an inn owned by Timofey Chiba, one of the local Orthodox faithful. In October 1997, I followed in Vladika's footsteps together with my friends Father Peter Oikawa, Ignati Sugano Setsu Mikumo, and a young Russian iconographer, Valentina Glatsoviskaya, who was invited to Japan by Metropolitan Feodosi Nagashima to paint new icons for the Holy Resurrection Cathedral. We visited the Odate area and enjoyed the beauty of the autumn mountains. We were cheerfully welcomed at the inn in Oyu by the Chiba family, who still keep the Orthodox faith of their great-grandfather, Timofey. The water of the spring was hot, and the light of the stars in the autumn sky was bright, just like the time when Vladika came here. Early the next morning, we said goodbye to the innkeeper, cheerful Nina Chiba, and went to attend Holy Liturgy at the Church of the Annunciation in Magata. When Vladika Nikolai first visited Magata, there were only about 50 houses in the village and just 20 Orthodox believers. One of them was Ichinosuke Hatakiyama, who was baptized in April 1879. He later attended the consecration of Holy Resurrection Cathedral in Tokyo in March 1891. On that occasion, he was so impressed by the beauty of the new cathedral that he was inspired to build an Orthodox church in Magata. He beseeched Vladika Nikolai to lend the services of a skillful church carpenter named Simeon, who had helped build and decorate the cathedral. Vladika blessed the project and Simeon's participation. By May 1892, the rustic Church of the Annunciation had risen in the Akta countryside. Its iconostasis was filled with icons painted by Irina Yamashita. Visitors to the church will immediately notice a beautiful icon of the resurrection on the wall adjacent to the iconostasis. It just so happens that an icon in the same style, also painted by Irina, is in the collection of the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. How did it get there, and how was it that Irina happened to paint two almost identical icons? To explain this, a digression is necessary. On May the 11th, 1891, in the town of Otsu, just east of Kyoto, the Russian Crown Prince Nicholas Romanov was riding in a carriage with his traveling companion, Prince George of Greece. The princes were making a state visit to Japan and were expected to arrive in Tokyo within a few days, to be welcomed at Holy Resurrection Cathedral by Bishop Nikolai and the Japanese Orthodox faithful. Suddenly, from the roadside, a swordsman ambushed the royal visitors, and the Tsarevich was wounded on the forehead. Fortunately, the wound was not too serious, and the party was escorted back to Kyoto so that Nicholas could recuperate in comfortable surroundings. Bishop Nikolai was quickly informed of the incident by the Japanese Foreign Ministry and received a personal expression of regret from Emperor Mutsuhito, along with the request that he intercede with Nicholas and his father, Tsar Alexander III, to resolve the crisis amicably. Vladika boarded a train for Kyoto later that day, carrying with him a presentation icon of the resurrection prepared especially for the Tsarevich by Irina Yamashita. Vladika later wrote about his feelings and the feelings of the Japanese Orthodox faithful in this way. Quote, "The Japanese Orthodox were hoping to meet an important guest, His Excellency, the Russian Crown Prince, at their new cathedral. Fine icons had been prepared for the Crown Prince and the Greek Prince who accompanied him, but their hopes were not to be realized. A very painful and sad event shocked the Japanese Orthodox faithful in the same way that it shocked all Russians. They felt ashamed of their country, where an important visitor was offended." Unquote. A delegation of official representatives from the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan traveled to the port city of Kobe to bid farewell to the princes when they left Japan aboard the Imperial Russian Navy vessel Pamyati Azova, a week after the unfortunate incident at Otsu. The preceding story explains how the presentation icon of the resurrection painted by Irina happens to be in the Hermitage collection. At the same time, or perhaps shortly afterwards, Irina painted another nearly identical icon that was given to the Church of the Annunciation in Magata. Beside the church grows a big, many-branched persimmon tree. There's a big scar on the trunk, like a wound. A fire burned through Magata in 1927. The flames approached the church, but it was shielded by the persimmon tree. Father Peter Oikawa serves the Magata parish in addition to his duties at Morioka. While in the Odate area, I met some descendants of Kensai Kimura, one of Hieromonk Nikolai's tutors in Hakodate. Mr. Shohei Kimura, the head of the family, kindly arranged for one of his relatives to come to Magata to show me an antique set of Russian drinking glasses kept by the family since the 1860s. Kensai Kimura, Shohei's grandfather, was born in the castle town of Akita, where he studied to become a physician. He moved to the treaty port of Hakodate in the late 1850s and opened a medical clinic there. The Imperial Russian Consulate General opened in 1859, functioning as a sort of Russian cultural center. By visiting the consulate, curious Japanese could learn about Russian and European culture. One or two Russian doctors were accredited there. Their primary duty was to treat Russian diplomats, consular employees, and mariners, but they also had time to talk with Japanese physicians eager to learn advanced Western medical techniques. The Russian doctors even treated the local townspeople and refused any remuneration for their services. Among the local physicians who visited the consulate was Kensai Kimura, and he was eventually introduced to Hieromonk Nikolai. Although he was a physician, Kensai was also versed in the Chinese and Japanese classics and consented to become Nikolai's tutor. At some point, probably when Kensai was about to return to Odate, Hieromonk Nikolai presented him with two finely cut Russian drinking glasses in a box made of cherry wood. On the top of the box, the following words are written in India ink. Quote, April 1864, Russian Consulate, Hakodate, Hieromonk Nikolai, received by Kensai Kimura. Unquote. A handwritten note, a little paper scroll that is also kept in the box, is a valuable reference for St. Nikolai's early years in Japan. Orthodox parishes in East Central Japan. On November the 10th, 1996, just a few days after I arrived in Japan on a research fellowship, I went to the town of Tsukawa with my friends from the cathedral congregation in Tokyo. Tsukawa is located in a mountainous area of Gunma Prefecture, northwest of Tokyo. Orthodoxy was introduced there in 1885 by Masa Handa, who had been baptized into the church 3 years before in the city of Maebashi. In 1889, the Orthodox faithful in Tsukawa built a small church, which was visited by Bishop Nikolai in 1892. Records show that there were about 50 Orthodox families in and around Tsukawa at that time. The Orthodox Church was destroyed in a fire in 1894, and for many years thereafter the faithful used various buildings for the holding of services. The present church of St. Panteleimon in Tsukawa was built in 1987. Its iconostasis holds 10 icons painted by Irina Yamashita. The interior walls of the church were undecorated until the autumn of 1996, when the Russian iconographer Alexander Sokolov came from Moscow at the invitation of the parish. Within about a month's time, he had completed many paintings on the snow-white walls. Now, Orthodox Christians and other visitors come there to admire the beautiful paintings, which most Japanese consider exotic. There are currently about 25 faithful in the Tsukawa parish. Archpriest John Takahashi comes from Holy Resurrection Cathedral to serve there. Early in the morning on Sunday, May the 25th, 1997, so as not to be late for liturgy, I rode the Super Express train from Tokyo to Shizuoka Prefecture on the Pacific coast. Orthodoxy was introduced in the city of Shizuoka by lay catechists in 1877, and a prayer house was built in 1883. The Church of the Holy Protection was consecrated in 1959. The elegant royal doors of the church were carved and decorated by Russian prisoners of war in 1905. There are currently about 70 Orthodox families in the Shizuoka parish. Orthodoxy was introduced in the nearby Izu Peninsula by two lay catechists named Anatoly Ozaki and Kenzaburo Yamazaki, both of whom were former samurai. Ozaki was a student at the Tokyo Foreign Language School opened by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1872. One day he happened to meet Archimandrite Nikolai, who later baptized him into the Orthodox Church around 1874. Anatoly introduced Nikolai to his friend Yamazaki, who accepted baptism in October 1875. Returning to the town of Numazu in the northern Izu Peninsula, Anatoly and Kenzaburo worked together as catechists. As the result of their evangelical activity, Orthodoxy began to spread in the Numazu area. When Archimandrite Nikolai visited there in July 1876, he baptized 14 catechumens in 1878. There were about 50 faithful in that vicinity. An interesting story is told about Yamazaki's father. In December 1854, the Russian frigate Diana, carrying Admiral Evfimi Putyatin and his crew, sank in Suruga Bay. The accident happened in the daytime and was visible from the shore. Putyatin and surviving crewmen were fortunate to be rescued by Japanese fishermen. For a while, the Russians were accommodated in a house owned by the lord of the Numazu domain. During their stay, their portraits were drawn by Yamazaki's father. Today, those pictures can be seen in the Suruga Library in Numazu. On the west coast of the Izu Peninsula, in the fishing village of Heda, where a museum commemorates Putyatin and Russian sailors. They lived there for several months in 1855 while building a new sailing ship to replace the Diana and then returned to Russia. The hot spring town of Shuzenji is about an hour's drive south of Numazu. The Church of the Transfiguration there was consecrated in 1912. It has been designated an architectural historical monument by Shizuoka Prefecture. Why do secular authorities consider the church so significant? The church brochure gives 3 reasons. The edifice is built in a beautiful style, Byzantine, is technically and artistically significant, and has influenced the development of spiritual culture in the Izu Peninsula. The church's iconostasis has an especially interesting history. Over 100 years ago, an Orthodox church for the use of Imperial Russian Navy personnel was built in the new city of Dalny, now Dalian, on the Liaotung Peninsula in Manchuria. During the Russo-Japanese War, some Russian military units in the Far East surrendered to Japanese forces. As one group of Russian sailors was leaving Dalny, they took along with them the iconostasis and chandelier from the Navy church. Those precious furnishings were kept by the men at their internment camp near Shizuoka. When they were repatriated to Russia in late 1905, the furnishings were commended to the care of the Japanese Orthodox Brethren. When Archbishop Nikolai became seriously ill in 1911, the Orthodox faithful in Shuzenji decided to build a new church so that they might pray for him. About 70 members of the congregation worked day and night for 3.5 months to complete it. Such a project would normally have taken 2 to 3 years. The iconostasis from Dalny was installed in the new sanctuary, but despite the earnest labors of the faithful, the church was not completed before Vladika Nikolai reposed, February 1912. The Church of the Transfiguration was consecrated by his successor bishop, Sergei Tikhomirov, in June of that year. Visitors immediately noticed the large icon of the Kazan, Holy Mother of God, on the wall to the left of the iconostasis. It is painted in a most unusual way, and the face of the Theotokos is radiant. The reverse surface bears a Russian inscription stating that the icon was originally donated to Archbishop Nikolai by elderly Russian brethren of a monastery on Mount Athos in Greece. The icon was finished in July 1911 and was blessed on the Holy Mountain. A saint's relics are attached to it. The inscription concludes with a request that the Japanese Orthodox faithful pray for the monastic brethren on the Holy Mountain. The rector, Father Roman Okawa, faithfully does so, during each service of the church. There are currently about 30 Orthodox families in the Shizenji parish. A few minutes' walk from the Orthodox Church in Shizenji is a hot spring named Kikuya, where Vladika Nikolai stayed many times during his pastoral visits to the area. The Noda family has owned and managed Kikuya for about 100 years. They have carefully kept a portrait of St. Nikolai, a gift from Bishop Sergei, who stayed at the inn when he came to consecrate the church. An inscription on the back of the portrait reads, "To beloved in God, Erast Noda," as a sign of gratitude and in memory of the consecration of the church, June the 2nd, 1912, Bishop Sergei. Not far from Shizenji, in the village of Kashiwakabo, is the small wooden church of the Nativity built in 1886. The icons in its small iconostasis were painted by Irina Yamashita. For services there, Father Roman wears vestments sewn in Russia before the 1917 revolution, as is clear from the manufacturer's label still attached inside the collar. There are about 15 Orthodox families in the Kashiwakabo congregation. During the hottest days of summer in 1997, I made another visit to Gama Prefecture. This time I visited the cities of Maebashi and Takasaki, not far from the town of Tsukawa mentioned above. Maebashi is a city of greenery and flowing water, and has an avenue lined with zelkova trees. The place is scenic, having inspired many poets, but is actually more famous for its history of silk production. The city formerly had many mulberry gardens to provide food for the millions of silkworms raised thereabouts. The river supplied flowing water to turn water wheels, which produced silk-weaving looms. The first silk thread filature in Maebashi was built in 1870 by the entrepreneur Yuzo Fukusawa, a former samurai. He was baptized into the Orthodox Church in April 1879 by Archimandrite Nikolai, who was then visiting Maebashi. One of Fukusawa's letters to Chotaro Hoshino, a business partner, has been preserved. In the letter, he shares his happiness at being baptized, and adds that Archimandrite Nikolai was planning to come the following day to baptize Hoshino as well. However, it turned out that his parents objected, and the scheduled baptism did not take place. Hoshino's younger brother, Ryosuke, who had been adopted into another family and received the name Ryoichiro Arai, was the maternal grandfather of Haru Matsukata. She was the second wife of Dr. Edwin Reichauer, the Harvard University professor who served as the U.S. ambassador to Japan in the years 1961 through 1966. In commemoration of his baptism, Yuzo received from Archimandrite Nikolai an icon of the Kazan Mother of God. It was faithfully kept in the Fukusawa family, and was presented by his great-grandson to the Church of St. Nikolai in Maebashi in 1995. The first Orthodox church in the city was built in the 1880s, but it and subsequent churches were destroyed by fires. A new church was built in the early 1970s, shortly after St. Nikolai's canonization. The edifice was consecrated to Vladika's name by Metropolitan Feodosi Nagashima on January 19, 1972. There are currently about 20 Orthodox families in the Maebashi parish. The Orthodox Church of the Nativity in the city of Takasaki has had a most fortunate existence. Fires, earthquakes, and the ravages of war have not harmed it. Despite the presence of a military garrison in Takasaki, which attracted heavy bombing by Allied forces during the Second World War, the church miraculously survived. Its icons were painted by Irina Yamashita. 4 old metrical books, in which births and baptisms are recorded, have been preserved from the church's early years. Alongside each name of a baptized believer is written the Godfather's name, in each case, Vladika Nikolai. Orthodoxy was introduced to Kasatkin in 1878 by the lay catechist Andrei Yatsky. Bishop Nikolai first visited the city in May 1881, just as the church was being built. The Church of the Nativity was consecrated and the first liturgy served in April 1883 by Father Pavel Sawabe, Hieromonk Nikolai's first convert in Hakodate. There are currently about 15 Orthodox families in the Kasatkin parish. One special icon of our Lord Jesus Christ is preserved in the Church of the Nativity. According to the inscription on its reverse surface, the icon was a gift from Russian prisoners of war interned at Kasatkin in 1904 through 1905. The group originally consisted of 10 men, but 3 reposed and rest in eternal memory in the Japanese earth. Their graves are in the cemetery of the Ryokokuji Buddhist temple, adjacent to the graves of Japanese soldiers who died in military action against the Soviet Army along the Hassan and Halhingol rivers on the border between Mongolia and Manchuria, the Battle of Nomonhan, 1939. On the gravestones are carved their names, ages, and military ranks. Quote, Samson Melninchenko, private in the fortress artillery of Kwantung, died May 7th, 1905, 29 years old. Stepan Shelenok, gunner, died May 18th, 1905, 22 years old. Nikolai Tkachuk, non-commissioned officer, artillery division, died October 11th, 1905, 26 years old. Unquote. During the Second World War, due to concerns that the graves might be desecrated, they were covered with earth. In 1976, the graves were restored to the original condition, and a new monument of black stone was placed beside them. That act of goodwill was accomplished by the Japan-Russia Friendship Association. The graves are designated as a historical site by the Kasatkin city government. The city of Ashikaga, sometimes called the Eastern Kyoto, is located in Tochigi Prefecture. The famous Ashikaga Gakko, the oldest official Confucian school in Japan, was established there in the 8th century, and the town prospered. It is estimated that in the 16th century, 3,000 students were at the school, the most advanced educational institute in eastern Japan. The history of Orthodoxy in Ashikaga began in 1878, when Archimandrite Nikolai's disciple, Fyodor Mizuno, went there at the invitation of the town's mayor. Around that time, the physician Luka Hiratsuka was baptized into the Orthodox Church by Father Pavel Sawabe. The doctor maintained a modest estate in the village of Okubo, near Ashikaga. On his own initiative, he built a prayer house and invited lay catechists from the Orthodox mission to preach there. In February of 1879, 10 catechumens were baptized in the nearby town of Sano. Among them was Moise Sekiguchi, who donated some land to the Orthodox Church. The nascent congregation in Sano collected enough money to build a prayer house, which was completed in about 1 month's time. Father Pavel consecrated the new building in November of 1879 and subsequently preached Orthodoxy there. Bishop Nikolai visited the Orthodox community of Ashikaga in May 1881. As his diary relates, quote, After 4 o'clock, we started out for Ashikaga. The place is very picturesque. To the left is a range of mountains, and to the right, other mountains can be seen in the distance. The fields are cultivated. There's a watermill in front of each house. These are for pounding mulberry fibers for the making of paper, and the water wheels are moved by water in sluices. The Orthodox Christians greeted us with a big crowd, with many women and children, as we walked out of the river gorge. Unquote. With regard to the prayer house at Ashikaga, Vladika Nikolai wrote, It is very nice, clean, and well decorated. About the local Orthodox faithful, he wrote, "Everybody is in good spirits and enthusiastic." It is apparent from Vladika's notes in his diary that 90 catechumens were baptized in Ashkaga on that occasion, and that there were an additional 21 Orthodox families and 60 Orthodox individuals in that area. The prayer houses in Sano, Okubo, Ueno, and Maruyama were administered by the Church of the Ascension in Ashkaga. It is interesting that Bishop Nikolai mentions Luka Hiratsuka in his diary. Quote, "When going to Sano, we were passing by Okubo, a village of 130 houses, to see Dr. Luka. He was waiting for us along the road, some distance from the village. There's a very beautiful roadway entering the village, half made through the mountain and half through rock. Thus we arrived at Dr. Luka's house, but he and his wife, Anna, were not sure what to give us as presents. He is a truly fervent Christian. Yesterday, Father Pavel Sawabe told us that Dr. Luka often gave him money to distribute to the poor, and how he felt sorry for his rickshaw man, so that most of the time he went about on foot, and that he always prayed while grinding his medicines." Unquote. In the mid-1880s, a smallpox epidemic spread through Ashkaga and the surrounding region, claiming many lives. Some of the Orthodox prayer houses were closed because of a decline in the number of faithful, but the Church of the Ascension continued to function in Ashkaga. In the early 1980s, the church was rebuilt, and it was reconsecrated in July of 1983. The icons and the iconostasis, all painted by Irina Yamashita, had been presented to the original church by Bishop Nikolai. The cross atop the roof is quite visible in the small city, which is full of green trees and has few tall buildings. The Orthodox congregation has faithfully kept 2 Russian icons made in the 1800s. One is of St. Nicholas of Myra. It was obtained by Vladika Nikolai during his return visit to Russia in 1879 through 1880. The other is of St. Seraphim of Sarov. According to church records, it was presented by Nikolai Nagashima to the prayer house in Maruyama in 1910. There are currently about 50 Orthodox families in Ashkaga and its vicinity. Priests come from Holy Resurrection Cathedral in Tokyo to serve the parish. Chiba Prefecture is situated between Tokyo and the Pacific coast. The Orthodox Church in the village of Tega has an interesting history. Father David Mizuguchi previously served the parish there. One day, after he was going to serve the liturgy, he invited me to accompany him. After about an hour's drive, we reached a rural area with green rice fields, and a few minutes' drive along the village roads of Tega brought us to the church of St. John the Evangelist. Father David served the liturgy for the 9 people in attendance. Afterwards, we all greeted each other, took some photographs, and went to the meeting hall for the communal meal. The custom of a communal meal of the faithful after liturgy was instituted by Vladika Nikolai himself, and is followed by all Orthodox parishes in Japan, as I saw when visiting many of them. The parish elder, Nikolai Iwadate, who before his retirement was director of the Prefectural Committee for Education, told me about the church's history. In March 1879, 12 catechumens were baptized into the Orthodox Church by Father Pavel Sawabe. Among those converts were Chozayamon Yuasa, the son of a noble family, and Rokuzayamon Iwadate, and Tozo Iwadate, both influential landowners. At first, the Iwadate family provided a room in one of their large homes for the holding of Orthodox services. In 1882, the Tega faithful decided to build a church and collected money for that purpose. The church charter was approved in early 1883, and the Church of St. John the Evangelist was consecrated in May of that year. The original church still exists, but is not used for services anymore. It has been designated as an architectural, historical landmark of Chiba Prefecture. It looks just like a large Japanese rural house with a thatched roof. The exterior walls are formed by wooden sliding doors in the traditional Japanese style. Inside, there is one large room, and the floors are covered with tatami, mats of woven straw. The large room can be partitioned into 3 smaller rooms by using interior sliding doors made of wood and thick sheets of washi, Japanese mulberry fiber paper. The largest room was the sanctuary where services were held. It has an altar and a tiny iconostasis with 1 icon. The second room was the prayer room, and the third room was for meetings of the faithful. During my long pilgrimage in St. Nikolai's footsteps, I saw many icons painted by Irina Yamashita. In 1883, after she returned from her study of iconography in St. Petersburg, she painted 2 icons for the Tega Church at Bishop Nikolai's request. These icons are the Last Supper and the Savior, and the Theotokos with 2 infants, Jesus and John the Baptist. What is particularly noteworthy about the Church of St. John the Evangelist is that Orthodox services did not cease there even during the Russo-Japanese War. An Orthodox priest and a lay catechist were stationed there until 1930. After that time, the parish occasionally invited priests from the cathedral in Tokyo to serve the liturgy. Services were not held in Tega during the Second World War. In 1974, the Orthodox faithful built a new church and meeting house, which were consecrated by Metropolitan Feodosi that autumn. The number of Orthodox believers there had dwindled to just 7 in the 3rd and 4th generations. But on the day of the new church's consecration, on October the 27th, 1974, more than 30 catechumens were baptized. There are currently 10 Orthodox families in the Tega parish, and once a month, a priest comes from Tokyo to serve the liturgy. Compared with other Orthodox parish archives in Japan, the amount of printed material preserved at Tega from the late 1800s and early 1900s is truly remarkable. A collection of religious cards with depictions of biblical scenes on the face side and the appropriate scriptural text for each on the backs is especially interesting. The following words are written on the box in which the cards are kept. Quote, "This is a gift from Bishop Nikolai, November the 20th, 1887. It is well known that Vladika Nikolai made frequent pastoral journeys to visit Orthodox parishes in rural Japan, and that he served the liturgy and spoke with the local faithful at each stop in his itinerary. It was probably during a pastoral visit to Tega that he presented that gift, which took into consideration the fact that such card games, with poetry written on the backs of picture cards, have traditionally been popular in Japan, especially during the New Year holidays. Some distance south of Tega is the village of Suka with its Church of the Annunciation. In September 1997, I visited Suka with my friends from the cathedral congregation, Evgenia Okawa, Tatiana Mitsuhashi, and the iconographer Valentina Gletsoviskaya. We got off the train at Yokachiba station and hailed a taxi for the short trip to the village. After about 15 minutes of driving along a narrow road past rice fields, we arrived at a big farmhouse and were greeted by Michael Utsawa, an elder of the Suka parish. "Haven't seen you for ages," I said. Indeed, I had not seen him for about 17 years, since the time he visited Russia with a group of Japanese Orthodox pilgrims. He invited us into the church, which looked so white in contrast to the green rice fields cultivated by the Uzawa family. The Church of the Annunciation looks like a house with a cross at the entrance. Inside, the iconostasis has icons painted by Irina Yamashita. The floor of the sanctuary is covered with tatami mats. Michael Uzawa takes care of the church, and he told me about its history. His family has owned land in this area for several generations. In 1886, his grandfather, Philip Uzawa, was baptized into the Orthodox Church, then went to Tokyo to attend the Catechetical Institute at Surugadai. Returning to Suka in 1890, Philip made a prayer house in one room of his own home. In 1899, a small Orthodox church, which still exists, was built in the village. Philip was a busy rice farmer, but devoted his free time to providing explanations of Orthodox doctrines and tenets to people in the Yokkaichiba area. In fact, he preached orthodoxy for more than 50 years without any monetary remuneration. Philip Uzawa reposed in 1937 at the age of 84. Memory eternal. Some interesting remarks about the early Suka congregation are found in the writings of Bishop, later Metropolitan, Sergei Tikhomirov, who visited there shortly after his arrival in Japan in 1908. The annual church sobor was held in Suka that year, so priests, lay catechists, and representatives from parishes throughout the country were in attendance. In a letter later published in Russia, Bishop Sergei wrote, quote, "When I stepped off the train, one of the hard-working catechists from the Suka Orthodox Church heartily welcomed me. Showing my ticket to the station master, right before me, I saw many elders and faithful from the parish who had come to the station. There were young people and old people. I blessed them all and walked to the church, surrounded by the new children of God. We had not walked one verst when I saw about 20 children standing on both sides of the road. One boy had a bamboo pole to which a flag was attached. Words written on the flag said that they were Orthodox children who had come to meet their bishop. Their teacher led the group in shouting, 'Shikyo Kaka Banzai!' Kaka is an honorary title, like Our Excellency. Among the rice fields, I could hear the children shouting, 'Banzai!' literally 10,000 years, in front of the heathen Japanese who were watching. Their hands were cheerfully raised in the traditional manner, and I will always remember the way they greeted me." Unquote. The Suka Orthodox Church is more than 100 years old, so the ravages of time and wood beetles have left their marks on the walls and iconostasis. At a parish meeting in that summer of 1997, the faithful decided to build a new church. At that time, there were about 50 Orthodox families in the parish. Despite an economic downturn, the congregation was able to raise a surprisingly large amount of money for the project. As Michael Uzawa expressed it, the faithful demonstrated their goodwill and love for the church. His family donated some of their own land to the parish as a site for the new church. There are young trees and evergreen shrubs around the churchyard, greenery that was not included in the original plan. Several men in the congregation are professional gardeners and planted them as a gift to the parish. The church's wooden altar was personally made by Father Joseph Okubo, the Orthodox rector in Yokohama. The new edifice was consecrated by Father Sava Onami, the rector, together with Father Joseph, in a concelebrated service in May the 30th, 1999. Nearly 200 Orthodox faithful from Tokyo, Yokohama, Yokkaichiba, and other places in Chiba Prefecture attended the festivities. On that day, the liturgy was celebrated to the accompaniment of the choir from the Yamate Orthodox Church in Tokyo. The original icons painted by Irina Yamashita were ceremoniously moved from the old church into the new. Orthodox parishes in Western Japan. Orthodoxy was introduced to the city of Osaka in the 1870s by lay catechists. In 1882, Archimandrite Anatoly Tikai went there to take charge of the deanery of Western Japan. The first Orthodox church consecrated in Osaka was a chapel in one room of a former restaurant located beside the Yodo River. It was called the Church of the Protection of the Theotokos. The building also contained apartments for priests, deacons, lay catechists, and other church-affiliated workers. In August 1908, on a pastoral journey, Archbishop Nikolai visited Osaka. He was accompanied by his new assistant, Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov, whose earliest memory of Japan comments, quote, The Archbishop has the wonderful ability to select beautiful and comfortable places for our missions. Our Surugadai in Tokyo is just beautiful, standing like a tsar over the city. Our place in Matsuyama, on the island of Shikoku, is also good. And in the best part of Osaka is our place here." Unquote. After many years of use, the old building in Osaka became worn out, and the parish council decided to build a new church. The Tsaritsa, Alexander Feodorovna, wife of Tsar Nicholas II, donated 5,000 rubles to help build the new edifice. An additional 8,000 rubles in donations were collected by Bishop Andronik Nikolowski, 1870 through 1919, who had worked in Osaka as a missionary hieromonk in 1898 and served briefly as Bishop of Kyoto in 1907. There were then about 300 Orthodox Christians in Osaka, which had a population of about 1,200,000. Bishop Sergei, in whose see the city was included, wrote, quote, "Soon we will begin to build the new church in Osaka. The faithful will be praying there. Russian soldiers buried in Japan will be prayed for in this church. We wish to have everything that can attract people to the church and to the school. The young Tsaritsa sent us a large gift. There are also some donations collected by Bishop Andronik. However, for this project, we need more and more money. If someone's heart becomes generous upon reading this, please do not hesitate. We will do a holy endeavor in Osaka." Unquote. In July 1910, the new church of the Protection of the Theotokos was consecrated. It was a wooden building in the Byzantine style with an appearance similar to the Orthodox Cathedral in Kyoto. It had an iconostasis carved from an oak tree. The icons for it were painted by V. Guryanov, an iconographer in Moscow. Those icons were originally made on special order for the Orthodox chapel in the Matsuyama internment camp in 1904, and were later taken to Osaka. In the Russian National Library in St. Petersburg is preserved one copy of the commemorative picture album entitled Kram Pokrova Presvyoti Bogorodici G. Osaka, the Church of the Protection of the Theotokos in Osaka, published by the mission in 1911. The book's introduction contains a statement that the new church was built, quote, "for the purpose of praying for the salvation of the souls of deceased Russian military personnel buried near Osaka, but also for the glory of God among the heathen." The album contains a floor plan of the church along with photographs of the interior and exterior, and the view from the Yodo River embankment. Another photograph shows the Russian cemetery at Hamadera, now part of the suburb of Izumi Otsu, where soldiers who served at Dalny on the Liaotong Peninsula are buried. An inscription in ink on the album says, "To Maria Grigoryevna Nazarova, with blessing and the best wishes from Archbishop Nikolai, January the 19th, 1911, Tokyo, Surugadai." Unquote. In the aftermath of the earthquake which devastated Tokyo in 1923, the iconostasis of the Osaka Church was transported to Tokyo for the temporary use of the Surugadai congregation during the reconstruction of the Holy Resurrection Cathedral. The Church of the Protection of the Theotokos in Osaka was renovated, but it was later destroyed by fire during the Second World War. Due to post-war economic constraints, the Orthodox faithful in Osaka had to wait a long time for the building of a new house of worship. To raise funds, the parish sold the land at the original site, which was valuable since it was located in the middle of the city. With the proceeds, the parish purchased some land in the suburb of Suita, and in the spring of 1962, a new Orthodox church and meeting house were consecrated. The original iconostasis, retrieved from Tokyo, has icons of the Annunciation and the four evangelists mounted on the royal doors, above which is an icon of the Last Supper. On the right side are icons of God Almighty, the Archangel Michael, the Resurrection, and the Ascension. On the left side are icons of the Theotokos, the Archangel Gabriel, the Baptism of Jesus, and the Nativity. Other icons depict the Dormition, St. John Chrysostom, St. Xenia, the Nativity of the Theotokos, St. Nikolai Kasatkin, and St. Sergius of Radonezh. On the wall to the left of the iconostasis is a large icon of the Mother of God of Kazan. On its reverse surface is an inscription which reads, quote, "This likeness of the wonderful Mother of God of Kazan was painted and consecrated on Mount Athos, and is a gift sent by some of the poorest Russian monastic elders on the Holy Mountain," more than 30 names are listed, "to the highly respected Nikolai, Archbishop of Japan, for Japanese Orthodox Christians, as a blessing from the Holy Mountain, July the 24th, 1911, unquote. In gratitude, Father David Mizuguchi, the rector, always prays for those Russian elders who rest in eternal memory in Greece. The new church of the Protection of the Theotokos at Suita differs from the previous church in decorative details and displays a modernistic Byzantine style. It is a two-story ferro-concrete structure with a modernistic design. The height to the top of the cupola is 23 meters. There are 6 bells in the bell tower, presented to the earlier church in 1910 by I.A. Kolesnikov of Moscow. The Osaka parish was forced to surrender the bells for military requisition during the Second World War. When the new church was built in Suita, 2 small bells were cast, now together with 4 bells, which survived the war. They call the faithful to services. One of the large bells has cast images of Jesus the Savior, the Theotokos, Saint Nicholas of Myra, and Saint Sergius of Radonezh. That bell bears a legend in Old Church Slavonic that reads, "Let us ring the salvation of our Lord daily." There is also a hallmark indicating that it was cast at the Sangin brothers' foundry. The bell cracked during the war and now makes a slight tinkling sound. The Church of the Protection of the Theotokos is famous for its choir, which has been directed by Mr. Naoshiro Kato for 60 years. Through the efforts of the former rector, Father Justin Yamaguchi, who served there from 1992 until 2001, the parish has preserved a wonderful archive containing many precious documents chronicling the development of the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan from its early years. Copies of most of the materials, published by the I.I. Shah, Agape Love Press, of the mission from the late 1870s to the 1930s can be seen in that archive. There are now about 750 faithful in the Osaka parish, the largest Orthodox congregation in Japan. Father Justin Yamaguchi has since become proto-presbyter and now assists Metropolitan Daniel Nushiro at Holy Resurrection Cathedral in Tokyo. Father Justin, the grandson of Father Boris Yamamura, a direct disciple of St. Nikolai, maintains his own personal archive, which is especially valuable. Among its contents are 50 letters Vladika Nikolai wrote to Father Yoan Kiichi Ono, 1872 to 1956, during the Russo-Japanese War. Those letters reveal the depth of Vladika's concern for the Russian prisoners of war, and how the Japanese Orthodox priests and deacons helped them. Those letters are the principal treasure of Father Justin's archive, and are carefully kept by his Matushka, the granddaughter of Father Yoan. The Japanese Moscow is how Vladika Nikolai referred to Kyoto, the longtime imperial capital of Japan. He first visited the city in 1874, but did not preach there at that time. Orthodoxy was introduced to Kyoto in 1878 by lay catechists. The first local resident to be baptized was Denzo Nakakoji from Taizamura, a village somewhat north of Kyoto. In 1894, Bishop Nikolai decided to send the newly ordained Father Simeon Mi to serve the Orthodox parish in Kyoto. Father Simeon had graduated from the Tokyo Seminary and the Kiev Theological Academy and was highly talented. Due to his efforts, the number of baptized faithful increased dramatically. In 1902, a women's seminary was opened, and in 1903, the church, now cathedral, of the Annunciation was consecrated. It is a wooden structure with a cruciform shape, painted white. The bell tower rises to a height of 22 meters and contains 7 bells. Vladika Nikolai personally came to Kyoto to consecrate the new edifice. The day before the ceremony, May the 9th, 1903, OS, he placed the holy relics beneath the altar. This was because the altar, hewn of granite, was so large and heavy that it could not be lifted without the assistance of many workmen. That evening, the liturgy was served for the first time, but without candlelight. After the service, Bishop Nikolai related to the faithful the story of the building of their church, saying, quote, "God has built it himself. The will of God came true. Every day we pray, and the will of God comes to us if we ourselves do not abolish it by our persistence in opposition. I came here 3 years ago for prayer, with the thought to build a church. I wanted to build not a church of God, but some poor prayer house. Then I asked Father Simeon, why shall we not build the church that we can build? And Father Simeon, of course, supported this. Whose will came true, if not God's? The consecration service and liturgy were served on May the 10th, a fine sunny day. The ringing of the church bells was heard all over the city of Kyoto. By coincidence, that happened just as Emperor Mutsuhito and his retinue were leaving the old imperial palace to go to the railway station. It was reported that the emperor paused and listened to the exotic sounds, and, quote, by his silent attention, approved of Orthodox church bells ringing in the ancient capital, the Japanese Moscow, wrote Vladika Nikolai. Altogether, more than 1,000 people, including about 400 Orthodox Christians, attended the consecration service. Christians from other denominations attended as well, especially Protestants, and some curious non-Christians came too. According to Bishop Nikolai, the church was built to hold 500 people, but there were more than 600 inside. People who were unable to squeeze inside stood around the perimeter of the church and listened to the services and the choirs singing through the open doors. There was, and still is, a public school adjacent to the church grounds. By the directive of the school's principal, with the special permission of Kyoto's mayor, tables with food for guests were set up inside the classrooms. Even neighbors from across the street who were not Christians decorated their houses and invited the attendees into their homes after the services. In the churchyard, guests were presented with printed brochures explaining the doctrines of Orthodox Christianity. Everyone was admiring the beauty of the church and its tall bell tower, an edifice truly worthy of Japan's ancient capital. This is why the site was carefully selected by Vladika and Father Simeon. In one of the best districts of Kyoto, not far from the imperial palace. The land was leased by Bishop Nikolai for an extended term, 1,000 years, because at that time foreigners did not have the right to own property in Japan. However, the church rectory and seminary buildings were owned outright by the Christos Orthodox Church of Japan. The icons, interior decorations, and ecclesiastical goods for the new church in Kyoto were donated by pious Orthodox Russians, most notably Vasily Dudishkin. A story is recounted that the journalist L.A. Tikhomirov, no relation to Bishop Sergei, who wrote for the newspaper Moskovsky Vedomosti, Moscow Herald, conveyed to Bishop Nikolai that Dudishkin was intending to make a sizable gift to the Orthodox Church in Japan. In March 1901, Vladika wrote to the prospective benefactor, and soon afterwards an iconostasis, bells, liturgical vestments, and ecclesiastical goods were delivered to the mission. It is known that the iconostasis was donated by Y.E. Yepanichnikov, and that the metal standards and sacred vessels were presented by banner holders of the Moscow Kremlin. Gold brocade for the vestments was provided by V. G. Sapojnikov. From St. Petersburg came gifts from Archpriest Ioan Sergeyev, St. John of Kronstadt. Among them, a large Bible still used today. An inscription inside the front cover, written by Vladika Nikolai, reads, quote, "To the blessing of the mission in the church in Japan, 3 crosses and a letter were sent from Kronstadt by Archbishop Ioan Ilyich Sergeyev, received on June 8/21st, 1900, Tokyo, Bishop Nikolai." All of the church utensils were made of silver. Vladika wrote in his diary, "Vasily Gennadyevich Didishkin took care of the church, and there must be many gifts which are from him personally, but he is probably concealing that fact." That is why it is still unknown who sent the gold-plated and blue-enameled church chandelier, the gold-plated candlesticks, the ark, large silver cross, and the large lamp with glass oil vessel. Probably in consideration of the humid climate in Japan, all of the icons depicting the most important doctrines of Orthodox belief were painted on sheet metal. The colors have faded slightly over the course of a century, but the icons still attract attention by virtue of the quality of their iconography. Especially attractive is the icon of the Everskaya Mother of God, a copy of the wonderful Moscow icon painted by V. Guryanov. Flanking the iconostasis are 2 small icons of St. Nicholas of Myra, just like those in the humble houses of ordinary Russians. Judging from the inscriptions, those were donated by Russian prisoners of war interned in Japan. The crimson carpet, which Bishop Nikolai ordered from England, lends a colorful touch to the white interior walls of the church. In his diary, Vladika recorded the high price paid for the carpet, justifying the expense by noting that it will be useful for at least 20 years. That carpet is still in a good state of preservation today, a century later. Neither the ravages of time nor damage from war have injured the Cathedral of the Annunciation, an edifice which was created with deep love by Vladika Nikolai. In the middle of the Second World War, the Kyoto city administration contrived a plan to widen major thoroughfares to serve as fire breaks in the event of Allied bombing attacks. Entire blocks of houses and buildings, including the Orthodox Cathedral, would have been demolished according to that plan. However, Kyoto was not targeted during the war because an American scholar had interceded with the Roosevelt administration. The Japanese surrender on August the 15th, 1945, ensured that no damage would be incurred. The Kyoto Orthodox faithful, deeply concerned for the treasures of their cathedral, had removed the icons and church utensils to private homes for safekeeping. Today, about 300 faithful still worship there, one of the few Orthodox houses of worship in Japan which has been preserved intact as Vladika Nikolai created it. In 1967, the Cathedral of the Annunciation was designed an important cultural property of Kyoto Prefecture. Father John Ono is the rector there. The episcopal see is currently vacant. Memorabilia of St. Nikolai at the Tokyo Cathedral. Almost 90 years have passed since the repose of St. Nikolai, and so even dearer to the hearts of Russians are the artifacts of his life in Japan. At first sight, these might seem unimportant to the casual observer, but when it is considered that so many precious documents and other items connected with St. Nikolai were lost in fires, earthquakes, and wartime bombings, the extant materials acquire a special significance. Above all, this is because those items relate directly to the life of a saint, the first canonized in the Christos Orthodox Church of Japan. One sunny day in April 1997, with the blessing of the late Metropolitan Feodosi Nagashima, I went to the library of Holy Resurrection Cathedral to examine the historical materials preserved there. My attention was immediately drawn to letters written in old-style handwriting and signed copies of old books, which were exhibited in a glass case near a window. When I carefully wiped away a coating of dust, My heart beat very fast. A historian who is accustomed to working in archives knows the special feeling which comes with holding rare documents in one's hands. The library preserves 3 letters from Vladika Nikolai's relatives. The dates of arrival are recorded in his handwriting. One letter from his younger brother, Archpriest Vasily Kasatkin, reached Surugudai in June of 1908. Vasily, 4 years younger than Nikolai, was born in 1840. He graduated from the Smolensk Seminary and was ordained a priest and served in that region for some years. Upon his elevation to archpriest, he became chaplain to the Sretensky Women's Monastery in Syzran, Simbirsk, province. From the letter's contents, it appears that Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov was just then about to leave Russia to join Archbishop Nikolai at the mission. Vasily wrote, quote, "I think the All-Church Council will be held, and we will see each other for the last time, taking into consideration that you are being given an assistant, Bishop Sergei, and you will be able to come to Russia freely." Unquote. In fact, however, Vladika Nikolai would never see Russia or members of his family again. Late in the winter of 1908, a postcard reached Surugudai from Archbishop Nikolai's grandnephew, Alexander Konitsky. He was a grandson of Nikolai's sister, Olga Kasatkina, born 1833, by her second marriage. Her first marriage was to Philippe Izmailov, to whom she bore a daughter named Anna, but within a few years she was widowed. Her second husband was Ilarion Kunitsky, from a noble family. Together they had 3 children. Vladika's grandnephew wrote about his studies and promised to send his great-uncle a picture of his school. The picture postcard shows the Belyi Theological School in Vladika's home district in Smolensk province. Another letter which Archbishop Nikolai received in the spring of 1908 was from Bishop Vasily of Mozhaisk, his nephew by marriage. As a young seminarian, Vasily had married one of Vladika's nieces, who had recently reposed. At the time of writing, he had been bishop for 2 months. The letter refers to the visit of Moscow Anglican missionaries who had been working in Japan. Bishop Vasily was attending to their needs at Vladika's personal request. A much earlier letter, from 1888, written by Bishop Nikolai to the Japanese Prime Minister Kiyotaka Kuroda, is also extant. It was sent to express gratitude to Kuroda for a private meeting, during which Vladika described the living conditions of Orthodox Ainu people on the island of Shikhtan, off the eastern coast of Hokkaido. The letter is written in traditional Japanese style, calligraphy with brush and India ink on a scroll, and is signed simply Nikolai. Vladika Nikolai devoted much attention to the Tokyo Seminary, founded in 1874. A daily record of seminary activities from the years 1886 through 1887 is in the possession of the Japanese Metropolia. Each day, the seminarian on duty made appropriate notations in it according to a prescribed pattern. Vladika would review the book at the end of the day and add handwritten comments. One good example, from October 1886, was written by Sergei Shoji, who later studied at the St. Petersburg Theological Academy. It reads, quote, "On this day, all the students of the senior grade, middle grade, and elementary grade, 49 students in all, behaved themselves well. All are in good health. All of the students, with the renewed energy they acquired during summer vacation, were involved in their lessons, attended choir practice, and participated in gymnasium activity. Every room was kept clean, every student bathed, the night icon lamps were all lit, and all the students spent the evening at home, inside the seminary dormitory." Unquote. Below the entry, Vladika wrote some words of praise and a blessing. Such records indicate the importance given to the choir and gymnasium within the seminary curriculum. Vladika Nikolai paid special attention to the health of the students, whom he expected to serve the church after their graduation. During vacation periods, he sent groups of students to the seaside or to the hermitage of Toonosawa in the hot spring resort area of Hakone, west of Tokyo. Vladika's love for the students was deep and fatherly. Those who excelled in various subjects, or had especially good attendance and classroom demeanor, received books signed by Vladika as rewards. For example, one student received such a book in the autumn of 1889, inscribed with the words, quote, "To Kirill Hino, for excellent results in science and good behavior." Vladika Nikolai was famous in Russia not only as a missionary, but as a scientific scholar, an ethnographer and orientalist. For that reason, Russian academic figures often sent their works to him for review and comment. Among those were the book, translated title, First Lectures on the History of the Christian Church, by Father Alexander Ivontsov-Pletelnov, a professor at Moscow University. He presented a complimentary copy of that work to Archimandrite Nikolai in 1879. Vladika Nikolai maintained friendly relations with the Institute of Oriental Studies, the Far East Institute, in Vladivostok, after its founding in 1899. He also sent copies of books and periodicals published by the mission to the Far East Institute and to other Russian universities and theological academies. In the spring of 1908, he received a letter of gratitude from the Institute librarian in Vladivostok, expressing appreciation for the books about orthodoxy and church history which had been donated. Some pieces of Vladika Nikolai's business correspondence have been preserved at Holy Resurrection Cathedral. Among those items is a diplomatic dispatch from the Imperial Russian Consulate at Nagasaki, informing him that a shipment of donated liturgical goods had arrived there from Russia. Other interesting items in the cathedral collection include an advertising brochure from the factory of I.A. Gevorgiev in St. Petersburg, announcing the availability of new and improved liturgical goods. Vladika valued the support of Mr. Gevorgiev, who would gladly make liturgical vestments to order. Vestiges of that can be seen today. The Orthodox Church in Shirakawa keeps the original wooden boxes containing the priest's vestments and cloaks. At Kashiwakubo, Father Roman Okawa always wears an old cloak made by Gevorgiev when serving the liturgy. Vladika Nikolai was constantly receiving donations and monetary contributions from Russian citizens to the mission fund, and he charitably used a portion of those benefactions to help foreign Orthodox parishes in need. This is attested by a letter that arrived in February 1908 from a certain Father Mikhail in the province of Manitoba, Canada. He wrote, quote, "I received the liturgical goods and books which were donated by Your Eminence from the Customs Office just before Christmas. On behalf of the Orthodox community at Winnipeg, I express my gratitude to Your Eminence for the generous gift to our church." Unquote. During the Russo-Japanese War, 1904 through 1905, Bishop Nikolai was the only Russian subject who voluntarily remained in Japan. His activities on behalf of the thousands of Russian prisoners of war were full of selfless love. A committee of leading Orthodox Japanese established the Society for the Spiritual Comfort of Russian Prisoners, and Vladika Nikolai sent Japanese priests who were competent in the Russian language to the internment camps to minister to the men. Vladika devoted much effort behind the scenes to the raising of funds for their spiritual and material benefit, and provided them with crosses, icons, and religious books. Some letters to Bishop Nikolai by Russian captives have been preserved. 3 letters from 1905, written by men interned at Himeji and Kanazawa, congratulate Vladika on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of his elevation to the episcopacy. One of the letters additionally commends him for his, quote, tireless activity in the field of spreading the Christian faith and admonitions towards the path of truth among the pagans, unquote. Vladika was also thanked for providing crosses, religious books, and candles for Pascha vigil services. One man wrote, quote, "Before receiving these holy books, we were glad to be given silver crosses on laces. All these things lift our spirits because we are not forsaken, and in a foreign country and from our own country we are receiving priceless gifts." Unquote. Imperial Russian officers and a few enlisted men had access to money, and some of them offered contributions to the mission's general fund. A small group of enlisted men wrote to Bishop Nikolai, quote, "Sincerely, we beseech you to accept our modest contribution and not to refuse it, as our Lord did not refuse the gospel widow's mites." Unquote. Their contribution, as were many others, was sent to Surugadai in a special postal envelope, dozens of which can still be seen in the cathedral collection. In addition to the letters and envelopes from Russian prisoners of war, there can be seen two special greetings sent to them from Bishop Nikolai in 1905. His Paschal greeting from the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan to the Russian brethren, and message to Russian captives in Japan. Two little-known sources for the early history of Orthodoxy in Japan can be found in the cathedral collection. One is the booklet, translated title, "About the Propagation of the Orthodox Christian Faith by Russian Evangelists in Japan," published in Moscow in 1874. This booklet deserves attention from scholars, containing as it does historical information about Japan and the state of affairs of the mission, a ground plan of the building project at Surugadai, pictures of the new chancery and men's seminary under construction, and an appeal for financial contributions to the mission for its future needs. The second rare source is a booklet of reports issued by the Society to Promote the Unification of the Eastern Orthodox and Anglican Churches, published in St. Petersburg in 1912. Archbishop Nikolai was among the patrons of the Society, founded in England in 1906, with the aim of uniting the faithful of the Orthodox and Anglican churches for the purpose of, quote, "developing the feelings of mutual goodwill, understanding, and communication, and maintaining the encouraging activity promoting unification," unquote. The Tokyo branch of the Society also gladly accepted Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov as a member. The reports are from the years 1906 through 1910. One of those, which mentions the situation in Japan, contains the following evaluation. Quote, "Alongside the Japanese Anglican Church, there is a magnificent Russian Orthodox mission under the leadership of the best Christian in Japan, Archbishop Nikolai, who, since 1907, has become also one of the protectors of our society, and who actively supports our cause of unity in Japan. We see what invaluable benefit to both missions could be effected by close relations between the two churches." Unquote. One common feature in the extant letters from Archbishop Nikolai's relatives and friends and from Russian diplomatic outposts is that all are from 1908. It would certainly be expected that Vladika had received a large number of letters from his relatives and friends, but it seems that most of those were lost in the earthquake and fire of September 1923, as were the extensive mission archives described by Bishop Sergei. Following the end of the Second World War, some of the surviving items were taken to America for safekeeping. Among those were some books from the former library and portions of the daily record of the men's seminary. The latter material was returned to Metropolitan Feodosi when he made an official visit to the Orthodox Church of America. The cathedral collection also includes fragments of the metrical books for 1878 and 1884, with entries made in ink and penciled marginalia in Bishop Nikolai's handwriting. Extant routine correspondence of the mission includes letters from Vladika to Father Peter Shibayama with regard to the procurement of linen fabric to make winter garments for Russian prisoners of war. Those letters are in Japanese calligraphy, probably written by the mission secretary, and bear Bishop Nikolai's personal seal. Among the contents of the display case in the library is a small wooden box holding a copy of the New Testament translated into Japanese. It was published in the late 1850s by a Protestant mission in Japan. The last page bears a simple penciled inscription in Japanese made by Nikolai himself, 1861, Haromonk Kasatkin. He must have used it while studying Japanese in Hakodate. About 400 books from the original mission library survive. Those were rescued immediately after the September 1923 earthquake and in advance of the ensuing fire, or were fortuitously preserved in other locations. Vladika Nikolai's loving care of the Surugadai library is well attested by the comments in his diaries, the memoirs of his Japanese disciples, and the testimony of visitors to the mission, particularly the Russian travel writer D.I. Schreider. On each of the surviving volumes can be seen the official seal of Mission in red. Some of the books still have attached library labels written by Vladika himself. He carefully maintained the library according to an organized system of classification, and kept a catalog of its contents. According to his count, it contained more than 10,000 volumes around the time of his repose. The St. Nikolai Festival in Hakodate, February of 2002. A special St. Nikolai Festival was held in Hakodate for 3 days in mid-February 2002. The festival was hosted by His Grace Bishop Seraphim Tsujie of Sendai and Eastern Japan, Father Yov Baba, the Orthodox rector at Hakodate, and local Orthodox parishes. The liturgy and vespers were offered in the evening of February 15th, followed by a reception in honor of Bishop Seraphim. Welcoming remarks were forthcoming from Father Yov, followed by a short speech by Bishop Seraphim and Father Nikolai Katsuban, a priest at the Russian Orthodox Podvorye in Tokyo. Father Nikolai first offered greetings and congratulations to the Hakodate Orthodox faithful on behalf of His Eminence, the Holy Patriarch Alexei II of Moscow. He then observed that although St. Nikolai had left the world 90 years ago, his light continues to guide us. Bishop Seraphim began his speech by saying that we were gathered in Hakodate because of St. Nikolai's love for us. Over 200 faithful from all over Japan attended the liturgy, joined by several foreign Orthodox believers and visiting scholars. The festival was blessed with fine weather winter, clear skies, little wind, and a fresh covering of snow. The principal event was the translation of a portion of St. Nikolai's relics from Holy Resurrection Cathedral in Tokyo to the Hakodate Church. That solemn ceremony, with Bishop Seraphim presiding, was conducted during liturgy on February 16th, St. Nikolai's principal feast day, which commemorates his repose on February the 3rd, 1912, OS. Concelebrating with Bishop Seraphim were Father Yov Baba, Father Nikolai Katsuban, Father Michael Tainaka from Kushiro, Father Alexei Matsudaira, Sapporo, Father Peter Oikawa, Morioka, Father Mark Koike Ichinoseki, and Father Peter Kato, Sendai. The festival was co-sponsored by the Hakodate City Government, the Japan-Russia Friendship Association of Hakodate, the Russian Far East University in Vladivostok, which maintains a branch campus in Hakodate, and the Society for the Study of Cultural Relations between Japan and Russia. A number of Russians living in Japan were in attendance, and one Greek Orthodox woman came from distant Hiroshima. The festival was well covered by Japanese newspapers and the National Public Television Network. In conjunction with the religious observances, a special exhibition of St. Nikolai memorabilia was held in the parish meeting hall. Among the items on display were Vladika's vestments, letters, official documents, books from his library, and historic photographs, all loaned for the occasion by His Beatitude Metropolitan Daniel Nushido from the archives of Holy Resurrection Cathedral. Following liturgy on the 16th, 2 public lectures with the theme of St. Nikolai and Hakodate were presented at the Hakodate campus of the Far East University. The lecturers were Professor Yoshikazu Nakamura, Kyoritsu Women's University, and Dr. Tatyana Saplina, a Japanologist who is the wife of Vasily Saplin, the Russian consul in Sapporo. Professor Nakamura, a prominent Russologist, spoke about St. Nikolai's pastoral love and his introduction of Russian ecclesiastical music to Japan. Dr. Saplina, a graduate of Moscow University and a former researcher at the Russian Institute for Oriental Studies, spoke about St. Nikolai's evangelical endeavors. Some Aspects of the Life and Work of St. Nikolai of Japan by Kenosuke Nakamura. The name of St. Nikolai Kasatkin has been widely recognized among the populace of Tokyo since the 1880s, even if the man himself was not often in the public view. Holy Resurrection Cathedral, the ecclesiastical center of the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan, is a Tokyo landmark, commonly referred to as Nikolai-do, St. Nikolai's Cathedral, since it is he who is most closely associated with it. It has not been clear to ordinary Japanese precisely what sort of person Archbishop Nikolai was, but more information about his life and work have recently become available. While the Japanese Orthodox faithful have long had access to church publications which chronicle Vladika Nikolai's life in Japan, they do not have a wide circulation, and only in recent years have books about him, intended for the general public in Japan, appeared. The Enlightenment of Japan during the Meiji era, 1868 through 1912, included the westernization of Japanese politics, social relations, industry, and so forth. With regard to religion, that meant the implantation of Christianity, which has since then obtained a considerably wide acceptance among the Japanese people and has had some influence upon their spiritual life. The Christianity implanted in early modern Japan comprised at least three varieties: Roman Catholicism, Protestantism, and Orthodoxy. According to statistics in a survey conducted by Japan's Ministry of Home Affairs in 1898, there were approximately 100,000 Christians in the country at that time. The baptized faithful of the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan then numbered more than 25,000. Just a quarter of a century after anti-Christian edicts had been rescinded. How Orthodoxy managed to attract so many adherents in such a short period of time is an intriguing question. There's no doubt that much of the success can be attributed to the personal charisma and evangelical energy of St. Nikolai himself. Most Japanese people have little understanding of Orthodox Christianity, whether of the Greek, Russian, or Balkan traditions, nor do they know much about its origins and history. They would generally have difficulty in attempting to explain how the Orthodox faith differs from Catholicism or Protestantism. Nevertheless, it is a historical fact that Orthodoxy did enter the social milieu of early modern Japan, achieving a certain popularity in urban centers and even reaching remote farming and fishing villages. Some of the details of this remarkable religious phenomenon are only now being elucidated by studies of the contents of St. Nikolai's diaries. Passages in St. Nikolai's diaries cast new light upon his personality and spiritual motivations, allowing scholars to theorize about the sources of his extraordinary dedication. The past 20 years have seen an upsurge in both academic and popular interest in St. Nikolai and the church he founded. This is largely attributable to the availability of the original Russian text of his diaries and Japanese translations of excerpts from them. St. Nikolai wrote his diaries in the years 1870 through 1911, during his years of residence in Tokyo, pastoral journeys around Japan, and 2 return visits to Russia. The story of St. Nikolai's diaries. In the autumn of 1979, I happened to be in Soviet Leningrad pursuing research on Russian literature. To my great surprise, I helped to rediscover St. Nikolai's diaries, which were long thought to have been lost. Here I will recount that memorable experience and explain how excerpts from the diaries came to be published in Japan. Vladika Nikolai's closest associates were aware that he was keeping a diary, but most of those people had passed away before the Second World War. Shortly after Vladika's repose, in February of 1912, Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov inspected the reposed hierarch's private suite in the Sudogodai chancery. To the surprise of everyone, very little was found. Just a few personal effects, some well-worn cassocks, which Vladika had patched and mended with his own hands, and 30 diary volumes. These facts are attested to by a recently discovered letter written by Bishop Sergei to the Holy Synod. Throughout most of the 20th century, it had been assumed that none of the records kept by St. Nikolai survived the 1907 fire in Hakodate, or the 1923 earthquake and fire in Tokyo. However, it later developed that certain materials had been preserved in restricted collections at the Russian State Central Historical Archives, RGIA. Among those, St. Nikolai's diaries. Whether the diaries, which contained much sensitive information, were sent to Russia for safekeeping or to prevent their contents from becoming known is uncertain. Bishop Sergei had requested instructions from the Holy Synod regarding the disposition of the diaries, so it is likely that the chief procurator or a senior church hierarch directed him to forward the volumes to St. Petersburg. The almost miraculous survival of St. Nikolai's diaries, intact during the Soviet period, can be credited to unknown persons, who were perhaps secretly devout. My personal interest in St. Nikolai was kindled by a question asked of me at a Russian study conference in the summer of 1977. Professor Koichiro Koyama, one of my colleagues at Hokkaido University, approached me and inquired about a connection between Vladika Nikolai and the famous Russian novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky. I immediately recalled that there are two references to Nikolai of Japan in the novelist's letters to his wife, Anna, a subject upon which I shall elaborate below. While I was able to partially answer Professor Koyama's question, at the same time I felt a certain inadequacy. It was then that I resolved to find solid evidence of the relationship between two of the most prominent spiritual figures of 19th century Russia. As a Dostoevsky specialist, I was particularly interested in his reasons for wishing to meet Nikolai, and what subjects they discussed when they met. First, I commenced a search for extant writings by St. Nikolai, in whatever form. Surely he had recorded many things during his nearly 50 years of residence in Japan. However, it was a great disappointment to be told by Japanese Orthodox priest at Sudogodai, Holy Resurrection Cathedral, that almost all of the church's early modern archives were destroyed in the 1923 fire, including letters and documents written by Vladika Nikolai. Nevertheless, there were still grounds for hope, because some of his writings must have appeared in print at one time or another in Russia and Japan. This time I was in luck. The enormous reference index of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. contained information on several open letters and articles by Nikolai, which had been published in Russian periodicals in the 1860s and 1870s. When I began to receive photocopies of the material that I had requested and commenced to read them, I gradually became intrigued by the personality of the author. My interest in the young Nikolai's religious feelings and in his observations of early modern Japanese society increased exponentially. While continuing my professional research on Fyodor Dostoevsky and his literature, I found time still to read anything I could find written by St. Nikolai. Those pursuits eventually led me to Soviet Leningrad and the Russian State Central Historical Archives there. One day in 1979, while working in that enormous repository, I learned that St. Nikolai's diaries were preserved there. At that time, Soviet historians and Japanologists were unaware that the diaries existed, since archives were under the strict control of the communist regime. There was so little interdisciplinary communication that research fellows, whether Russian or foreign, were never told of the diary's existence by Russian Orthodox churchmen. The publication of excerpts from St. Nikolai's diaries would not have been possible without the efforts of several Japanese and Russian scholars. Even in 1979, the Soviet authorities did not consider his diaries to be dangerous political documents. The Academy of Sciences readily permitted me to read them and eventually to reproduce them on microfilm. First, with the permission of the Public Relations section of the Academy of Sciences, I arranged to make photocopies of about 400 pages of the diaries. I then approached a scholar named Konstantin Logochov, to whom I had been introduced by Professor Stefan Batalden of Arizona State University, and asked him to transcribe some passages of the handwritten entries into a more legible typescript. As I read the contents of St. Nikolai's diaries, I became aware of their great historical significance. Those volumes contained much of the early history of the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan, recorded in real time and in remarkable detail. Few Russian Orthodox missionaries ever kept such impeccable records of their day-to-day activities. Another who did was Saint Innokenty Popov-Veniaminov, one of St. Nikolai's mentors. The diaries not only convey a wealth of information about church affairs, but illuminate many other matters, including important political events of the Meiji era, 1868 through 1912. Material in various entries, taken together, constitute an extensive body of ethnography, a rare first-person account of one Russian's cross-cultural experiences in early modern Japan. Vladika's diaries record his successes and frustrations, his hopes and cherished memories, all while providing interesting information about mission personnel and financial affairs. These volumes are a historical resource that is of immense value to church historians and secular scholars alike. In 1981, Konstantin Logachov and his wife, Larissa, consented to undertake the huge task of reading the handwritten text and transcribing it into a typewritten format. That work commenced in 1982 and was completed in 1996. When I first talked with the Logachovs about the project, they knew nothing about the life of St. Nikolai, but agreed to assist me. Over the ensuing 15 years, much time, effort, and expense was invested into the project. In 1999, the work of inputting the Russian text into computer memory was completed. At the time St. Nikolai's diaries were first being transcribed, I was an assistant professor of literature at Hokkaido University. After some discussion, it was arranged that Hokkaido University Press would publish an edition of selected excerpts from the diaries. Haruo Tamiya, a senior editor competent in Russian, served as general editor. Shunji Mori, a librarian at Sapporo University, agreed to input a large portion of the text into computer memory. 3 leading Japanese scholars in the field of Russian studies, Professor Yoshikazu Nakamura, then at Hitotsubashi University, Professor Ryohei Yasui, Waseda University, and Professor Mitsuo Naganawa, Yokohama National University, consented to join me and share the work of annotating the text. I also prepared the editorial commentaries for the book in Japanese, Russian, and English, and did most of the textual preparation. Diary entries and excerpts selected for inclusion in the Diaries of St. Nikolai of Japan, Sapporo, Hokkaido University Press, 1994, were culled from Vladika's diaries for the years 1870 through 72, 1876, 1879 through 1882, and 1903 through 1905. Taken together, those comprise about 1/5 of the total volume of diaries, which contain a wide variety of subject matter. Particularly revealing are entries Vladika Nikolai made during the Russo-Japanese War, early 1904 through mid-1905, when the Japanese Orthodox faithful were enduring malicious harassment and even violent attacks. He experienced intense emotional pain as he saw the relations between his beloved Russia and Japan deteriorate to the point of armed conflict. In the summer of 1997, I traveled to St. Petersburg to do some follow-up research at the Russian State Central Historical Archives. At that time, I re-examined St. Nikolai's diaries and also happened to find some additional material which had belonged to him, 5 small notebooks filled with notes, probably written during his pastoral journeys around Japan. I also found the aforementioned letter written by Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov to the Holy Synod after his discovery of the diaries in early 1912. Prior to my departure for Russia, I had received a communication from Eiichi Okamoto, a member of the Rotary Club in the city of Nakatsu, on the island of Kyushu. He wished to purchase a considerable number of copies of the Diaries of St. Nikolai of Japan and donate those to the Russian Orthodox Church as a gesture of goodwill. At a ceremony in Moscow in the summer of 1997, I represented Mr. Okamoto in presenting the books to the church in memory of St. Nikolai. Patriarch Alexei II and the hierarchy were represented by Bishop Tikhon Brunitsky, director of the Church Publishing Bureau. That was reported in the official church newspaper, the Moscow Church Messenger, in its October 1997 issue. St. Nikolai's Spirituality and Evangelical Vision. Editor's note: this section is composed of selected passages from Professor Nakamura's editorial commentary in English in the Diaries of St. Nikolai of Japan, supplemented with excerpts from his book Senkyoshi Nikolai to Meiji Nihon, The Evangelist Nikolai and Meiji-era Japan. To return to the text. When he was a seminary student in the city of Smolensk, Ivan Kasatkin was already preparing to join an Orthodox mission in a foreign country. A few years later, in the spring of 1860, he was completing his third year at the St. Petersburg Theological Academy. Suddenly, one day, an official circular was posted in his classroom, inviting applicants for the position of chaplain at the Imperial Russian Consulate General in Hakodate, Japan. Ivan immediately added his signature to the list of applicants. He had a certain confidence in his qualifications and abilities and was willing to go abroad as a monastic priest. Although basically conservative, the Theological Academy students were an elite group, young intelligentsia who had acquired a measure of refined culture, had a good knowledge of European history and languages, and were well read in the belles lettres. Many of them had come from the provinces and were keenly aware of the backwardness of their country outside the cosmopolitan imperial capital. Ivan Kasatkin and his fellow students were maturing just at the time Imperial Russia was commencing a phase of regeneration under Tsar Alexander II. It was a time of progressive reforms, emancipation of the serfs, restructuring of the judiciary, and the chartering of local self-government entities. The Theological Academy students were generally idealistic, being contemporaries of the so-called men of the 1860s. Democratically minded writers noted for their criticism of the old regime. Expectations of the advent of a new era had even awakened the Russian religious world, opening the way for Orthodox missionary activity abroad. Stimulated by the spiritual atmosphere of the times, Ivan Kasatkin eagerly grasped the surprise opportunity to go to Japan to spread the gospel. To his great joy, Ivan was selected to fill the opening at Hakodate. He was soon tonsured and ordained, and given the new name Nikolai. In the summer of 1860, he made a long journey across Siberia and spent a long winter on the eastern coast. He did not arrive in Hakodate until the summer of 1861. Hieromonk Nikolai's years as a consular chaplain were not without disappointments, but he studied the language and history of Japan with unrelenting enthusiasm. He frequently strolled around Hakodate and made contact with local citizens. Consul General Yosif Gushkevich returned to Russia in 1865 and retired from public service a couple of years later. Around that time, he informed the Committee on Missions of the Moscow Metropolitanate that Nikolai had already commenced missionary work in Hakodate. Gushkevich arranged for financial assistance, and the committee appealed to the Russian public for contributions to the cause. The lively text of St. Nikolai's diaries conveys much of his character and emotional consistency. He was not excessively cerebral or logical and was abundant in his emotions. He was candid and sincere and usually calm and stoical. However, he was stirred to anger when the Japanese Orthodox faithful were persecuted by non-Christian Japanese, and felt deep sorrow when his seminary pupils were drafted into the military and died in battle. Vladika was always benevolent and gracious. He unfailingly expressed gratitude to people who worked diligently for the growth of the mission. He was gifted with a good sense of humor and was especially fond of children. St. Nikolai's diaries reveal that he did not despise Japanese pagan folk beliefs, but regarded them as evidence of a fertile, natural, quote, spiritual soil, which he could cultivate. He was convinced that non-Christian Japanese people, although, quote, heathens, experienced deep religious feelings, and that Christianity could become deeply rooted in them. Vladika did not wish, as did most Catholic and Protestant missionaries, to use Western culture and learning to lure the Japanese out of their traditional religious belief system. Rather, he attempted to transplant orthodoxy into Japanese minds and infuse it into the Japanese spirit. On his pastoral journeys around Japan, Vladika frequently encountered archaic folk beliefs and ordinary people making pilgrimages to temples and shrines. Observing that phenomenon, he once wrote, "There is everywhere in Japan the popular desire for pilgrimage. It is remarkable. It is impossible not to bear this in mind when you introduce Christianity among them." Vladika Nikolai was a truly patriotic Russian. His patriotism was not an abstract idea, but an ardent emotion. He also had a genuine, steadfast love for the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan, which he had founded and developed. Vladika used many folksy expressions when writing in his diary, and that attested to his rural origins. The Orthodox faith of the Russian countryside was simple, deep, and unspoiled by modern rationalism. Most rural Russians truly believed in the existence of an unseen spiritual world, where the souls of their ancestors awaited bodily resurrection. For them, the spiritual world was every bit as real as the physical world. Befitting a monastic priest, Vladika's Orthodox faith was intense. He firmly believed in a life after death and the promise of everlasting life in heaven for the devout faithful. In one of his diary entries, he relates taking a stroll along the western shore of the Chita Peninsula, near Nagoya, at dusk, when clouds on the horizon were filled with golden light from the setting sun. He speculated that heaven would be bright and peaceful in a similar way. Vladika's ready perception of divine manifestations in natural phenomenon was an important element of his spiritual vigor. Vladika Nikolai firmly believed in miracles, but did not speak of them in public. His diaries record reports of miraculous and mysterious occurrences, as conveyed in letters from Japanese lay catechists. He also wrote of premonitions and of encounters with spiritual beings. He believed that worldly events proceeded according to God's will and plan, and he interpreted the sufferings of Russians in war and domestic unrest as omens of impending salvation of mankind. Vladika was not alone in holding such opinions. Many Russians have believed that the modern history of their nation is apocalyptic and fulfills ancient prophecies about the end of the world. As a monastic priest whose spirituality and evangelical approach were molded by traditional Christianity, Vladika was anti-secular and anti-rationalistic. He strictly forbade the use of Orthodox churches and parish halls for non-religious meetings. Although Vladika regarded Japanese Orthodox priests and lay catechists as pillars of the church, he was not prepared to cede leadership of the mission to them when he passed from the scene. Indeed, he thought it necessary for the Church in Japan to persevere under the authority of Russian Orthodox hierarchs and missionary priests for 100 years if necessary, until correct Orthodox doctrines and traditions were securely implanted in the country. The young hieromonk Nikolai introduced Orthodoxy, the true Christianity, in all its pre-modern richness to Japan. His first disciples, mostly samurai from the Sendai domain, and their dependents were pioneers in spreading the Christian gospel in many areas of northern Japan. Of course, those disciples had various motives for responding to Nikolai's call and learning about orthodoxy, For some samurai, the newly introduced Christianity represented redemption from their frustration in the Civil War, 1868 through 1869. Nikolai did not probe deeply into the catechumen's motives for accepting orthodoxy, but welcomed every sincere person into his flock. It is clear from Vladika Nikolai's written comments that he saw orthodoxy not only as the true faith, but as a source of joyful celebration, which would enliven the daily existence of the faithful. Once, he happened to visit a Buddhist temple in the city of Kurume, on the island of Kyushu, coincidentally on the feast celebrating Sakyamuni's birthday. On that occasion, he was moved to keen reflection and observation. Quote, "The local faithful were pouring sweet green tea on a little statue of the baby Sakyamuni, and at the same time using the tea to cleanse their faces and eyes. It is similar to the use of holy water in Russia. The human desire for sanctification is strong indeed. How full of life are such religious feelings? People should not be denied opportunities to experience pure enjoyment. Orthodoxy can give the Japanese new living souls. Similar feasts are celebrated by Russian Orthodox Christians. They visit the graves of ancestors on the day before the Sunday of St. Thomas, the first Sunday after Pascha. They make crowns of flowers for the holy icons on Pentecost. They commemorate the dead and visit particular Orthodox churches on special feast days. All of those things satisfy their religious feelings and provide opportunities for wholesome recreation and enjoyment." Unquote. On many occasions during his life in Japan, Vladika walked in proximity to Buddhist temples, where he often encountered throngs of worshippers and pilgrims. He was always sympathetic towards people who were seeking spiritual fulfillment. He even viewed strongly Buddhist provincial cities, such as Nagano, as promising sites for Orthodox missionary activity because the residents of such places were generally more sophisticated in spirit. Russian Orthodoxy was not concerned with self-edification and did not offer a basis for utilitarianism or social advancement. Perhaps because Vladika Nikolai was somewhat familiar with the historical experiences of Orthodox evangelism in Eastern Eurasia and Alaska, he was not excessively concerned with its Russian flavor, and did not view the, quote, Japanization of Orthodoxy as a depreciation of the true faith. In the context of the Meiji era, Vladika's message was more attuned to people in provincial towns and rural villages. Vladika was critical of the frivolity and agnosticism that was rife among the Japanese upper classes. He found his largest and most enthusiastic audience among the lower classes, which were broadly distributed throughout the country. However, he saw Japan in its entirety as being a nation prepared by God for the reception of Orthodox Christianity. Saint Nikolai and Russian literature. It is well known that Ivan Goncharov's novel Oblomov, published in 1859, was extremely popular among the young Russian intelligentsia of his time. It is also known that Ivan Kasatkin read that novel and a critical essay by Nikolai Dobrolyubov, 1836 through 1861, about its main character. Such a deeply religious and patriotic youth as Ivan could not have been unaffected by the, quote, Slavophile versus Westernization debate, which intensified after the publication of Oblomov. Throughout his lifetime, Vladika Nikolai was an avid reader of Russian literature, and his cultural legacy includes the introduction of that literature to Japan. He took delight in his avocation as a bibliophile, and was continually enlarging the collection of the mission library. Several of his most diligent students, such as Yoan Senuma, Daniel Konishi, and Vasily Nobori, became adept translators of the major works of Russian literature. Fyodor Dostoevsky, 1821 through 1881, may have been Vladika Nikolai's favorite author. His many works could be found in the mission library, including copies in which Vladika had written comments in the margins with a pencil. Dostoevsky rose to the heights of literary prominence in Russia in the 1870s. His masterpiece, The Brothers Karamazov, was being serialized in the magazine Russian Messenger at the time Nikolai was consecrated to the episcopacy in the spring of 1880. During his second return visit to Russia, 1879 through 1880, Vladika Nikolai had memorable encounters with Dostoevsky and with another of Russia's most esteemed writers, the phenomenal young spiritual philosopher Vladimir Solovyev, 1853 through 1900, who was then in the process of completing a doctoral course at the University of St. Petersburg. The meeting with Solovyev took place first in April 1880. One evening, the newly consecrated Bishop Nikolai was traveling from St. Petersburg to Moscow by train. A conductor approached him with the message that a passenger in the first-class coach wished to see him. The passenger was Solovyev, who had just missed seeing Vladika Nikolai at the Alexander Nevsky Lavra earlier that day and had left his calling card. Solovyev explained to Vladika that he had some important matters to discuss, but that since it was already late in the evening, it would be better for them to meet again after their arrival in Moscow. In fact, Bishop Nikolai and Solovyev met again the very next day in the private suite of Bishop Alexei Platonov at the Savinskoye Podvorye, where Vladika was staying during his visit. Returning to the residence after a short outing, Bishop Nikolai found Solovyev and a local professor conversing with Bishop Alexei. Solovyev wished to speak privately with Vladika Nikolai, so they went downstairs to the guest room. During their conversation, Solovyev confided his wish to receive the mantilla, and then to participate in the work of the Orthodox mission in Japan by teaching at the Tokyo Seminary for several years. Surprised by the request, Bishop Nikolai countered that Solovyev could serve the Orthodox faith just as well, not by becoming a monastic, but by continuing his work as a lay religious writer. Vladika recorded his very favorable opinion of Solovyev as being an excellent person who had the look of a true philosopher. They met again the following day when Bishop Nikolai attended the Panikhida, marking the 6th-month memorial of the repose of Vladimir's father, the historian Sergei Solovyev, 1820 through 1879. This previously undocumented episode in the life of Vladimir Solovyev, who was 27 years old at the time, illustrates the extent to which the reputation of Vladika Nikolai and the mission had grown. There was an interval of about 2 months between Bishop Nikolai's meetings with Solovyev and those with Dostoevsky. We know that the two writers were acquainted, and there has even been speculation that Solovyev was the model for the protagonist Alyosha in the Brothers Karamazov. However, there is no evidence that they met in April or May of 1880, since Solovyev had returned to St. Petersburg to take his doctoral examination. Just how Dostoevsky learned of Bishop Nikolai's presence in Moscow is uncertain. It may have been from a newspaper report or from a source within the Russian Orthodox Church. In any case, we have evidence from a letter which Dostoevsky wrote to his wife Anna, he was in Moscow, she in Staraya Russa, that he wished to meet Bishop Nikolai and Bishop Alexei. At that time, Dostoevsky was polishing the draft of a public lecture, a eulogistic oration about Alexander Pushkin and Russian literature, that he would deliver in early June. Bishops Alexei and Nikolai met with Dostoevsky on the morning of June 1, 1880, OS, at the Savinskoye Podvorye. Dostoevsky was 58 years old and a veteran spiritual seeker. Nikolai was 43 and a newcomer to the church hierarchy. The following day, Dostoevsky wrote to his wife and enthusiastically described this meeting. Quote, "I am so happy to have become acquainted with the two bishops. They both opened their hearts to me and spoke wonderful things. They said that they were greatly honored and pleased to have me visit them. They said that they had read my books." Unquote. Those first days of June 1880 were exciting for the venerable novelist. The widely anticipated public lecture added to his celebrity. Bishop Nikolai's account of their meeting is remarkably restrained and includes observations about Dostoevsky's appearance and opinions, notably his comments about Russian anarchists and his questions about Christianity in Japan. The diary entry is surprisingly short, but Vladika had long been familiar with Dostoevsky's reputation. 5 days later, they were again in each other's company at the evening banquet to celebrate the dedication of a monument to Pushkin. As his life neared its end, Dostoevsky's foremost concern was Orthodox Christian spirituality, a subject he emphasized during his oration at a Moscow auditorium on June the 8th, OS. His interest in the reception of Christianity in Japan is evidence of his attention to the world outside of Russia. In the early 1900s, unfortunate events such as the Russo-Japanese War and the Bolshevik Revolution, together with the Japanese intelligentsia's general infatuation with Western European culture, pushed Russian studies in Japan into the background. Fewer catechumens came to Japanese Orthodox churches, and the number of conversions declined. For whatever reason, however, the study of Russian literature retained its favor among Japanese literati and college students. Several Japanese universities have departments of Russian literature, and there are research institutes and academic societies dedicated to the study of Russia and Eastern Europe. There is even a group of Japanese and foreign scholars dedicated to researching the life histories of Russian immigrés and residents in Japan. Some of those universities and societies publish periodicals. Most of that intellectual activity can ultimately be traced back to one source, Saint Nikolai, Kasatkin, Saint Nikolai, and Japanology. Today, it is widely recognized that Vladika Nikolai was one of the founders of modern Japanology. Several Russian scholars, whom Vladika befriended and mentored, became famous scholars of Japanese history and literature. He was a gracious host, and welcomed young Russian scholars to the parlor in his mission chancery. Vladika's knowledge of Japan was extensive and detailed, so he became an advisor to young Russian scholars who came to him for spiritual and academic guidance. In a similar way, St. Nikolai was the founder of Russology in Japan. Several of his seminary students went on to distinguish themselves in Russian studies. Over the years, the subject of early modern contacts between Japanese and Russians has inspired scholars to write some excellent books. In the 1700s and early 1800s, Russian seafarers included a number of shipwrecked Japanese in Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands. A few of those survivors even visited St. Petersburg. Some early attempts to teach Japanese language, which is difficult despite its simple phonology, to Russians were made, and rudimentary glossaries of Japanese words and phrases were compiled. In the 1800s, conflicts between Japan and Russia with regard to sovereignty over islands and fishing grounds in the Northwest Pacific led to a period of strained relations. In 1853, the first official Imperial Russian diplomatic delegation to Japan called at Nagasaki, and subsequent negotiations took place in 1854 through 1855 at Shimoda. In the 1860s, a few perceptive Russian intellectuals, Yosif Goshevich, Hieromonk Nikolai, and Vasily Kostyulev, the Imperial Russian consul at Nagasaki, 1885 through 1890, developed interest in the Japanese language and culture. Hieromonk Nikolai was the first Russian to make an intensive effort to learn the Japanese language in all its complexity. He devoted many hours a day to his studies, reading books about Confucianism, Buddhism, and Japanese Shinto, as well as a variety of early modern historical works. From such modest beginnings, Japanology came to acquire a considerable position within Russian academia by the time of the First World War. Much of the credit for this can be given to St. Nikolai and his Russian disciples. A key factor was Imperial Russia's bitter experience during the hostilities of 1904 through 1905, for which ignorance about Japan was cited as a major cause. The war's outcome prompted Russian intellectuals to take new interest in Japan's history and culture. In the early 1900s, The two Russian centers for Japanese studies were the Oriental Languages Department of the University of St. Petersburg and the Far East Institute, founded in 1899 at Vladivostok. It was at the former institution that Yoshibumi Kurono, one of Vladika's disciples from Surugudai, taught Japanese in the years 1888 through 1916. At the latter institution, the linguist E. G. Spulvin compiled several textbooks for the study of Japanese. Another of the instructors was Dmitry Poznyoyev, whose early research had been guided by Vladika Nikolai. Issues of the Proceedings of the Far East Institute from the early 1900s attest the leading roles of these two scholars in establishing Japanology as a serious discipline within Russian academia. In addition to Kostyulev, the most notable graduates of the University of St. Petersburg who specialized in Japanese studies were E. D. Polvanov, N. V. Kunel, Nikolai Nevsky, and N. I. Konrad, each of whom spent some years studying in Japan. Yoshibumi Kurono taught Japanese to the younger Russian scholars. Polvanov, Nevsky, and Konrad never had an opportunity to meet Vladika Nikolai, having gone to Japan after his repose in 1912. An exceptional figure was Sergei Eliseev, 1889 through 1975, who commenced his studies at the University of Berlin. He came to Japan in 1908 and was a graduate student at the University of Tokyo until 1912. He attended services at Holy Resurrection Cathedral and was often invited to tea in Vladika's private suite. Eliseev returned to Russia in 1914 and taught at the University of St. Petersburg. In 1920, alienated by the excesses of the Bolshevik regime, he escaped to Finland. His years as an émigré began with a position as professor of Japanese studies at the Sorbonne University of Paris, but in 1934 he moved to America to direct the Yenching Institute at Harvard University. There he became the mentor of Edwin Reichauer, born of American Protestant missionary parents in Japan, who would also teach at Harvard and then serve as the American ambassador to Japan in the 1960s. Once in the mid-1870s, Archimandrite Nikolai had been offered, by no less a personage than the Japanese foreign minister, Taneomi Soejima, a teaching position at the government-operated language academy in Tokyo. However, he politely declined the offer, citing his wish to concentrate on Orthodox evangelism. Vladika Nikolai was so well versed in the Japanese classics that he actually taught that subject in Japanese at the men's seminary, using as a textbook the Nihon Gaishi, Episodic History of Japan, authored by the famous historian Sanyo Orai in 1826. In the course of his many pastoral journeys in Japan, Vladika Nikolai was able to travel around the four main islands of Japan and made multiple visits to certain regions. He often slept in traditional Japanese houses and was very familiar with vernacular customs. When walking, he often wore waraji, sandals of woven rice straw. While advancing the cause of orthodoxy, he was an indefeatable observer of and inquirer into things Japanese. His travel diaries are the field notebooks of a sociologist gathering material about rural life in Japan. Vladika Nikolai was cognizant of the roles Shinto, Buddhism, and Neo-Confucianism had played in the pageant of Japanese history, but he perceived that all had become anachronistic in the context of the nation's modern emergence. He pointed out that most Japanese people were merely captivated by the surface phenomena of European culture, such as steamships, cannons, and legal systems, but that they would eventually have the opportunity to know Christianity. Vladika saw that the Japanese people were in fact quite different from the stereotypes imagined by Russian intellectuals, who viewed Oriental peoples in a Hegelian context. He noted that after coming to live among the Japanese people, he had developed an accurate opinion of them as being generally intelligent, mature, and energetic. During his lifetime, Vladika Nikolai had to contend with the latent, widespread mistrust of Russia, which was then common among the Japanese populace. At two different times in his life, the early years in Hakodate and the period of the Russo-Japanese War, he was in a position of considerable personal danger. Nevertheless, he saw the future of the Russo-Japanese relationship as a gradual advance towards friendship and cooperation. Wladyka maintained that what was happening in Japan should be of great importance to Russia, and that if mutual understanding between the two peoples had been deeper and more broadly based, war would not have erupted between them. Wladyka Nikolai was known for inculcating in his students a deep interest in the language, literature, and culture of Russia. So too did he encourage Russian scholars to translate the famous works of Japanese literature and history. A good example is his advice to V. M. Mendolin, another of the Japanologists at the Far East Institute, to translate the aforementioned episodic history of Japan, a task accomplished in the years 1910 through 1915. As Dmitry Pozneyev recalled, virtually every young Russian scholar in the field of Japanese studies who came to Japan in the early 1900s received great assistance from Wladyka Nikolai and his Japanese disciples. Pozneyev also noticed the improved climate toward Japanology within Russia following the peace agreement ending the war in 1905. Quote, "With the signing of the Treaty of Portsmouth, that disparaging attitude of Russians towards Japan radically changed. The striving on the part of Russia to study Japan, which the Archbishop had long awaited, finally appeared, not on the scale he considered necessarily, but, nevertheless, on grounds safer than before. In Russia, societies for the study of Japan were founded, and for the first time the contributions of the Archbishop as a scholar in the field of Japanese studies were recognized, and he was chosen as an honorary member of those societies, among them the Imperial Society of Oriental Studies." Unquote. Wladyka Nikolai, in one of his diary entries, noted the progress of Japanese studies in Western Europe and expressed the hope that the field would develop further in Russia. St. Nikolai and the Anglican Episcopal clergy. From some of St. Nikolai's letters and diary entries, we know that he had especially amicable relationships with several Anglican and Episcopalian fathers who were working as missionaries in Japan. Although Wladyka did occasionally meet with Roman Catholic priests and Protestant ministers, it was with the Anglican and Episcopalian churchmen that he seemed to be most comfortable. He usually referred to the Episcopalians as American Anglicans. Most of those clergymen could not understand Russian, so Nikolai must have enjoyed the opportunities to converse in English, interspersed with Greek and Latin vocabulary. In Tokyo and its vicinity, Anglican and Episcopal clerics, known to be very friendly with Wladyka Nikolai, were Bishop William Awdry, Bishop John Cole McKim, Father William Ball Wright, and Father Alexander Croft Shaw, all of whom were servitors of the Church of England, and Bishop Channing Moore Williams, Father Henry Scott Jeffreys, and Father Henry St. George Tucker, of the Episcopal Church in America. Among them, Fathers Wright and Jeffreys were particularly close to Wladyka. Informed knowledge of the Orthodox tradition was rare among the Anglican Episcopal clergy and laity of the 1800s, but that situation was gradually changing. The aforementioned English and American churchmen were appreciative of the heritage of the Eastern Church and gained Wladyka Nikolai's respect and friendship. Father Williams was the pioneer Episcopalian evangelist in Japan. Following a stay in China, he came to Nagasaki in 1859 and later resided in Osaka and Tokyo. He was subsequently elevated to the episcopacy and served as presiding bishop of the Episcopal Mission in Japan in the years 1868 through 1893. During that time, he founded and nurtured the mission school in Tokyo, which became St. Paul's College, now known as Rikyo University. Bishop Williams first met Nikolai shortly after the Orthodox mission was established in Surugadai. Father Wright worked in Japan from 1873 through 1882, representing the British Society for Propagation of the Gospel, supported by the Church of England. He first met Nikolai in the mid-1870s. Father Wright eventually returned to England and became a prominent rector in the vicinity of York, but he and Bishop Nikolai corresponded by mail for the rest of their lives. Both men were proponents of reunion between the Orthodox and Anglican churches, a movement which had come into vogue among the clergy and laity of both communions. In an open letter Father Wright sent to the Foreign Church Chronicle, published by the Church of England, in 1877, he related, quote, "Here in Japan is a most successful mission of the Russian Church. These Russian brethren are on terms of the greatest intimacy with me. Only 3 days ago, our Commandant Nicholas bought from me 100 Chinese-language Bibles and got me to order a large number of English theological works." Unquote. The 3 Anglican Episcopal missionary groups in Japan, the Anglican Missionary Society, the American Episcopal Mission, and the Canadian Anglican Mission, merged in 1887 to create the Seikokai, or the Seikokai, the Holy Catholic Church of Japan. In 1896, Father Henry Scott Jeffreys arrived in Japan and assumed responsibility for supervising the combined Anglican-Episcopalian missionary effort in the eastern regions of the country. For a while, he resided in Maebashi and then in Sendai. His relative proximity to Tokyo permitted him to travel there by train in a few hours. He frequently visited Surogodai on weekends and joined in the singing of the Orthodox liturgy on Sundays at Holy Resurrection Cathedral. Father Jeffreys was counted among the select few of Bishop Nikolai's foreign friends who enjoyed immediate access to his parlor whenever he called at the mission. In his diary, Vladika recorded that on one occasion, anticipating a trip to China during an upcoming sabbatical, Father Jeffreys requested a letter of introduction to facilitate a visit to the Russian Orthodox mission in Peking. Father Jeffreys was the only foreign missionary to offer emotional support to Vladika Nikolai during the difficult period of the Russo-Japanese War, 1904 through 1905. This was largely because Britain and other Western European governments supported Japan in that conflict. Reflecting that geopolitical alignment, most foreign Christian missionaries working in Japan at that time displayed openly pro-Japanese sentiments. However, all the unpleasantness subsided for the autumn of 1905. A working group dedicated to achieving reunion of the Orthodox and Anglican churches was formed in Tokyo, with the active participation of Vladika Nikolai and Father Jeffreys. In conjunction with that movement, representatives of the Haristos Orthodox Church and the Seikokai held working sessions at which they explored the possibility of achieving ecclesial reunion on a national basis, that is, within the Japanese Empire. Vladika was also on friendly terms with 2 Anglican hierarchs, Bishop William Audrey, who had arrived in Japan in 1896, and Bishop John McKim, who served in Tokyo in the early 1900s. It was probably because of Vladika's amicable relations with them that Lord A. H. Fraser, chairman of the organizing committee for the 1910 Conference of the World Council of Christian Missions, held in Edinburgh, Scotland, requested his views on evangelical methodology. In response, Vladika wrote a long letter. The Episcopalian educator, Father, later Bishop, Henry St. George Tucker, became friendly with Vladika Nikolai around the time he was elevated to Archbishop in 1906. In his personal account of the Anglican Episcopal missionary effort in Japan, Bishop Tucker wrote warmly, quote, "The rapid progress of the work of the Orthodox Church was due to the character and ability of their pioneer missionary, Father, afterwards Archbishop, Nikolai. He has justly been called the outstanding Christian missionary of the 19th century. During the greater part of his service in Japan, he worked practically single-handedly, training his own clergy and supervising an ever-increasing number of missionary outposts." Unquote. The aforementioned Anglican Episcopal clergymen receive frequent mention in St. Nikolai's diaries. In corresponding fashion, Vladika was almost invariably mentioned in the histories of Anglican and Episcopal missions in Japan. In one of those, the Canadian Anglican missionary Father J. Cooper Robertson, who probably met Vladika more than once, wrote respectfully of him thus, quote, "Bishop Nikolai never had at any time more than 4 Russian missionaries with him. he gave himself almost entirely to the work of training Japanese as priests and catechists. Bishop Nikolai always showed a friendly spirit towards all Christians, being particularly cordial in his attitude towards the bishops and other clergy of the Seikokwai. Unquote. Several archival collections, which are likely to have other primary source materials in English mentioning St. Nikolai Kasatkin and describing the Orthodox mission, can be identified in Japan, Britain, and North America. It is hoped that further research about this subject, which reveals St. Nikolai to have been an, quote, ecumenical churchman long before that word came into general use, will be forthcoming from scholars. Epilogue: The prospects for future research. The westernization which took place in Japan during the Meiji era affected politics, social relations, industries, as well as the introduction of Christianity, which took root among the Japanese people. It is regrettable that until recently, orthodoxy and the achievements of St. Nikolai and his disciples have remained outside the mainstream of research interest with regard to the history of Christianity in Japan. Only in the last 20 years has a sizable amount of academic research about St. Nikolai, the mission, and the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan been produced. Also, numerous Orthodox parishes which celebrated centennials in the 1980s and 1990s have published their own local histories. Since 1994, portions of the Russian text of Vladika's diaries have become available to scholars around the world, but relatively few excerpts have thus far been translated and published in English or Japanese. It might be said that an academic field of St. Nikolai studies has developed in the years since the publication of the Diaries of St. Nikolai of Japan. With the intent of increasing the potential readership of the diaries, another book of excerpts, translated into modern Japanese, was published by Hokkaido University Press in June 2000. The transcript of the handwritten Russian text of all 30 volumes of the diaries has already been completed by Larissa Logachov. Taking the size of the 1994 book, more than 700 pages of diary excerpts, as a basis for comparison, the full text of the diaries would fill about 3,500 pages. At the present time, work is proceeding toward publication of both the complete original Russian text and a complete Japanese translation. When these multi-volume sets appear in the near future, academic research on their contents will probably increase dramatically. This new field of study ventures beyond the life and work of St. Nikolai to encompass the lives and works of his associates and disciples, Japanese and Russian alike. Taken together, this constitutes a small world of Orthodox evangelism and church life in the islands of Japan. The extent to which academic and popular interest in these subjects will grow in the future cannot be predicted. However, it is not difficult to forecast that the increasingly well-documented history of Orthodoxy in Japan will serve to counterbalance the currently prevailing histories of Christianity in this country, which tend to emphasize the Roman Catholic or Protestant missionary experiences. It is also important to note the new interest being directed toward St. Nikolai's pastoral journeys by regional and local historians in Japan. In the course of his travels, Vladika recorded many details of local topography, economic activity, and social dynamics. Much of that writing is of more than passing interest to scholars and local historians. It can be said that early modern Japan absorbed the essentials of three distinct Russias. The first, and earliest, of those was Russian Orthodoxy and its culture as conveyed by the teachings and living example of St. Nikolai Kasatkin. The second was the world of Russian literature as conveyed by its greatest writers, whose works were rapidly translated and published in Japanese. The third was Soviet communism, which exercised influence upon certain segments of society from 1920s until the demise of the Soviet state. It is significant that while the general Japanese interest in Russian literature and communism has waned in recent years, interest in St. Nikolai Kasatkin and Orthodox Christianity is growing. A valiant missionary bogatyr. Saint Nikolai Kasatkin in the Mirror of His Diaries, by Yoshikazu Nakamura. Two famous Russians named Nikolai figure prominently in the early modern history of Japan. They were Nikolai Romanov, the last Tsar of Imperial Russia, and Saint Nikolai Kasatkin, the famous Russian Orthodox evangelist. The two men were acquainted, brought together in the aftermath of the so-called, quote, Otsu incident of May 1891, an attack on the person of Nikolai Romanov, then Crown Prince, while he was traveling in a carriage with Prince George of Greece near Kyoto. The Tsarevich was wounded on the forehead, but survived the attack and returned to Kyoto to recuperate. The Japanese government, alarmed at the possibility of Russian retaliation, immediately informed the Bishop Nikolai and requested that he intercede with the Tsarevich and his father, Tsar Alexander III, so that peaceful relations between the two countries would not be endangered. Vladika assented to the request, proceeded to Kyoto by train, and attended the health of the Tsarevich until his recovery was assured. Due to the official discouragement of religion under the former Soviet regime, Russian secular scholars were not permitted to do research about the Orthodox Fathers and church history. Thus, articles about Saint Nikolai, the Apostle of Japan, and other Orthodox saints could be found only in theological journals, such as Theological Works, published by the Moscow Theological Academy, which had extremely limited circulations. Saint Nikolai's diaries were rediscovered in 1979, and their contents gradually became known, generating much new interest in him and the history of the Orthodox mission in Japan. A number of Japanese scholars, myself included, were drawn to these subjects in the 1980s and 1990s. From the standpoint of a scholar who is indebted to Saint Nikolai, I will concentrate here on the conspicuous traits and characteristics which distinguish him as a unique personage. Saint Nikolai's life is a classic example of the heroic ideal, lived out in a spiritual context. He had the physical stature of a Russian bogatyr, epic hero, and the contents of his diaries amply reveal he was a real-life evangelical bogatyr. Living as he did in the Meiji era, 1868 through 1912, when many new inventions and conveniences of Western origin were introduced to Japan, it is not surprising that Vladika Nikolai was often photographed. Many fine photographs of him, alone, with his direct disciples, or with groups of Japanese Orthodox faithful, are extant. Vladika Nikolai, who cut a tall and imposing figure in his clerical robes and klobuk, invariably made a deep impression upon people who came into his presence. He was an irresistible subject for Japanese photographers. His bright eyes and intense gaze, which seemed to project an inner light, make photo portraits of him highly memorable. Saint Nikolai was a contemporary of the great Russian writer Lev Tolstoy, but their attitudes towards Orthodox Christianity evolved in quite different ways. Tolstoy's spiritual philosophy ultimately drifted towards positions that the church hierarchy considered heretical. Vladika Nikolai surely would have agreed with the denunciations of Tolstoy made by Russian Orthodox leaders, such as Archpriest Ioan Sergeyev, St. John of Kronstadt. In fact, Vladika was very critical of Tolstoy's vocal pacifism following the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War in 1904. Vladika was both a Russian nationalist and an Orthodox internationalist. He has visited Constantinople and Jerusalem. He must have occasionally felt the tension between those two imperatives, but such ambivalence was not unusual in the context of those times. Considering the religious and socio-political attitudes prevalent in Japan during the period of Russo-Japanese tension in the early 1900s, Bishop Nikolai's position was fraught with difficulties. When armed hostilities erupted between the two countries' military forces in Manchuria in February 1904, the Imperial Russian minister in Tokyo advised Vladika to leave Japan for his own safety. However, he was hesitant to do so. Instead, he sought guidance from the Japanese Orthodox faithful, who unanimously expressed the wish that he remain. Vladika decided to stay in Tokyo, although he did withdraw from active pastoral duties for a while. The series of military reverses suffered by the Imperial Russian Navy, including the death of his good friend Admiral Stepan Makarov, and Russian ground forces, caused Bishop Nikolai deep anguish. Throughout that trying period, he was comforted by his disciples and loyal friends. In his diary, Vladika wrote that his disciples were making every effort to avoid talking to him about the war. In 1905, Japanese and Russian diplomats agreed to a ceasefire, and Vladika emerged from seclusion. For weeks during the summer of 1905, the streets of Japanese cities were full of happy crowds, celebrating what they believed was a great victory for their new empire. However, problems arose following the signing of the Treaty of Portsmouth, the terms of which were generous to Imperial Russia. On September the 5th, the treaty's text was publicly announced and printed in newspapers, igniting widespread popular discontent. Later that day, those sentiments were violently expressed in anti-government outbursts. In the evening, agitated crowds rampaged through downtown Tokyo, attacking and setting fire to police precinct stations and newspaper offices. At one point, a surging crowd reached the gates of the Orthodox mission at Surogodai and threatened to break inside. Fortunately, they were prevented from doing so by a detachment of the Imperial Guard. Bishop Nikolai observed the incident from the third story of the cathedral bell tower. That experience of personal danger was not, however, Vladika's first. In the years immediately following the opening of Japan to foreign trade and residents, itinerant samurai carrying swords were a frequent sight in cities and towns. Some of those men were ruffians who accosted Japanese and foreigners alike. Hieromonk Nikolai had a few encounters with such persons, but was fortunate to emerge unscathed. He was not one to be intimidated by the threat of terrorism. In reading St. Nikolai's diaries, it becomes clear that missionary endeavors such as his required specific abilities, including what we today call administrative acumen, information processing, and resource identification. A few other Orthodox hierarchs of the 19th century possessed such abilities. Among them, Metropolitan Isidore Nikolsky of St. Petersburg and Novgorod, and Metropolitan Innokenty Popov-Venyominov of Moscow and Kolomna, both of whom were mentors and advisors to the young Nikolai. It was Saint Innokenty who, with the enthusiastic approval of Tsar Alexander II, founded the Orthodox Missionary Society in the autumn of 1869. The new organization was dedicated to providing financial and material support to Russian Orthodox evangelical endeavors in Siberia and on the external frontiers of the Russian Empire, including Japan. Until the serfs of Russia were liberated by an ukase of Tsar Alexander II in 1861, the economic system of the empire was underdeveloped. In just a few years, the vast country was energized and inspired to leap into the modern world. For the Russian Orthodox Church, this new national ambition implied a rededication to its traditional missionary principles. By the 1860s, Christian evangelism was becoming a sort of international competition. Churches based in Western European colonial nations were leading the charge, and Russian Orthodox missionaries joined a multitude of proselytizers, including Jesuits, Anglicans, Calvinists, liberal Protestants, and the Salvation Army. The principal theaters of evangelical endeavor were China, Japan, India, and Sub-Saharan Africa. In general, missionary activity was directed toward the formation of dependent colonial branches of churches based in Western Europe, but the Russian Orthodox effort was exceptional. To their credit, Vladika Nikolai and his fellow missionary priests encouraged the development of an indigenous Japanese Orthodox Church, which eventually became autonomous. Although no detailed research has been done on the subject, it appears that the establishment of the Japan Orthodox Mission was directly connected to the founding of the Orthodox Missionary Society. the close relationship between Metropolitan Innocenti and hieromonk Nikolai, which dated from the winter of 1860 through 1861, was certainly a major factor. In any event, it was necessary to open an office in Japan to administer the proposed missionary effort there. The Orthodox mission in Japan was officially chartered by the Holy Synod in April 1870. Nikolai was promoted to the rank of archimandrite and was given the title of mission director, but more than 2 years would pass before the mission headquarters was actually opened in Tokyo. Nikolai's return to Japan was delayed because he wished to visit all 4 of the Russian theological academies and appeal for missionary assistance to join him in Japan. Even after Archimandrite Nikolai returned to Hakodate in the spring of 1871, the mission project was kept confidential. Although he was able to leave for Tokyo in early 1872, things did not immediately go smoothly. His search for a suitable site for the mission headquarters took months. Meanwhile, he lost some personal possessions in a fire. He spent the intervening months teaching the Russian language at a temporary mission in downtown Tokyo. When Nikolai found a good location for the mission headquarters in Surugudai, there was some initial difficulty in securing a lease on the property. He was greatly assisted by his friend Evgeny Byutsov, the Imperial Russian Consul General, who had also relocated to Tokyo. Nikolai's modest Russian language school moved to the new site and became part of the mission. In 1873, Christianity became a tolerated religion in Japan, and active evangelism could legally commence. In order for the Orthodox mission in Japan to receive its annual budget allotments from the Holy Synod and the Orthodox Missionary Society, Archimandrite Nikolai was obliged to submit annual reports recording disbursements for each purpose, along with enumerations of baptized converts and catechumens. His diaries became an abundant source of information that could be inserted into annual reports. By 1878, the number of Orthodox faithful in Japan exceeded 4,000. This was due to Vladika Nikolai's personal charisma and to the efforts of Japanese lay catechists in the provinces. The annual budget of the mission, almost all of which was remitted from St. Petersburg and Moscow, included the, quote, salaries of Orthodox priests and deacons. As mission director, Vladika received a salary sufficiently large for him to use some of it for good works. His charity toward ailing, incapacitated, and elderly members of the Japanese Orthodox clergy and laity was well known. In 1879, Archimandrite Nikolai made his second, and ultimately last, return visit to Russia. That spring, he had received a telegram from St. Petersburg informing him of his prospective elevation to the episcopacy. Vladika also wished to seize upon this good fortune to expand his network of friends and supporters within Russia. He recorded the budget requests for the year 1880 with their prospective sources in his diary entry of September the 24th, 1879 OS. These figures provide accurate estimates of respective portions of the mission's annual budget. Quote, Imperial Russian Treasury, 26,000 rubles. Author's note. Circa 1879, 1 British pound was worth about 9 rubles. Orthodox Missionary Society, 23,800 rubles. Holy Synod, 3,000 rubles. Riga Directorate, 3,695 rubles. Author's note. From 1870 until 1880, the Orthodox mission in Japan was a subordinate jurisdiction under the Omophorion of the Archbishop of Kamchatka and Eastern Siberia, cathedral at Blagoveshchensk. At that time, when Nikolai was elevated to the episcopacy, supervisory authority for the mission was transferred to the Archbishop of Riga, Latvia. Nikolai must have had some advanced knowledge of that impending change. Monastic contributions, 8,000 rubles. This is the estimated total of prospective financial contributions from monasteries in Russia, bringing the grand total to 64,495 rubles. put into the purchasing power of the United States dollar by the time of the publishing of this book in 2003, that would be $888,000. The preceding list is followed by Vladika's written comment that the, quote, Orthodox mission in Japan shall not request more than these specific amounts of financial assistance from any of the entities mentioned. The building costs of the proposed cathedral and women's seminary will be solicited from the Russian people, unquote. The preceding financial data invites some analytical comments. The first is that the Russian Orthodox missionary activity was considered to be a national endeavor worthy of direct support by the Imperial Russian state. The relatively small contribution from the Holy Synod can be seen as largely symbolic, since the Synod assisted missionaries in other ways, which are not reflected in budgetary statistics. Vladika Nikolai was the mission's chief accountant and kept careful records of remittances and expenditures. One of his final acts in this world was completion of the mission financial report for the year 1911. Vladika's return visits to Russia were not vacations, since he had much official business to conduct. Fundraising was always a major concern, but occasionally there were unexpected gifts that greatly benefited the mission. A good example can be seen in his presence at the Chudovo railway station near Novgorod one day in the autumn of 1879. He had gone there to collect a promised contribution to the mission from the Brotherhood of the Yuriev Monastery. The sum of money he received was enormous, 2,000 imperial rubles. The preceding references to St. Nikolai's talents, as applied in his earthly life, show that he was a man of will, a man of action, and a man of intelligence. He was also a man of mercy. Vladika Nikolai possessed keen powers of observation and perception. Although he was frequently critical of his subordinates' behavior and performance of their duties, each and every member of the Japanese Orthodox Keitei, brethren, was eligible to receive his individual attention. St. Nikolai was a bold missionary bogatyr, but deep inside his heart was the merciful love of the Theotokos. Indeed, that was the secret of his extraordinary success as a Christian evangelist in Japan. Vladika Nikolai probably never imagined that his diaries would later be read by others. Thus, when one reads his truly honest sentiments, one understands that when he was in Japan, he was somewhat homesick for Russia. However, he attached much greater importance to the success of the mission than to his feelings. He had vowed in his heart to devote the utmost effort to that endeavor. Such resolve would have been impossible without an underlying love for Japan and the Japanese people. Once, when he was in Russia, he wrote, quote, "When I was in Japan, I always wanted to come to Russia. And now that I am in Russia, there is not a single day in which I do not wish to return to Japan. Even when I am meeting with my best friends, everything I am thinking and talking about pertains to Japan. God, if you hear my plea, please return me to that land, and do not permit the thought of visiting Russia to enter my mind again." Unquote. Many instances when St. Nikolai's merciful soul was clearly revealed can be cited, but perhaps the most heartwarming can be seen in 2 letters he wrote to the young iconographer Irina Yamashta when she was studying in St. Petersburg. The letters are preserved in the collection of one of her relatives, Mr. Hideo Oda, in Kasama, north of Tokyo. A few years ago, I had the pleasant opportunity to examine them, and I vividly recall the emotions I felt upon reading their contents. The letters are written in formal Russian penmanship, presumably to facilitate Irina's reading of them. In the second letter, dated October the 20th, 1882 OS, Vladika Nikolai expressed concern that Irina might be homesick, and that the severe northern climate of St. Petersburg might be adversely affecting her health. He gave his blessing in advance for her to return to Japan at any time if necessary. Vladika's deep pastoral love was not limited to Irina, but was accessible to all members of his flock. It should be noted here that Vladika Nikolai was gifted with a fine ear for music, as well as a refined aesthetic sensitivity, as is reflected in his perception of liturgical music. Byzantine-style choral singing has a special importance in the Orthodox liturgy and other services. According to the old Slavonic chronicles, the reception of Greek Orthodoxy by the court and populace of Kievan Rus was as much attributable to the beauty of the Orthodox style of worship as to any other consideration. The Byzantine choral singing, which so impressed worshippers of Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, had a similar effect upon the hearts of Russians and Japanese. With respect to St. Nikolai's attitudes towards church music, my own impression is that he viewed music as an integral element of Orthodox liturgics, and above all, as an expression of faith. For those reasons, he placed great emphasis on the formalistic aspects of church music. He was sensitive to the spiritual content of that music, which was very important, but proper attention also had to be given to its formalistic aspects, which guaranteed the authenticity of Orthodox worship. Vladika Nikolai's attention to liturgical choral singing is a manifestation of his precision with regard to Orthodox ritual. His diaries contain many references to and critiques of liturgical singing, both in Russia and in Japan. It is known that Pavel Sawabe, the first Japanese to be baptized into the Orthodox Church by hieromonk Nikolai, and who was later ordained a priest, converted on the basis of reason. That is, the persuasiveness of Orthodox theology. At that time, a Russian consular clerk named Vissarion Sartov was serving as a psalm reader in the Hakodate chapel. He was an experienced cantor, deeply familiar with Orthodox liturgical music. Pavel Sawabe resolved to learn Byzantine-style singing from Vissarion, but seems not to have made much progress. For ordinary Japanese people who had grown up with traditional Japanese styles of singing, the sounds of Russian Orthodox liturgical music were like melodies from another world. In the early years of the mission, the quality of singing by Japanese Orthodox choirs was unimpressive, but progress was gradually made, and that cast influence even beyond church circles. The Orthodox contribution to the development of Western-style choral singing in Japan was timely and significant. Several exceptional figures among the Japanese Orthodox faithful diligently learned liturgical music and performed it well. Nadezhda Takahashi, Inokenti Kisu, Yoan Takahashi, and Peter Tokairen being the most notable. Others developed talents in different forms of music, such as Father Pavel Sawabe's daughter, Yulia, later the Matushka of Father Pavel Morita, who was an excellent pianist. Vissarion Sartov suddenly reposed in Hakodate in January 1874, shortly after hieromonk Anatoly Tikai's younger brother, Yakov, a trained choirmaster, had come to Hakodate to assist him. Vladika Nikolai eventually learned of Yakov's abilities and in 1876 invited him to Surugadai to become the mission choirmaster. Vladika perceived the need to improve the quality of Orthodox liturgical music in Japan, and during his 1879 through 1880 return visit to Russia, recruited Dmitry Lvovsky, another experienced choirmaster. The attention Bishop Nikolai devoted to Orthodox music steadily increased from the 1880s into the early 1900s. Two of the leading Japanese choristers at Surugadai, Yoan Nakashima and Peter Tokairin, were extraordinary. Peter was even able to sing beautifully in Russian. Much credit was due to Yakov Tikai and to Dmitry Lvovsky, who spent the remainder of his life in service to the mission and reposed in Tokyo in 1920. In May 1903, the Surugadai Orthodox Youth Fellowship held a public concert in Ochonomizu, near the mission headquarters. Among the selections performed by the choir on that occasion were By the Waters of Babylon, a cherubic hymn, and an irmos from a canon, prelude to a liturgical poem. There was also a solo performance by Peter Tokairin, who sang A Mercy of Peace and Before Thy Cross in Russian. In his diary entry for that day, Vladika Nikolai expresses much interest in the event. His pride in his young disciples' talents is reflected by the comment, quote, "The singing was wonderful." He also expressed some discomfort at the mixing of liturgical and popular styles of music in the concert program. Interestingly, the idea of holding public performances of music by Japanese Orthodox youths seems to have originated with Captain, later Admiral, Stepan Makarov of the Imperial Russian Navy, who visited Surogadai in 1888 and heard the mission choir. At the time of his visit, Bishop Nikolai was absent, making a pastoral journey to Sendai. Makarov later suggested to Vladika that public concerts by Orthodox youth would work to the advantage of the mission, gaining publicity and public favor while promoting evangelism and further development of the performing arts in Japan. In the years 1884 through 1891, Bishop Nikolai supervised the building of Holy Resurrection Cathedral atop the hill at Surogadai. That edifice is usually called Nikolaido, St. Nikolai's Cathedral, in his honor. The cathedral was another manifestation of Vladika's deep concern for Orthodox formalism. After conceiving the idea sometime in the 1870s, he proceeded over the course of several years to collect the enormous amounts of money and church furnishings that the project required. It is well known that a number of Japanese Orthodox priests, Father Pavel Sowabe among them, were initially opposed to the expenditure of such wealth for that purpose, on the grounds that the basis of faith was spiritual, not material or ostentatious. Despite opposition from elements within and outside the church, work on the foundation for the cathedral commenced in 1884. Holy Resurrection Cathedral was completed and consecrated in March 1891. That singular achievement was due, more than anything else, to Bishop Nikolai's personal leadership. In spite of the initial controversy among the Japanese Orthodox, in the minds of ordinary Japanese, the cathedral had long been a symbol of the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan. There is no doubt that its physical presence has exerted a discrete visual and even spiritual attraction, and that it has drawn many people to orthodoxy. The cathedral recently underwent an extensive renovation, completed in 1998, and its appearance has been further enhanced. As one of the most prominent Russians to have resided in early modern Japan, St. Nikolai Kasatkin continually receives attention from scholars around the world. His name is often mentioned and episodes in his life recounted at meetings of Japanese research societies involved in studies of Russia and international cultural relations. In 1978, several Japanese scholars came together to create a semi-formal research group to study the history of cultural contact between Japan and Russia, and Eastern European countries. For years, that group did not have an official name, but its membership and academic visibility gradually increased. In 1995, the name Dainichi Roshyajin Kinkyukai, Study for the Society of Russian Immigrants and Residents in Japan, was officially selected. The Society convenes study sessions every few months, and collection of research papers are occasionally issued under its auspices. For that purpose, the Society maintains an editorial office in the Department of Political Science and Economics at Waseda University in Tokyo. Since 1998, the Society has also published the bilingual research newsletter, Second Homeland. In 1992, in the city of Hakodate, a group of scholars and citizens interested in this field of studies organized the Hakodate Nichiro Koryushi Kenkyukai, Hakodate Association for the Study of Cultural Relations between Japan and Russia. Its membership consists largely of scholars living in and around Hakodate and in other places in Hokkaido. The association publishes a newsletter and holds occasional meetings. Membership in the aforementioned groups is not restricted by nationality, so some Russian scholars belong to each. European and American scholars have also attended their meetings. The idea of scheduling a joint symposium of the two societies surfaced a few years ago, and such an event took place in Hakodate in June of 2002. Most of the scholars' presentations concerned the lives of Russians, including St. Nikolai, who had resided for various lengths of time in Hokkaido. In addition to providing a forum for scholars to present and discuss their recent research, that symposium offered participants the opportunity to explore historic districts of Hakodate, a city that has been instrumental in the development of Russo-Japanese relations over the past 200 years. An extremely important part of that cultural heritage is the repository of historical materials preserved at the Hakodate City Library, established about 70 years ago by the visionary scholar Kenzo Okada. The library is a treasure trove of old documents, manuscripts, illustrated scrolls, photographs, and maps. It also preserves published materials pertaining to the history of northern Japan and Northeast Asia. Documents and letters concerning the name of hieromonk Nikolai, as well as early photographs of him, can be seen in its collections. In addition to the city of Hakodate, the island of Hokkaido has many other historical sites associated with the political and cultural contacts between Japan and Russia. The field of history is concerned with people and events of the past, but Russo-Japanese relations are continuing to evolve. It is a matter of critical importance for Japan, and for Russia, that the most is made of ongoing contacts between their citizens, and that the further development of relations is promoted. In this regard, the continuing activities of the aforementioned research groups, including their publication of periodicals, are highly significant and promise increased contributions to the study of many interesting subjects in the years to come. Archbishop Nikolai Kasatkin, a Russian evangelist in Japan, by Mitsuo Naganawa. Whenever Christianity is mentioned in Japan, the subject is usually understood to mean Catholicism and/or the Protestant denominations. Most Japanese people are only vaguely aware of the existence of the Orthodox Christian tradition, which was transplanted from the Byzantine Empire to Russia and saw a phenomenal growth there. The Orthodox faithful in Japan are currently not as numerous as in the Meiji era, 1868 through 1912, when Japanese Orthodoxy was a considerable presence. At the height of its popularity, in the years 1895 through 1900, the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan was the second largest Christian communion, comprising about 20% of all Christians in Japan at that time. St. Nikolai Kasatkin first came to Japan in 1861 and ultimately spent 48 years, much more than half his life, there. In tangible terms, the grand total of his endeavors in Japan at the time of his repose in 1912 was 2 cathedrals, 7 churches, 276 chapels, 175 meeting houses, 34 priests, 8 deacons, 115 lay catechists, and 34,110 faithful. To those numbers should be added the hundreds of Orthodox Russians and non-Orthodox Japanese whose lives were decisively influenced by Vladika Nikolai. Holy Resurrection Cathedral in Tokyo was a masterpiece of architectural planning. Its present appearance is somewhat different from that of the original edifice consecrated in 1891. The original cathedral consists of a large sanctuary covered by a Byzantine-style dome rising to a height of 35 meters. To that structure was attached a bell tower more than 40 meters high. The cathedral suffered severe damage in the earthquake and fire of September 1, 1923, but was restored to its previous splendor, except for the bell tower, in the late 1920s. Despite budget constraints amidst a global economic depression, the cathedral's restoration was made possible by the extraordinary generosity of Japanese and Russian Orthodox believers. Holy Resurrection Cathedral remains the greatest tangible vestige of St. Nikolai's evangelical endeavors in Japan. In contrast to the missionary efforts of other Christian denominations in Japan, which relied heavily upon foreign, i.e., Euro-American, clergy, the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan maintained a well-trained staff of Japanese priests and lay catechists, who were all salt-sprinkled, direct disciples of Vladika Nikolai. Although Russian Orthodox priests and deacons came to work at the mission, they were never very numerous. The support of the Church by the talents and abilities of the Japanese Orthodox faithful themselves was an achievement of which Vladika was justly proud. Among all the foreign Christian evangelists who worked in Japan during the early modern era, only Archbishop Nikolai nurtured so many direct disciples and exerted so much influence upon popular culture. St. Nikolai's missionary path was not a straight and level highway. The original edicts prohibiting the teaching and practice of Christianity in Japan were still in force when he arrived in Hakodate in 1861. To make matters worse, a popular undercurrent of nationalism, accompanied by xenophobia, was then reaching a crescendo. Any foreign clergyman was a target for suspicion and hostility. During Nikolai's early years of residence in Hakodate, he was more than once accosted by sword-carrying samurai. In fact, his first disciple was just such a person, Kazuma Yamamoto, aka Takuma Sawabe, later to become Father Pavel Sawabe. Originally a retainer of the Lord of Tosa Province on the island of Shikoku, he was a cousin of the famous political activist Ryoma Sakamoto. Discharged from his lord's service because of indiscretions, Yamamoto made his way northward, first to Yedo and thence to Hakodate. There he married the daughter of a local Shinto priest and assumed their family's surname of Sawabe. He took on side employment as an instructor of Japanese-style swordsmanship and at some point caught the attention of the Imperial Russian consul, Yosif Goshkevich. During one of Sawabe's visits to the Russian consulate, he caught sight of hieromonk Nikolai, for whom he initially felt contempt. On a subsequent visit, Sawabe was prepared to draw his sword and kill Nikolai, but was persuaded to listen to an explanation of Orthodox doctrine before acting rashly. After studying Orthodoxy for a year or so, Sawabe was baptized by hieromonk Nikolai, in clandestine violation of anti-Christian edicts, in April 1868, taking the name Pavel. In early modern Japan, the conversion of a novice Shinto priest to Christianity was almost unheard of, so it would be expected that such a dramatic transformation would be fraught with difficulties. Nevertheless, Pavel Sawabe's determination and soulful striving overcame all obstacles and carried him forward into a new era. He preached orthodoxy in Hakodate and northeastern Japan and was ordained a priest in 1875. It had been previously thought that during the 1860s, hieromonk Nikolai devoted most of his free time to the study of the language, culture, and history of Japan. However, several recent discovered letters that he wrote to Yosif Goshkevich in the years 1865 through 1867 reveal that Nikolai was operating a modest school in addition to his duties as a consular chaplain. More about this subject below. Through his studies, Nikolai came to realize that although the sources of Japanese culture were ancient, its religions, Shinto, Buddhism, and Neo-Confucianism, had reached their limits of development and stagnated. He concluded that only by accepting Christianity could the Japanese people make further progress. Receiving permission from the Holy Synod to take a sabbatical, hieromonk Nikolai left Hakodate in February 1869 for a return visit to Russia. At the top of his agenda was the official establishment of an Orthodox mission in Japan, and he intended to petition the Holy Synod toward that end. In the process of organizing the mission, he obtained the active support of Metropolitan Isidor Nikolsky of St. Petersburg and Novgorod, Metropolitan Innokenty Popov Veniaminov of Moscow and Kolomna, and Count Admiral Evgeny Putyatin, one of the most influential Orthodox laymen in Russia. In the spring of 1870, the Orthodox mission for Japan was chartered by the Holy Synod. In conjunction with that, Nikolai was raised to the rank of archimandrite and appointed director of the mission. Archimandrite Nikolai's diary entries of early 1871 contain numerous mentions of his longing for Japan, which he already considered his adopted country. Traveling via Jerusalem, Suez, and Shanghai, he returned to Hakodate that spring. During Nikolai's 2-year absence, Pavel Sowabe's activity had been remarkable. After the siege of Hakodate ended in the spring of 1869, some samurai from the vanquished pro-Tokugawa partisans sought self-renewal in the teachings of Christianity. They were befriended by Pavel, who encouraged them to convert to Orthodoxy. Upon Nikolai's return to Hakodate in the spring of 1871, a number of them received baptism. Among them were future Orthodox priests, deacons, and lay catechists. Attending to his duties as consular chaplain for the duration of 1871, Archimandrite Nikolai was joined in early 1872 by hieromonk Anatoly Tikhai, whom he had recruited at the Kiev Theological Academy. Nikolai entrusted the consular chaplaincy to Anatoly and sailed for Tokyo to establish the mission headquarters. At the time the mission opened in September 1872, Nikolai was probably not very knowledgeable about how to administer a religious organization. However, he could draw upon his experience at the Hakodate Consulate General, where he had observed Yosif Goshkevich and Yevgeny Butyov performing their duties. Goshkevich had probably related to Nikolai, in some detail, the activities of the Russian Orthodox mission in Peking, where he had served in the years 1839 through 1848. Since Nikolai had been teaching the Russian language and other subjects to Japanese adults since the early 1860s, it was natural that he would seek to expand that activity after relocating to Tokyo. He had an ulterior motive in doing so, as he wished to develop a core group of Japanese Orthodox disciples who were competent in Russian. After a tentative start in the summer of 1872, Nikolai found a good site for the mission headquarters at Surogodai and moved his fledgling language school to an old building on the property. Enrollment soared for a time, then declined, prompting him to found an Orthodox seminary, equivalent to a high school. Quite a number of his students would eventually become locally or even nationally famous. Archimandrite Nikolai opened the men's seminary and a catechetical institute in 1874. The seminary accommodated 50 students per class year, and the standard course of studies required 6 years for completion. That could be extended to 7 years with permission. The curriculum included catechetics, New Testament, Old Testament, church history, and religious philosophy. In the 1870s, Nikolai was the seminary headmaster and also taught some classes. The other instructors were Russian Orthodox priests attached to the mission. Few of them stayed more than 2 years, due to the humid climate and the difficulty of learning the Japanese language. Formal instruction in liturgical singing to prospective cantors and choristers among the Japanese Orthodox faithful commenced in earnest at Hakodate in 1874, when Yakov Tikhai arrived to assist his older brother, Father Anatoly, in the missionary effort there. Archimandrite Nikolai was so impressed with Yakov's talent that he called him to Surogodai in 1876 to become the mission choirmaster. In time, some of the Japanese keitei, brethren, excelled at liturgical singing and other forms of music, surpassing in ability the graduates of the leading performing arts schools in Tokyo. Based upon the theory that a good Orthodox Christian upbringing would result from an optimum family environment, Bishop Nikolai founded a women's seminary in 1882. It accepted matriculating students from the girls' school and had an intensive curriculum similar to that of the men's seminary. Most of its graduates married Japanese Orthodox lay catechists and supported their husbands' activities while raising children in the faith. In 1892, the women's seminary commenced publication of its own journal, Ura Nishiki, literally, inner brocade, a Japanese metaphor meaning modesty. It contained articles with feminine themes encouraging self-improvement and spiritual growth, along with translated passages from Russian literary works. Ura Nishiki continued in publication until 1907, going through 16 annual volumes and 178 issues. Vladika Nikolai placed great emphasis on religious publishing, believing that the printed word and printed image were essential to the promulgation of the Orthodox faith in Japan, where literacy levels were comparatively high and the reading of books and pamphlets by ordinary citizens was common. He had introduced lithographic printing at Hakodate in 1871. More about this below. In Tokyo in the mid-1870s, he met two young female artists, Masako Yamamuro and Rin Yamashita. Both accepted baptism into the Orthodox Church, receiving the names Varvara and Irina, respectively. In 1877, Archimandrite Nikolai founded the mission newsletter, Kyokai Hochi, Church Herald. Thus commenced his grand venture into Orthodox publishing, iconography, and the decorative arts, all of which were much needed by the growing church. Vladika Nikolai's elevation to the episcopacy in 1880 was essential for the further development of Orthodoxy in Japan, principally because he was invested with the power to ordain priests and deacons. Henceforth, he could ordain Japanese clergy as he deemed appropriate, so Orthodox congregations throughout the country were gradually supplied with pastors. The 1880s saw a dramatic increase in Japanese Orthodox religious vocations, resulting in a broadening of missionary efforts into rural areas. As of 1880, the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan counted one bishop, Vladika Nikolai, one archimandrite, Father Anatoly Tikai, 6 priests, including Father Vladimir Sokolovsky, 1 deacon, 79 lay catechists, 96 congregations, and more than 6,000 faithful. By 1891, when Holy Resurrection Cathedral was consecrated, those numbers had more than doubled. 22 priests, 2 Russian, 6 deacons, 136 lay catechists, 219 congregations, about half of those using prayer houses, and more than 20,000 faithful. Following Bishop Nikolai's return to Tokyo in the autumn of 1880, the mission newsletter was transformed into the newspaper Seikyo Shimpo, Orthodox News. It had a tabloid format and was printed on a lead-type press. A total of 765 issues were published under that name until 1913, when its name was changed to Seikyo Jiho, Orthodox Times. In 1882, Vladika founded the mission publishing house Ai Sha, Agape Love Press, to issue authorized translations of Orthodox religious literature along with books about the doctrines and history of the Orthodox Church. He also developed the Missions Translation Bureau, assembling its staff from among the most talented graduates of the men's seminary. The most outstanding translators, Yoan Ishida, Masashi Ueda, Eikichi Kimura, and Sava Horie, produced fine Japanese editions of Russian religious and literary works. During the 1890s, they produced a 5-volume translation of the works of St. John Chrysostom, reading guides to all books of the Old and New Testament, church histories, and theological texts. By the time of St. Nikolai's repose in 1912, Aisha had published translations of all the major theological texts of the Russian Orthodox Church. In the late 1880s, the faculty of the men's seminary underwent a transformation. Well-qualified Japanese Orthodox men who had graduated from Russian theological academies, such as Simeon Mii, Arseny Iwasawa, and Yoan Sanuma, were hired as instructors. By the end of the century, the faculty of the men's seminary was almost entirely Japanese, as was that of the women's seminary. In 1919, the men's seminary closed its doors due to disarray in the Russian Orthodox Church caused by Bolshevik persecution. In its 45 years of existence, it had produced about 1,000 Japanese graduates, most of whom became Orthodox priests, deacons, lay catechists, or mission staff members. Some who had become proficient in Russian elected to seek their fortunes in the secular world, becoming instructors at such institutions as Waseda University and the Imperial Military College in Tokyo. In the process, they helped lay the foundation for academic Russian studies in Japan. The most eminent of them was Vasily Nobori, the leading translator of Russian literature in Japan. He also edited the Seikyo Jiho in the early 1940s. The Orthodox liturgical books needed for daily worship were translated into Japanese by Bishop Nikolai and his faithful assistant, Pavel Nakai. It was their custom to spend 4 hours every evening on that work, a routine that was followed until Vladika suffered a heart attack in 1910. Their translations came forth in an unrelenting flow and were printed for use in Orthodox churches throughout Japan. The religious milieu of early modern Japan was a conglomeration of animism, shamanism, Neo-Confucianism, and Buddhism. Thus, it was essential for Vladika and Pavel to carefully select words having unambiguous meanings in order to accurately convey Orthodox teachings. Piece by piece, words and phrases were translated and recombined. Sometimes neologisms were coined. Their efforts brought into being a distinctly Orthodox Japanese vocabulary, which continues to be used by the Church today. Translation of the New Testament was difficult and required much time. Vladika Nikolai had begun translating the Gospels at Hakodate in the mid-1860s, but was dissatisfied with his early productions. He was constantly revising and polishing the texts. Ultimately, Vladika and Pavel needed about 6 years of almost daily work through the 1890s to complete the Wagashu Isusu Haristos no Shinyaku, the New Testament of our Lord Jesus Christ, published by the Ayaisha in 1901. Certain translated passages were criticized as being too difficult for ordinary Japanese to understand, but the translation as a whole won widespread praise, even from missionaries of other Christian denominations in Japan. Translation of the much longer Old Testament were more problematic, so only the passages needed for the liturgy and other services were translated at first. That ambitious project was far from completion at the time of St. Nikolai's repose and was never finished. Over the course of the years 1882 through 1911, 18 graduates of the men's seminary received Vladika Nikolai's blessing to pursue advanced studies at Russian theological academies. Some of them became instructors at the men's seminary after returning to Japan. In 1893, several of them founded the journal Shinkai, Spiritual Sea, devoted to Orthodox theology and religious philosophy. It went through a total of 70 issues before publication was discontinued in 1899. Shinkai was a unique intellectual forum in which the interpretations of Russian Orthodox theologians were presented to Japanese readers. Among the staff writers were Timofey Seki and Danyo Kinoshi, who were instrumental in introducing important Russian writers and thinkers to a new audience in Japan. Translated passages from the works of Russian literary figures such as Dostoevsky, Soloviev, and Tolstoy appeared also in Shinkai, along with excerpts from the works of formerly prominent writers who have now largely been forgotten. Graud, Yerkovich, and Guruyavzev among them. In that way, Japanese readers were exposed to Slavophile thought, which stood in contrast to the Western European thought which dominated the intellectual scene in the Meiji era. Issues of Shinkai are now available on microfilm and are a valuable resource for Japanese scholars of early modern Russia. Holy Resurrection Cathedral symbolizes the brightest period of Japanese Orthodoxy's history, the 1820s. The 20th century brought ominous events in both Japan and Russia, which had deep impact upon the mission. The Russo-Japanese War, 1904 through 1905, Archbishop Nikolai's repose, 1912, the Bolshevik Revolution and the Russian Civil War, 1917 through 1922, the Great Kanto earthquake, 1923, and the intense persecutions of the early Stalin era, 1927 through 1941. The Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan experienced particular difficulties because of its Russian origins. During a time in which Westernization was deemed consonant with Japan's national ambitions, Imperial Russia was seen as a semi-backwards country. The two nations had almost conflicting interests in Manchuria and Korea. It was an unpleasant fact that, on a daily basis, the Japanese Orthodox faithful experienced harassment from anti-Russian elements among the general population. In his reports to the Holy Synod and letters to Russian friends, Bishop Nikolai sometimes wrote about that disturbing subject. Japanese Orthodox lay catechists working in rural areas had to endure extreme hostility after war broke out between Japan and Russia in February 1904. When war erupted, Imperial Russian diplomats in Japan hastened to board ships and return to their country. Foreign diplomats and friends, concerned for Vladika Nikolai's personal safety, urged him to leave Japan immediately. Instead, he decided to remain in Tokyo, in accordance with the wishes of the Japanese Orthodox Keite, brethren. The mission had become too much a part of his life for him to forsake it in that moment of trial. Vladika withdrew from official duties for about a year, but was active behind the scenes throughout the war, working to ease the suffering of the Japanese Orthodox faithful while directing the ministry to tens of thousands of Russian military personnel interned in Japan. In 1906, in recognition of Bishop Nikolai's services to his countrymen, Tsar Nicholas II and the Holy Synod deigned to elevate him to the dignity of Archbishop. At that point, the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan was granted the status of an independent diocese. Despite the honor bestowed upon him as an individual, Vladika Nikolai was well aware that his flock was still unable to be financially self-sufficient. Most of the Japanese faithful lived in northeastern Honshu, the Tohoku region, and Hokkaido. Only a few of those faithful were prosperous. Such economic poverty, albeit amidst spiritual richness, presented a contrast between Orthodoxy and other Christian denominations in early modern Japan. Considering the problems that confronted Vladika Nikolai during his half-century of residence in Japan, his diligence and physical stamina are worthy of praise. Frugal and self-disciplined, he lived more than half his life in a simple suite of 2 rooms at the Surugadai Chancery. Vladika always mended his own cassocks and wore them until they were threadbare. After his repose, when Bishop Sergei and Japanese Orthodox priests inspected the suite, they found only a handful of personal possessions. Some original manuscripts of Vladika's annual reports to the Holy Synod are preserved at the Russian State Central Historical Archives in St. Petersburg. Those vary in bulk from about 10 pages to as many as 40 or 50 pages. A characteristic feature of the manuscripts is the remarkable consistency of Vladika's handwriting. The appearance and content of his manuscript diaries, annual reports, and letters are tangible evidence of his spiritual fortitude and attention to detail, and inspire deep respect for his great abilities. In the spring of 2001, I happened to receive a communication from Mr. Vyacheslav Onischenko, who resides in the city of Dnepropetrovsk, Ukraine. His letter informed me that at the Ukrainian State Archives in Kiev, he had discovered 8 letters written by Hieromonk Nikolai to Yosef Goshkevich in the years 1865 through 1873. Without hesitation, I sent a reply expressing my interest in seeing the letters, and soon afterward a packet of photocopies was forwarded to me. In the chronology of early modern Japanese history, the period in which those letters were written was marked by the decline and demise of the Tokugawa regime, the restoration of distinct rule by the emperor, and a brief civil war. 7 of the letters span the time between Goshkevich's return to Russia, February of 1865, and Nikolai's departure on sabbatical for his first return visit to Russia, February 1869. The presence in Hakodate of a magistracy representing the Tokugawa shogun and foreign consulates ensured a constant flow of political information and rumor. Hieromonk Nikolai occasionally inserted items of particular interest to Yosef Goshkevich into his letters. One good example appears in a letter sent in the autumn of 1866, which includes information the new Russian consul, Evgeny Butsov, had just received from Yedo, that a high-ranking emissary of the shogun had sailed for Russia to start discussions aimed at resolving the conflict between Japanese and Russian settlers in Sakhalin. That same letter also mentions a wave of persecutions of Christians in Nagasaki and large increases in consumer prices in Japanese marketplaces. The contents of St. Nikolai's letters to Goshkevich mostly concern personal and religious matters. Political events are seldom mentioned. The letters provide information about Nikolai's thoughts and feelings as he went about his duties and studies in Japan. The letters also convey accounts of local events involving members of Hakodate's foreign community, many of whom were well known to Goshkevich. Some of those accounts are interesting and even amusing, reflecting Nikolai's youthful curiosity. He was a Russian monastic priest, living not in a monastery but in the outside world, in a foreign city. Intending to preach orthodoxy among the ordinary people of Japan, he moved through their society with open eyes and an open mind. His letters do not display any contempt for mundane affairs, but reveal him to have been tolerant and big-hearted. One of the main concerns evident in Hieromonk Nikolai's letters is education. He requested that Goshkevich send him Russian books about various non-religious subjects of interest to Japanese students: navigation, mining, geography, physics, and world history. In one letter, he remarked that the books needed would be used in a school operated by the Lord of Sendai, in northeastern Honshu. That suggests that Nikolai was already friendly with samurai from the Sendai domain who were serving as civil guardsmen, keeping order in Hakodate for the Tokugawa regime. At the invitation of the Imperial Russian Foreign Ministry, 6 young samurai, 2 were interpreters from the Sendai domain, departed Hakodate for Russia in September 1865. They were bound for the naval base at Kronstadt, on Kotlin Island, near St. Petersburg, to learn various nautical skills. Nikolai wrote that he had prepared letters of introduction for the students to present to Russian Orthodox hierarchs. He asked that Goshkevich, who was to supervise them during their stay, see to it that Orthodox clergy showed appropriate concern for their well-being. Nikolai warned that it was inadvisable to encourage them to convert to Orthodoxy because Christianity was strictly prohibited in Japan. He suggested that courteous treatment of the students would work to advance further the Russian interests in Japan. The students arrived at Kronstadt in April of 1866. In a subsequent letter, Nikolai asked Goshkevich to convey his best regards to them and expressed hope that they would return to Japan with friendly and respectful feelings towards Russia. Hieromonk Nikolai began to teach Russian conversation and grammar to Japanese adults shortly after his arrival in Hakodate in mid-1861. At some point, he also became the tutor for Japanese interpreters and translators of Russian, who worked for the magistracy. Nikolai's letters to Goshkevich reveal that by the spring of 1866, he was operating a small private school. One letter mentions that, in addition to several translators, he was teaching 3 other men and expected another prospective student to arrive in a few days. Nikolai emphasized that his students were all mature, of the age of 25, and fairly well educated. He was determined to create a bona fide school and announced his readiness to proceed with his plan even if denied financial assistance from the Asia Department of the Imperial Russian Foreign Ministry. For his students, he requested that Goshkevich procure a large number of Russian textbooks on a variety of subjects, including mathematics, astronomy, and Russian history. In those days, it took many months for international cargo from the Baltic coast of Russia to reach Japan, but Nikolai eventually received the books. There's no doubt that Hieromonk Nikolai was intending to use his school as a vehicle to promote the Orthodox faith. It is clear that by 1866, he was making progress in various support activities, translation of the New Testament and liturgical books, as well as lexicography. Nikolai had an expansive vision for future publishing work and was trying to procure a lithographic printing apparatus. He had already given Josef Goshkovich $100 towards such a purchase, but was unsure whether that sum would buy the kind of apparatus he needed. Another recently discovered source provides more detail about this. It is a letter written by Nikolai, dated August 4th, 1869, OS, which my Russian colleague found in Moscow. Written during Nikolai's first return visit to Russia, it contains a passage that suggests his school in Hakodate was already receiving financial assistance from the Imperial Russian Foreign Ministry. He requests a disbursement of 500 rubles from the Asia Department's budget to purchase a lithographic apparatus. Nikolai eventually obtained the device and carried it along with his baggage on the return voyage to Japan in 1871. Some of Hieromonk Nikolai's letters to Goshkovich mention Takuma Sawabe, before he was baptized Pavel, and other Japanese catechumens. Nikolai notes that in 1867 there were already 5 adult Orthodox catechumens and 4 dependent children in Hakodate. He writes that the Sawabe family home had an Orthodox votive altar with an icon of the Theotokos, and that on feast days their house became a center of worship, morning prayers and readings from Scripture. Nikolai adds that Sawabe had been ready to receive baptism into the Orthodox Church for some time, but was still in a difficult position with regard to the Shinto shrine maintained by his wife's family. Nikolai tells of his idea to have Sawabe go to northern Honshu as a roving missionary, to preach orthodoxy and organize study circles as a first step towards evangelical activity in that region. Amidst a civil war in northern Japan, Hieromonk Nikolai departed Hakodate in February 1869 for a return trip to Russia. During his time in St. Petersburg, it is likely that he often met Josef Goshkovich. He traveled around Russia, visiting theological academies, until late 1870. He then embarked on his return voyage to Japan via Palestine. The last letter known to have been sent by Nikolai to Goshkovich was mailed from Tokyo in the spring of 1873, just a few months after the opening of the mission headquarters at Surugadai. A jubilant Nikolai conveys some statistics reflecting the success of his evangelical activity. Quote, "There are now 200 Japanese Orthodox faithful in Hakodate. I have already baptized 50 faithful here in Tokyo. There are more than 300 catechumens in Sendai, but lamentably, we have not been able to baptize them." Unquote. Nikolai adds that all the Orthodox successes in Hakodate were ultimately attributable to Goshkovich and closes with a blessing. 2 years later, Goshkovich reposed in Wilno, Vilnius, and rests in eternal memory in a cemetery there. With respect to Japanese history, particularly the history of Hakodate and Yezo, Hokkaido, Hieromonk Nikolai's 8 letters to Josef Goshkovich provide more background to the events of the 1860s, a period of political and intellectual ferment in Japan. Some of the steps being taken by Japanese authorities to comprehend the outside world and foreign peoples come into clearer focus. Especially surprising is the relatively tolerant attitude toward Christianity shown by some Japanese officials and samurai. Deeper interest in the faith was then developing. Hakodate was, along with Nagasaki, one of the first cities in Japan to openly tolerate Christianity. Mr. Onishchenko's discovery of these 8 previously unknown letters written by Nikolai is a great contribution to our understanding of his early years in Japan. Those letters fill a void left by the fire of 1907, which consumed most of the records kept at the Hakodate Orthodox Church. For historians, about 4 years, 1865 through 1868, of Nikolai's life had been almost blank until this latest find. A few hundred letters written by St. Nikolai to his Russian mentors and friends and to his Japanese disciples are extant. It is possible that additional pieces of his correspondence may be found in various places. The Japanese Disciples of St. Nikolai by Mitsuo Naganawa, Maria Kaneishi, Kenosuke Nakamura, Etsuko Nakamura, Kanako Maruchi, and Michael van Remortel. St. Nikolai Kasatkin had hundreds of Japanese and Russian direct disciples and more than 100 good friends of various nationalities. After his consecration to the episcopacy in 1880, he ordained 44 Japanese Orthodox priests. A complete list appears in the miscellaneous section of this book. Many of Vladika Nikolai's closest disciples were residents of the Surugadai mission compound or neighboring districts of Tokyo. They included Orthodox priests, lay catechists, religious writers, translators, and artists. This composite article conveys essential information about the lives, achievements, and social influence of some of Vladika's major disciples. This collection of biographical profiles in English is unprecedented, but it is no more than a preliminary effort towards documenting the lives of those disciples. Several of the Japanese Orthodox priests were especially highly regarded by St. Nikolai because of their deep spirituality, scholarly erudition, or evangelical fervor. Foremost among them was proto-presbyter Simeon Mi, who had earned an honors degree in theology at the Kiev Theological Academy. He was one of the young Japanese seminarians who had been immersed in Orthodox spirituality during their studies in Russia. Other prominent priests include Archpriest Sergei Suzuki and proto-presbyter Peter Shibayama. Most of the young Japanese men who studied in Russia did not become priests, but served the mission in other capacities. Some, such as Yoan Sanuma and Peter Ishikawa, became instructors at the men's seminary. Others, such as Arseny Iwasawa and Daniel Konishi, joined the editorial staffs of Orthodox publications. St. Nikolai was a spiritual and cultural presence even beyond church circles. He was acquainted with dozens of Japanese artists and intellectuals, to whom he imparted special influence. Vladika Nikolai and the Orthodox Cathedral in Tokyo were sometimes in the vernacular press and the literary works of some secular writers. A thorough study in English of Vladika's social and cultural impact and his relationships with non-Orthodox friends is needed. However, this composite article concentrates on representative figures among Vladika's direct disciples. The following profiles vary considerably in length. Many of them owe much to the published research of the late Father Proclus Ushimaru and of Professor Mitsuo Naganawa. To a certain extent, the selection of disciples profiled herein was determined by the ready availability of biographical information about them. In addition, several mini-profiles of other Japanese disciples can be found in the footnotes. Due to time constraints, the editors were unable to read a number of promising sources. Proto-presbyter Simeon Michiro Mi, 1858 through 1940, by Mitsuo Naganawa. He was born Shuji Mi in the castle town of Morioka in northeastern Honshu. His father was a high-ranking official in the administration of the Nambu clan, rulers of that domain. Following the Meiji Restoration in 1868, his parents changed his given name to Michiro. As the son of an official, he was entitled to study at the clan academy, the Sakujinkan, where he concentrated on the study of English. To the chagrin of students and teachers alike, the academy was closed in 1871, when the Bushi warrior caste was abolished along with the feudalistic Tokugawa social order. Michiro's introduction to Orthodox Christianity came one day in 1873 while he was visiting a friend's house. There, Michiro happened to meet the young catechumen named Ippei Taira, who encouraged him to look into the Orthodox faith. In response to the invitation, Michiro began to visit the Orthodox mission that had been opened in Morioka by disciples of Archimandrite Nikolai. After a few visits, Michiro also became a catechumen. The next step for him was a journey to Hakodate to be baptized into the church. Michiro was then only 15 years old, so he required his parents' permission to make the trip. That was granted, and he soon set out for the north coast in the company of Ippei and a few other catechumens. At the port of Aomori, they boarded a sailing vessel and crossed the Tsugaru Strait. When the Morioka catechumens arrived at the Orthodox chapel in Hakodate, they were warmly welcomed by hieromonk Anatoly Tikai. A few days later, Michiro and the others were all baptized by Father Anatoly, with a Russian naval officer standing as godfather. Michiro received the new name Simeon and was offered a place in the Hakodate mission school, where students studied the Bible weekday mornings under Father Anatoly's guidance. Simeon's previous study of English in Morioka proved to be the vehicle of his advancement. He purchased an English translation of the Bible at the Hakodate bookshop, and that was duly noted by Father Anatoly, who had also studied English. Due to their linguistic aptitude, Simeon and his classmate Alexander Sasama were invited to accompany Father Anatoly on a voyage to Tokyo in late 1873. One day in January 1874, the youths met Archimandrite Nikolai face to face. He tested them on their English comprehension and, seemingly satisfied, accepted them both as neophyte translators. They were given responsibility for translating English letters and documents received by the mission, but Simeon was unable to perform up to expectations and soon enrolled in the Russian language school. In the 1800s, for a Japanese teenager to possess some competence in two foreign languages was virtually unheard of. The Russian language school was a boarding school, and at the height of its popularity in 1873, about 150 young men were residing there. The following year, dwindling enrollment compelled Archimandrite Nikolai to transform it into a men's seminary, equivalent to a high school. Simeon was just 19 years old when the church newspaper, Kyokai Hochi, Church Herald, was founded. He and Arseny Iwasawa, who was 18, were assigned the editorial duties. Each issue contained a variety of church-related news, including lively reports from Orthodox lay catechists in the provinces. The Kyokai Hochi went through 51 issues before it was suspended by the modernized tabloid format Seikyo Shinpo, Orthodox News, after Bishop Nikolai's return from Russia in the autumn of 1880. Simeon and Arseny continued in their editorial roles with the new publication until 1883. That spring, both graduated with distinction from the seminary and received recommendations from Vladika Nikolai to pursue advanced theological studies in Russia. Simeon was to attend the Kiev Theological Academy, from which Father Anatoly Tikai had graduated. In mid-June, they embarked at Yokohama for a voyage to Europe via Hong Kong, Ceylon, and the Suez Canal. They arrived in Marseille harbor in the autumn and traversed Europe to reach Russia. In former times, the Kiev Theological Academy occupied an imposing building in one corner of the Bratsky Monastery. Simeon passed the oral and written examinations and enrolled in September 1883. He was the first student from an East Asian country to enroll there, and that fact was widely publicized. In 1885, he sent the Seikyo Shinpo a report from Kiev, introducing the attractions of the city, including the famous Monastery of the Caves. His report was serialized in several issues, as were some of his letters to friends at Surugadai. Simeon had an affable personality and made many friends in Kiev, including Metropolitan Platon Gorodetsky. During holidays and summer vacations, he visited villages and monasteries in the countryside around Kiev and in the Crimea. Simeon graduated from the academy in June 1887 with the rank of magistrant, one step below Doctor of Theology. That year, only 7 of the 60 graduates at Kiev were ranked as magistrant. That honor earned him a special status during his remaining weeks in Russia. In St. Petersburg, he was received by Konstantin Pobedonoshtev, the chief procurator of the Holy Synod. Simeon returned to Japan in the autumn of 1887. Since he had not taken the monastic path, Simeon soon decided to marry a young Orthodox woman named Harita Hiroko Uematsu. Their wedding took place in September 1888. The couple would eventually have 10 children, some of whom were still living into the 1980s. Over the years, the family lived mostly in Tokyo and Kyoto. In the spring of 1891, Simeon had occasion to meet the Russian Crown Prince, Nicholas Romanov, after an incident near Kyoto in which the Tsarevich was wounded by a swordsman. Due to his prowess in the Russian language and his status as a magistrant alumnus of the Kiev Academy, Bishop Nikolai named him as a delegation that represented the mission at the farewell ceremony for Nicholas and his cousin, Prince George of Greece. The formalities took place aboard ship in Kobe Harbor on May the 19th. In March 1893, Simeon and Harita suffered the death of their firstborn son, Alexander. It has been written that the tragedy was the catalyst for Simeon's entry into the Orthodox clergy. Due to his superior education and high intellect, his progress was rapid. He was ordained to the diaconate by Bishop Nikolai in January 1894 and to the priesthood the following month. Meanwhile, he had also become the publisher of Record for the new Orthodox theological journal Shinkai, Spiritual Sea. Over the ensuing 6 years of the journal's existence, supervising its content would be one of his principal duties. Following Father Simeon's ordination, there was a delay in assigning him to a parish. Vladika Nikolai finally suggested that he become rector of the Kyoto parish and also be responsible for making periodic pastoral visits to Orthodox missions in western Honshu. No sooner had Father Simeon and his family settled in Kyoto that war broke out between Japan and the Qing Empire, the Sino-Japanese War, 1894 through 1895. He was reassigned temporarily to Hiroshima, where the military headquarters for the war effort was located. After the conflict ended, Father Simeon returned to his old parish in Kyoto. Bishop Nikolai attached much importance to the old imperial capital because that city possessed a great cultural heritage and was often visited by prominent Japanese and foreigners. Father Simeon's competence in English was an added qualification for such a high-profile position. At the 1896 All-Church Council, Father Simeon urged that a new church be built for his growing congregation. Receiving approval from Vladika Nikolai and the assembled delegates, he returned to Kyoto and procured a piece of land occupied by an old theater. It was demolished and work commenced on the new Church of the Annunciation in the autumn of 1898. Built almost entirely of wood, it has a cruciform design, a copper-sheathed roof, and tall bell tower. Its iconostasis and bell were donated by Russians. The church was consecrated in May 1903. The outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War in 1904 caused vexing problems for the Japanese Orthodox clergy and faithful. Bishop Nikolai withdrew temporarily from church affairs, and soon Russian prisoners of war began arriving in Japan. Father Simeon had spent nearly 5 years in Russia and knew the language well, so he was among the first Japanese priests asked by Vladika Nikolai to attend to the captives' spiritual needs. That autumn, he was assigned responsibility for the internment camps in Nagoya, Toyohashi, Shizuoka, Kyoto, and Kanazawa. After the war ended, there were felicitous developments. In April 1906, Vladika Nikolai was elevated to the dignity of archbishop, and the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan became an independent archdiocese of the Russian Orthodox Church. Father Simeon was among 9 Japanese priests honored by Tsar Nicholas II. Each was presented with a commemorative gold pectoral cross. In 1907, Bishop Andronik Nikolsky made his second journey to Japan to lead the newly created Diocese of Kyoto and Western Japan, but after a few difficult months decided to return to Russia. In 1908, Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov arrived in Japan to replace him. An erudite scholar who had been president of the St. Petersburg Theological Academy, Bishop Sergei seems to have been quite compatible with Father Simeon. Following St. Nikolai's repose in 1912, Bishop Sergei acceded to the position of ruling hierarch and named Father Simeon his administrative assistant. Father Simeon and his family returned to Surugadai and lived in a modest house there. In April 1917, the Holy Synod notified the mission that Father Simeon and Father Peter Sasagawa were promoted to the rank of proto-presbyter. Shortly afterward, Father Simeon visited Russia in an official capacity, as Bishop Sergei's personal representative to the momentous General Conference of the Russian Orthodox Church held at the Kremlin in Moscow. In the wake of the February Revolution and the abdication of Tsar Nicholas II, the principal subject under discussion was the reinstitution of the Patriarchate. Alone among the Japanese Orthodox clergy, Father Simeon participated in those historic discussions. During his several weeks' stay in Moscow, he enjoyed meeting old friends and former classmates, some of whom had risen to high positions in the church, including Archbishop Vladimir Sokolovsky and Archbishop Andronik Nikolsky. He also met with Russian laymen who had been captives in Japanese internment camps in 1904 through 1905. Hierarchs and delegates emerging from the Kremlin's gates on the afternoon of October the 29th, 1917, OS, were surprised to see street battles raging between imperial loyalists and Bolshevik partisans. Despite civil strife in Moscow, which lasted nearly a week, the conference continued its deliberations. There was a unanimous vote in favor of restoration of the Patriarchate, and a few days later, Metropolitan Tikhon Belavin, who had spent many years in America, was chosen as the first Russian Orthodox Patriarch in 200 years. Father Simeon attended the consecration ceremony on November the 8th, OS. A week later, he left Moscow in the company of a group of bishops from Siberia. Father Simeon arrived home in Tokyo just before the new year. He would visit Siberia again, much sooner than he ever expected. That came about in 1918 as the result of the Siberian intervention by Allied military units in support of White Russian forces. Detachments from several nations, including Japan, Britain, and the United States, landed in and around Vladivostok and proceeded inland along the Trans-Siberian Railway. Japanese army units were the first to arrive in August. In conjunction with the intervention, Japan's foreign ministry concocted a plan in which Japanese Orthodox priests and laymen would venture into eastern Siberia to meet Russian Orthodox clergy and ordinary citizens. They were to distribute leaflets that explained the reasons behind Japan's intervention and to offer verbal explanations if needed. On the basis of their standing in the Orthodox Church and their good command of the Russian language, 4 men were selected: Father Simeon, Father Pavel Morita, Peter Ishikawa, and Yoan Sanuma. They were paired up with Father Simeon and Peter assigned to go to Harbin, Manchuria, to procure relief supplies before proceeding into eastern Siberia. Father Pavel and Yoan were based in Vladivostok and were to travel around the maritime region. Father Simeon and Peter arrived in Harbin at the end of August. They were greeted by some of their former students at the men's seminary, young Orthodox Japanese working in northern Manchuria. Gathering supplies took about a month, so Father Simeon and Peter reached Mancholi on the Russian border in late September with 2 railway freight cars full of supplies: salt, sugar, tea, mittens, socks, candles, and soap. Their mission was to distribute those items gratis to Orthodox chanceries and monasteries, and to sell to ordinary citizens at a discount. Needy persons could receive coupons at churches to exchange for goods. Father Simeon and Peter traveled to Chita and beyond, much further west than originally intended, and reached Irkutsk in mid-October. Their relief project generated goodwill, but did not noticeably improve the image of the Japanese military among Russians in Siberia. Father Simeon and Peter Ishikawa returned to Tokyo just before Christmas. In the meantime, Kei Hara, one of Father Simeon's former schoolmates, had taken office as Prime Minister in Japan. In January 1919, Father Simeon visited Hara's office to present his report about the Orthodox relief effort in Siberia. Ultimately, Japanese and Allied expenditure forces were frustrated in their effort to support the White Russian resistance. In 1920, a Bolshevik attack on the port of Nikolaevsk-na-Amurie left many of the town's Japanese residents dead or wounded. Among the deceased were members of the Japanese Orthodox faithful, including Consul Toramatsu Ishida and his family, and Vladika Nikolai's disciple, Timofey Seki. In October 1922, the last Japanese units were evacuated from the coast of Siberia. On September 1, 1923, a strong earthquake struck the Tokyo-Yokohama metropolitan area. Widespread damage resulted from the trembler and fire that spread through downtown Tokyo. The cathedral dome and bell tower collapsed, and fire destroyed the mission chancery, seminary buildings, and much of the library. Father Simeon and his family lost their home and possessions. On October the 20th, an emergency session of the Church Council convened at the undamaged Orthodox Church in the Kojimachi district of Tokyo. Its deliberations addressed the work needed to rebuild the cathedral and mission headquarters. Archbishop Sergei delivered the opening address. Despite the estimated costs, overwhelming support was voiced for a rebuilding project. A supervisory committee was formed under Father Peter Shibayama, then the Orthodox rector in Nagoya. It was decided that Father Simeon would remain in charge of the General Directorate in Tokyo, working with Archbishop Sergei and the Special Committee towards Recovery. In the aftermath of the Bolshevik Revolution and Civil War in Russia, it was unrealistic to expect any financial assistance from the Orthodox faithful there, who were suffering persecution. Likewise, most of the Russian émigrés living in Japan had fled their homeland with few possessions and had little money. Thus, the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan was left to its own resources. Father Simeon continued to serve the church in an administrative capacity during the 1920s and 1930s. Many of the Japanese faithful considered him the vital force holding the church together and preventing schism. Proto-Presbyter Simeon Mi reposed early in 1940 and rests in eternal memory in the Soumei Cemetery in Tokyo. A eulogistic obituary for him appeared in the March 1940 edition of the Seikyo Jiho, Orthodox Times, and Father Simeon's, quote, episodial reminiscences were serialized in that newspaper later that year. Archpriest Sergei Suzuki, 1863 through 1946, by Maria Kaneishi. He was born Kyuhachi Nomura in 1863 in Morioka. His father, Gishiro, and mother, Shige, served the Nambu clan, rulers of that domain. In 1871, following an imperial decree on social reform, the Nomura family moved to Hakodate. The Nambu clan had maintained a branch office there for many years. In 1858, a parcel of land near it was obtained by Imperial Russian diplomats for consular use. Shige was the first member of the Nambu family to convert to Orthodoxy. She was baptized by Father Anatoly Tikai in 1873, receiving the name Matrona. Kyuhachi was baptized the following year, receiving the name Sergei. Gishiro followed a couple of years later, taking the name Cassian. The rapid growth of the Orthodox community in Hakodate during the early 1870s provoked a hostile response from the local officials and anti-Christian elements among the townspeople. Undeterred, Father Anatoly directed the 3 neighborhood missions be opened. After Christianity became a legally tolerated religion in Japan in February 1873, Orthodox evangelism was conducted openly. In mid-1872, a few months after Archimandrite Nikolai left Hakodate, Father Anatoly founded the Motomachi Orthodox Primary School. Under the tutelage of the lay catechist Damian Igarashi, the school operated in one room of the Russian consulate. Sergei Nomura was enrolled there in 1874. Among his classmates were Pavel Sawabe's son Alexei and Yoan Sakai's daughters, Teksa and Matrona. That year, on a pastoral visit to Hakodate, Archimandrite Nikolai inspected the school and observed classes in session. The Motomachi Orthodox Primary School was one of the first Christian schools in early modern Japan. Its pupils learned writing and reading along with the fundamentals of Orthodox doctrine. In 1874, the school had about 40 students, but its enrollment increased to more than 300 by 1880. It enjoyed a reputation as one of the best schools in Hokkaido. Sergei Nomura spent 2 years there, graduating in the summer of 1876. That year, Sergei was among the fortunate students who commenced preparatory study for the men's seminary at Surugudai. Escorted by an adult lay catechist, the boys sailed to Aomori and then walked from there to Tokyo in 20 days. Arriving at the mission, they were personally welcomed by Archimandrite Nikolai, who taught some classes at the seminary and corrected the students' Russian compositions. After a few months spent studying Russian, Sergei enrolled in the seminary. Around the time of his 19th birthday, Sergei was able to avoid military conscription by being adopted into another family, a process which required a change of surname. Upon graduation from the seminary in 1884, he was offered employment at the Mission Translation Bureau. Although he was not one of the most outstanding students selected to study in Russia, he was fairly competent in Russian. That ability would have a decisive impact upon his future. Among Sergei's duties was to produce a translation of an Orthodox saint's life for each issue of the Seikyo Shinpo, Orthodox Times, which was published twice a month. In 1887, Sergei married Nadezhda Te Ishida, the daughter of a prominent provincial family that had converted to Orthodoxy. Even before its formal consecration, the nearly completed Holy Resurrection Cathedral was used for special church functions. It was there that Sergei was ordained to the diaconate in late 1890. The cathedral was dedicated in the spring of 1891. Sergei's daily life was quietly devoted to church affairs, but larger events would soon push him into a more prominent role. Ordained a priest by Bishop Nikolai in 1895, Father Sergei was assigned responsibility for supervising church activities in a broad area of western Japan. That proved to be too great a task, so at the 1896 All-Church Council, that region was subdivided. Father Sergei retained a smaller and much more manageable area, including the city of Osaka and neighboring districts. He would serve as rector of the Osaka parish throughout the remainder of Vladika Nikolai's lifetime, for 17 years altogether. He also attended to the spiritual needs of resident Russians in Osaka and Kobe, including the Imperial Russian consul and his family and the consular staff. During the Russo-Japanese War, Father Sergei's faithful ministrations to Russian captives in internment camps were deeply gratifying to Vladika Nikolai. In the summer of 1904, Father Sergei made his annual visit to Matsuyama, on the island of Shikoku, where camps had been set up on the fields on the edge of the city. For the duration of the conflict, Father Sergei made periodic visits to each of those and to other camps in northern Shikoku. He was fondly remembered by many Russian soldiers and sailors long after their repatriation. In 1907, he received a gold pectoral cross from Tsar Nikolai II in gratitude for his services. Some former captives raised funds in Russia to build new Orthodox churches in Osaka and Matsuyama. At the 1915 All-Church Council in Tokyo, Father Sergei made the decision that would shape the last 30 years of his life. Responding to the need for Japanese Orthodox clergy in southern Manchuria, he volunteered to move to the city of Dairen, as Dalny was called during the years of Japanese occupation, 1905 through 1945. There he took charge of the ministry to Japanese Orthodox faithful living in that city and elsewhere in the Liaotong Peninsula. Except for occasional return visits to Japan to attend church councils or to raise funds for various projects, Father Sergei spent the remainder of his life on the continent. In May 1918, he moved north to Mukden, now Shenyang. He and his family lived in a house at the Russian cemetery there for about 10 years. In June 1928, Father Sergei went to Lishunko, Port Arthur, to organize a new Orthodox parish, then returned to Dairen in May 1929. In the years 1933 through 1934, he traveled around Japan raising funds for a new Orthodox church in Dalny. In the late 1930s, he and his family again went to live in Mukden. In 1942, Father Sergei was conferred with the dignity of mitred archpriest. He reposed at Dalny in 1946, when the city was under Soviet military occupation. Proto-presbyter Peter Junko Shibayama, 1857 through 1937. He was born and raised in Nagoya. He was an elementary school principal at the time he accepted baptism into the Orthodox Church. Resolving to enter the priesthood, he enrolled at the men's seminary in Surugadai. After several years of study, he was ordained a priest by Bishop Nikolai in 1898. Father Peter proved to be an adept administrator and was a valuable assistant to Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov. He directed the cathedral rebuilding project in the 1920s and was proto-presbyter Simeon Mee's successor as chancellor of the General Directorate of the Church. Father Peter was one of the leading intellectuals among the Japanese Orthodox clergy. Apart from his church activities, he was noted for his interest in tea lore. Father Peter gained prominence as a proponent of international peace and friendship just at the time nationalist and militarist elements were solidifying their control of the government of Imperial Japan. His name is still well known today because of his definitive biography of Saint Nikolai in Japanese. Father Anthony Ambrosi Shichihei Hibi, 1893 through 1936. He was born on the Chita Peninsula near Nagoya and was baptized into the Orthodox Church as a young man, receiving the name Ambrosi. He was fortunate to be selected as a member of Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov's Goodwill delegation, representing the Hristos Orthodox Church of Japan that visited Vladivostok and the Maritime region in 1915. While the group was staying at the St. Nikolai Ussurisk Monastery, the Siberian Valam, located between Vladivostok and Lake Kanka, Ambrosi was so deeply impressed by the Brotherhood's monastic spirituality that he requested permission to stay on as a novice. Ambrosi was eventually tonsured a monk, receiving the new name Anthony, and spent 6 years at that monastery. While there, he translated a collection of spiritual instructions on the monastic life into Japanese. In 1921, the impending demise of the White Russian resistance in Siberia compelled him to return to Japan. He subsequently worked for many years at the Orthodox Church in Toyohashi, not far from his birthplace. Matsusaburo Yokoyama, 1838 through 1884. He was born on the island of Iterup in the Kurils. His family returned to live in Hakodate sometime in the 1840s. While working as a tailor's apprentice, he developed a talent for drawing pictures. At the time Commodore Matthew Perry and the American fleet visited Hakodate in 1854, Matsusaburo observed the official photographer taking pictures around town, which sparked his interest in photography. In 1864, Matsusaburo traveled around a sailing ship to Shanghai. Although he found 2 British photographers doing business there, he was unable to learn much from either of them. Returning to Japan, he stopped over in Nagasaki and then proceeded to Yokohama, where he studied for a while under Renjo Shimooka, a pioneer photographer who operated a studio there. Matsusaburo returned to Hakodate in the autumn of 1864. At that time, his younger brother, Matsuzo, was learning the Russian language from a member of the Imperial Russian consular staff. Matsusaburo was introduced by his brother to Consul Yosif Goshkevich and hieromonk Nikolai. At Goshkevich's request, Matsusaburo made some entomological specimen illustrations. The 2 men enjoyed talking about photography, but their acquaintance lasted only a few months. Goshkevich suddenly returned to Russia in early 1865. On one occasion, Matsusaburo was introduced to a visiting Russian painter named Lemon, for whom he worked briefly as a porter and field assistant on forays into the scenic environs of Hakodate. Taking advantage of the opportunity to observe Western-style painting at close range, Matsusaburo paid close attention to Lemon's technique. In 1872, Matsusaburo took photographs of the famous sites of Kyoto for display in the Japanese pavilion at the World's Fair in Vienna, capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It was about that time that he opened a studio in Tokyo. It is presumed that he kept in contact with Archimandrite Nikolai throughout the last years of his life. Although not fully attested by extant sources, it is clear that Matsusaburo was one of Nikolai's earliest and most faithful friends, and that he was acquainted with two young female artists, Irina Yamashita and Varvara Yamamuro. Please see their profiles below. Around the time they first met Archimandrite Nikolai in the mid-1870s. It is possible that, at the request of Goshkevich or Nikolai, Matsusaburo did some decorative artwork for the interior of the Orthodox chapel in Hakodate. He may also have painted one or more Orthodox-style icons on canvas-wrapped wooden blocks. Additional sources may eventually be found which shed more light on Matsusaburo's activities and his role in the formative period of Western-style painting in Japan. Pavel Tsugumaro Nakai, 1855 through 1943. He was born and raised in Osaka, the son of the Neo-Confucian scholar Toen Nakai. The educator Varvara Nakai was his half-sister. Please see her profile below. After graduating from the Osaka Normal School, he worked as a teacher. In 1878, he was baptized into the Orthodox Church, taking the name Pavel. He initially worked as a lay catechist in and around Kakogawa, near Kobe. In 1881, Bishop Nikolai made a pastoral journey to western Japan. During his visit to Osaka, Pavel's diligence and scholarly acumen caught his attention. Vladika promptly invited Pavel to come to Surugadai to assist him in translating the scriptures and liturgical texts into Japanese. Pavel spent about 30 years of his life in performance of that important role, never married, and lived in the style of an Orthodox monastic. For a number of years, he kept an intermittent record of going-ons at the mission, an important primary source which has been preserved. A short biography of Pavel in Japanese was compiled by Father Proclus Ushimaru and published by the Osaka Suita Orthodox Parish in 1979. Irina Rin Yamashita, 1857 through 1939. She was born a samurai's daughter in the town of Kasama in Hitachi Province, now Ibaragi Prefecture. Her father died when she was 6 years old. From childhood, Rin enjoyed drawing pictures, and in 1873 she was permitted to go to Tokyo to study art. At first, she worked as an apprentice in ukiyo-e, traditional woodblock art print studios, then studied under the painter Seijuro Nakamaru, 1840 through 1895, whom she much respected. In 1877, Rin was fortunate enough to win admission to the new National School of Fine Arts, part of the Imperial College of Engineering, where she was taught by Antonio Fontanesi, an Italian artist from Torino. Her expenses were paid by the former lord of Kasama, whom her father had faithfully served. At the school, Rin met Varvara Yamamuro, a spiritual daughter of Archimandrite Nikolai. Varvara introduced Rin to him. A few months later, she too accepted baptism into the Orthodox Church, taking the name Irina. It is likely that Varvara and Irina learned the techniques of lithography from Vladika Nikolai, who had some experience with that medium. After his return from Russia in 1880, Bishop Nikolai learned that Varvara had married and would be unable to go to Russia to study iconography. He thereupon offered Irina the opportunity to study at the Novodevichy Resurrection Women's Monastery in St. Petersburg. Escorted by Archimandrite Anatoly Tikai, she left Japan in late 1880. Arriving in St. Petersburg in March 1881, she took up residence in the monastery under the watchful eyes of Mother Feofania. She commenced the study of iconography and the Russian language under the tutelage of senior nuns. Later that spring, she met the famous engraver F.I. Jordan when he visited the monastery. From time to time, she learned the techniques of engraving from him and was influenced by his neoclassical style. Irina was also permitted to make occasional visits to the Hermitage Museum. She lived at the monastery until March 1883, when she left to return to Japan. Upon her arrival to Tokyo, Bishop Nikolai provided her with an atelier and residence at Surogudai. She immediately became the mission's leading religious artist and went on to produce hundreds of icons and religious illustrations for the mission. She retired from active work in 1919 and spent the last years of her life living quietly in her hometown of Kasama. Irina spent her entire life in celibacy, much in the style of an Orthodox nun. Many of her original icons and paintings have been preserved in Orthodox churches throughout Japan and in the collections of her relatives. Feodora Hatsu Kitagawa, 1858 through 1938, by Kenosuke Nakamura. She was born in the city of Mito, northeast of Tokyo, to parents who were from Okayama in western Japan. Since her parents were both of the Bushi warrior caste, Hatsu was able to receive the sort of good education rarely enjoyed by Japanese women in pre-modern times. She was even tutored in the Chinese and Japanese classics. Hatsu also became adept at weaving and made kimonos and other items for herself and relatives. At the age of 19, Hatsu married Kumakichi Kosaka and accompanied him to Tokyo, where he aspired to study medicine. In 1883, they were both baptized into the Orthodox Church. It is said that Feodora's conversion was the fruit of the exemplary spiritual devotion of Pavel Kosugi, a lay catechist who was later ordained a priest. The Kosakas subsequently moved to Nagoya, where Kumakichi had found work as a company physician. Unfortunately, they were not blessed with children, and that situation led to their divorce in 1895. Feodora returned to her hometown of Mito, and her surname reverted to Kitagawa. The first Orthodox-connected orphanage in Japan was founded in 1896 by Yosef Ho Tadaki, a young man who had studied at the Surogudai Catechetical Institute. Yosef was motivated to found the institution after an earthquake and tsunami ravaged the coast of the Michinoku region in northern Honshu. Thousands of lives were lost, and many children who survived were left without parents or close relatives. Feodora Kitagawa first visited the orphanage in the autumn of 1897 and soon volunteered to become Yosef's assistant. Eventually, after Yosef lost interest in the project and apostatized, Feodora assumed control of the management of the orphanage. She renamed it Ikusei-en, Nurturing Garden. Some financial and material assistance was provided by Bishop Nikolai and Peter Ishikawa, a Japanese Orthodox historian, who organized a subscription drive for its support. The orphanage received frequent mention in the church newspaper, Seikyo Shimpo, Orthodox News, and in the Shime Shimpo, Mission News, an Orthodox newsletter published by the lay catechist Vasily Yamada in the town of Karasuyama, north of Tokyo. Vasily became a major supporter of the project, but despite his assistance and that of other people, the early years of the orphanage were a time of trial for Feodora. Fortuitously, an idealistic and energetic young man named Yorichiyo Katsuragi appeared and offered his active support. Although he was not initially one of the Orthodox faithful, he grasped the spirit of Christian charity underlying the project. In 1901, he was baptized into the Orthodox Church in the Kojimachi Parish, west-central Tokyo, receiving the name Peter. By 1903, Feodora and Peter had succeeded in obtaining additional support from the Orthodox laity and prominent Tokyo citizens. The orphanage premises had become crowded and decrepit, and it was decided to move the facility to a new location. Tragically, Peter reposed prematurely in 1905, and it was not until the following year that sufficient means were available to enable the move. The highlight of the early years of the orphanage was the fundraising campaign of 1906, the centerpiece of which was an art auction at a hall in downtown Tokyo. An ensemble played music, Archbishop Nikolai made an appearance, and enough money was raised to commence the building of the new home for the children. In the autumn of 1906, famine struck the Michinoku region of northeastern Honshu. As had happened in the disaster of 1896, many children became orphans. Some of them were received into the Ikusen by Feodora. It was also at this time that she was making changes in the basic operations of the orphanage. One new policy was temporary custody, by which orphans could be cared for until relatives or foster homes could be found. An especially memorable event at the Ikusen was an inspection tour made by Miss Maria Bakhmetyev, wife of the Imperial Russian ambassador, escorted by Archbishop Nikolai, in May 1908. The following December, Vladika recorded in his diary some details of the Christmas liturgy and the festivities afterwards, in which the Ikusen orphans, all of whom had been baptized into the Orthodox Church, participated. For many years after Archbishop Nikolai's repose, Feodora Kitagawa continued to provide a family-style atmosphere for a growing number of orphans. In 1932, she began to suffer from rheumatism and reduced her activity. She reposed in March 1938. Varvara Masako Yamamuro Okamura, 1858 through 1936, by Kanako Maruchi. She was born in Yedo, the fourth daughter of a high-ranking Bushi, warrior caste, retainer, and was raised in the town of Saku in Shinano Province, now Nagano Prefecture. She returned to the city of her birth in 1874, when it was called Toke. She happened to meet Archimandrite Nikolai and was baptized into the Orthodox Church in 1875, taking the name Varvara. She was invited to reside in the women's dormitory at Surugadai, and under Nikolai's tutelage, she commenced the study of iconography and lithography. In 1877, with the mission's assistance, she enrolled in the new National School of Fine Arts, but withdrew after about 2 years of study. Along with Irina Yamashita, Varvara learned painting from Antonio Fontanesi, but she withdrew from the school after about 2 years of study. While Vladika Nikolai was visiting Russia in 1879 through 1880, Varvara married a young man from Saku named Takeshiro Okamura. Together they founded a printing shop called Shinyodo in the vicinity of Surugadai. Takeshiro accepted baptism into the Orthodox Church in 1882. The Okamuras subsequently did a considerable amount of lithographic work for Vladika Nikolai and the mission, particularly colorful icon prints, as well as illustrations for the Japanese Orthodox choral book published in 1885. Varvara and her husband also produced many popular art prints and illustrations with Japanese historical themes, and gained renown as skillful printers. They were granted the privilege of producing lithographic portraits of Emperor Mutsuhito and his consort in 1891. Varvara was the first woman to become successful as a lithographic artist in Japan. It is hoped that more research will be forthcoming about this important couple, especially their continuing relationship with Vladika Nikolai and the mission in the early 1900s. Arseny Heikichi Iwasawa, 1859 through 1943. He was born near Shuzenji in the Izu Peninsula. His father converted to Orthodoxy when Heikichi was a teenager. It seemed that he was encouraged to go to study at the Orthodox mission in Tokyo, and he enrolled in the Russian language school. In 1876, he was baptized into the Orthodox Church by Archimandrite Nikolai. The following year, he enrolled in the men's seminary. Together with Simeon Mi, Arseny became a co-editor of the new church newsletter, Kyokai Hochi, Church Herald. Upon their graduation from the seminary in 1883, Arseny and Simeon received Bishop Nikolai's blessing to study theology in Russia, and traveled there together. After spending a year in preparatory study at a seminary in Moscow, Arseny entered the St. Petersburg Theological Academy. He graduated in 1888 and returned to Tokyo. Vladika Nikolai appointed him to the faculty of the men's seminary. Arseny assisted Father Sergei Glebov in producing a Russian grammar textbook for Japanese students. In 1893, Arseny became an editorial writer for Shinkai, the new Japanese Orthodox Journal of Theology. He contributed an article to almost every issue until publication was discontinued. His article in the first issue was an energetic assertion of the correctness of Orthodox Christianity as opposed to the Roman Catholic and Protestant versions. Arseny's nom de plume was Mireyanin, the Russian word for an Orthodox layman. He was an active instructor at the seminary until his retirement in 1920. When the military government of Imperial Japan issued new regulations for religious organizations in 1938, the possible retirement of Metropolitan Sergei Tikhomirov began to be openly discussed among the Japanese Orthodox laity. As the result of the nativist dissident faction's contact with the Russian Orthodox Church in exile, Metropolitan Sergei was deposed in 1941. He was replaced as ruling hierarch by Father Yoan Kiichi Ono, who was consecrated a bishop in Harbin, Manchuria, with the new name Nikolai. Arseny had previously been an instructor at the Japanese Military Academy, so he was viewed by fascist leaders as politically reliable. He was persuaded to accept the position of official representative of the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan, but served just a short time in that capacity before reposing. In 1942, he wrote a series of reminiscences about the early years of the Orthodox Seminary and Holy Resurrection Cathedral for the Seikyo Jiho. Panteleimon Yoshiharu Sato, 1860 through 1904. He was born in Takashimizu, near Sendai, and came to Tokyo as a teenager to attend the Orthodox Seminary. After graduation, he received Bishop Nikolai's blessing to study in Russia and traveled there with Grigory Nagasaka. In 1884, Panteleimon enrolled at the Kazan Theological Academy. There he met the young Alexei Peshkov, 1864 through 1936, who later gained international fame under the nom de plume Maxim Gorky. Panteleimon appears as a character in Peshkov's autobiographical novel Moi Universiteti, My Universities. Panteleimon returned to Japan in 1888, together with Arseny Iwasawa, and taught for a short time at the men's seminary. He was also a writer for the journal Shinkai, and contributed a critical essay on materialism to its first two issues. He later became an interpreter for the Japanese military and died at the front in 1904 during the Russo-Japanese War. Daniel Masutaro Konishi, 1864 through 1939. He was born in the town of Ajino in Baizen Province, now Okayama Prefecture. He entered the men's seminary in 1881. That year's incoming class numbered 50 students, the largest in the school's history. Daniel traveled to Russia in 1887 as the interpreter for a Japanese diplomatic delegation and remained there after his service ended. It seems that he obtained the blessing of Bishop Nikolai to do advanced study. He succeeded in gaining admittance to the Kiev Theological Academy in 1888, following in the footsteps of Archimandrite Anatoly Tikai and Simeon Mi. Graduating from the academy in 1892, Daniel advanced to the Graduate School of Moscow University, where he studied Chinese classical literature. While a student there, he was befriended by Lev Tolstoy and began to translate some of the famous writer's works into Japanese. He also wrote articles and did translations of Japanese articles for a Russian philosophical journal. Daniel's experience was unique among those Japanese who studied in foreign countries in early modern times. Peter Kisaburo Ishikawa, 1865 through 1932. He was born in Sendai and baptized into the Orthodox Church as a young man. He came to Tokyo in 1883 and at the age of 18 enrolled in the men's seminary. In 1888, Peter began writing for the church newspaper, Seikyo Shimpo, Orthodox News. Upon graduation in 1890, he was appointed prefect of the seminary dormitory. In 1892, Peter became editor-in-chief for the Seikyo Shimpo. In the years which followed, he came to be widely regarded as the foremost lay spokesman for orthodoxy in Japan. In 1900, his History of Orthodoxy in Japan was published by the General Directorate of the Church. In 1903, Peter was appointed a professor in the seminary, supervising instruction in religious philosophy. During the Russo-Japanese War, 1904 through 1905, he served as secretary of the Society for the Spiritual Comfort of Russian Prisoners, a provisional organization founded by Japanese Christians. In 1918, Peter participated in a secret mission to Siberia arranged by the Japanese government. For details, please see the profile of Proto-Presbyter Simeon Mee above. He retired from editorial work in 1925 and from teaching in 1930. Peter wrote many articles for church periodicals, translated Russian theological works, and published several books. Nadezhda Ine Takahashi, 1866 through 1929, by Etsuko Nakamura. She was born in Yedo, Tokyo, the daughter of a retainer in the service of the Itakura family of Fukushima, southwest of Sendai. Although not formally tonsured an Orthodox nun, she lived a chaste and frugal life as an educator and regent, choirmaster. Experiencing various difficulties, her family struggled in economic poverty and returned to Fukushima after the Meiji Restoration of 1868. Despite the incessant persecution of Christians in that area of northeastern Honshu, all the members of her family were baptized into the Orthodox Church by Father Pavel Soabe, St. Nikolai's first disciple, in 1880. In the spring of 1881, a fire destroyed much of the city of Fukushima, including the newly completed Orthodox chapel. Among the Orthodox faithful in the city, only the Takahashi's family was spared, and the family immediately decided to transform it into a prayer house. About a month later, Bishop Nikolai visited Fukushima and offered a prayer service at the home. In his diary, Vladika recorded that the Takahashi children graced the occasion with beautiful choral singing. Nadezhda was 14 years old at the time and implored Vladika Nikolai to permit her to enroll in the Orthodox girls' school in Tokyo so that she might study ecclesiastical music. When permission was received, Nadezhda and her younger brother walked the 200 miles to the capital and both enrolled in the Orthodox primary schools at Surugadai. In 1882, Bishop Nikolai founded the women's seminary, and Nadezhda matriculated to it. Nadezhda subsequently excelled at music and became a mainstay of the Surugadai choir. In addition, she often attended to the material needs of the needy and infirm members of the faithful, in the process becoming one of Vladika Nikolai's most trusted disciples. She graduated in 1885 and was hired for the faculty of the Orthodox Girls' School. She took up residence on the second floor of the seminary building, where several female teachers were living. She became friends with the young iconographer Irina Yamashita, who had recently returned to Surugadai from Russia. It is said that Irina used Nadezhda's small, beautiful hands as models for those of the Theotokos in many icons. It was around that time that Nadezhda confided to Bishop Nikolai her wish to take monastic vows and devote her life to the Orthodox Church. But she was not tonsured. With Vladika's encouragement, she studied piano under Raphael von Kober, 1848 through 1923, a Russian professor of German ancestry who was teaching philosophy at Tokyo University. Vladika and Kober were greatly surprised by her natural talent and rapid progress. In 1901, Nadezhda was asked by Bishop Nikolai to help found an Orthodox girls' school in Kyoto, where Father Simeon Mi was serving as rector. Although Father Simeon was officially the principal, much of the administrative responsibility devolved upon Nadezhda. She supervised the building of classrooms, a student dormitory, and a dining hall adjacent to the new church consecrated in 1903, and managed those facilities in an efficient manner. The new school was small, but it offered instruction in subjects that were unusual in Japan, such as choral singing and the Russian language. In the years after Archbishop Nikolai's repose, the church encountered financial difficulties. In 1919, with a view towards consolidation, Archbishop Sergei Tikhomirov directed that the Kyoto Girls' School close its doors and merge with the school at Surugadai. In the aftermath of that setback, Nadezhda conceived the plan to re-establish Orthodox primary education in the Kyoto area with private assistance. She approached Vice Admiral Nikolai Fyodorov, one of the commanding officers of the loyalist Imperial Russian Pacific Fleet. He offered a generous contribution, with which Nadezhda founded the Kansai Orthodox Girls' School on land in the village of Yoshimoto, west of Kyoto. She assumed the position of principal, and together the faculty and students subsisted by raising chickens and selling eggs. Unfortunately, that ambitious venture ended within 2 years, when the White Russian resistance collapsed and Fyodorov sought refuge in France. In later life, Nadezhda sought fulfillment in secular employment, while remaining a faithful member of the Orthodox Church. She worked as an instructor and dormitory prefectress at Baika Women's College in Osaka, and later became principal of the Ikutagawa Nursery School in Kobe. Andre attended the men's seminary in Tokyo for 5 years, and then went to America, where he studied theology and sociology for several years before returning to Kobe to found his enterprises. With Andre's assistance, Nadezhda performed various charitable tasks for the city of Kobe, including surveys in underprivileged districts. Nadezhda died suddenly of heart failure due to liver disease at the age of 62. Following her repose, Proto-Presbyter Simeon Mi eulogized her as the most illustrious Orthodox woman ever to graduate from the women's seminary. Vladika Nikolai had always placed great stock in her abilities. Although of small stature, Nadezhda was energetic and diligent. She was particularly adept at music and Japanese calligraphy. She was a frequent contributor to the Orthodox women's magazine Ura Nishiki, Inner Brocade, Modesty, in the years 1892 through 1907. Nadezhda was also the first female historian of the Hristos Orthodox Church of Japan. Her book, Kyoka Roku, Flowers in a Mirror, describes the early years of the women's seminary. Teksa Sumiko Sakai, 1867 through 1905, by Etsuko Nakamura. She was born in Hakodate, the eldest daughter of Tokure Sakai and his wife, E. In 1868, her father became one of the first Japanese to be baptized into the Orthodox Church, receiving the name Yoan. Shortly thereafter, her mother was also baptized, receiving the name Yelena. Teksa was one of the first infants to be baptized into the Orthodox Church in Japan. When official persecution of Christians in Hakodate loomed in 1868, Hieromonk Nikolai urged the new converts to seek safe haven in northeastern Honshu. Yoan and E took their baby daughter back to their native area of Kanari, north of Sendai. In the years 1869 through 1873, Yoan Sakai worked as an Orthodox lay catechist in a wide area of northern Honshu. During that time, Yelena and Teksa made several trips back and forth from Kanari to Hakodate. Whenever they visited Hakodate, mother and daughter stayed in the houses of close friends. In the early 1870s, Yelena gave birth to 2 more children. Fortunately, Yoan and his growing family managed to survive those difficult years. At the age of 6, Teksa was enrolled in the newly opened Motomachi Orthodox Primary School. When Archimandrite Nikolai made a return visit to Hakodate in 1874, he observed classes being taught by the headmaster, Damien Igarashi, and noticed little Teksa. Vladika later wrote of his first impression of her thus, quote, Teksa was being raised by fine parents, and was a very good child. She was like a flower growing forth in a beautiful garden, and in her childhood was like a little angel of God. I well remember her childhood years and her extremely fine and charming character. Unquote. In 1875, at the time Pavel Sawabe was ordained to the Orthodox priesthood, Yoan Sakai was consecrated to the diaconate. He made the momentous decision to cease his secular, mercenary medical practice, opting instead to become, quote, a physician of the soul. Soon afterward, Yoan was jailed in the town of Toyoma, north of Sendai, because of his evangelical activity, but was eventually released. He made a practice of frequently fasting to intensify his devotion and deepen his spirituality. Yelena and their children lived in Hakodate and continued to eke out a living. She found work as a domestic, doing sewing, laundry, and cooking for the staff employees of the Imperial Russian Consulate General. In 1878, Teksa went to Tokyo to enter the Orthodox Girls' School at Surugudai, and was a member of its first graduating class. She was invited to become an instructor at the school and taught there for 2 years before deciding to return to Hokkaido. In Hakodate, she assisted her mother Yelena in operating a new Orthodox girls' school which accepted female graduates of the Motomachi Orthodox Primary School and other qualified girls. In 1890, Teksa married a young physician named Michihiko Ogiwara. Tragically, their firstborn child died the following year. A few months afterwards, Dr. Ogiwara was appointed to the post of chief physician at the Kabato prison in the village of Tsukigata, northeast of Sapporo. Teksa accompanied him there and soon gave birth to a daughter. Dr. Ogiwara became prominent in the campaign to reform the Japanese prison system, in which inmates were often cruelly treated while working as contract labor in mining and tunneling projects. In the summer of 1894, her husband drowned in a nearby lagoon. Foul play was suspected but never proved. At the time her husband died, Teksa was pregnant. She returned to Yelena's house in Hakodate and gave birth to a son. In 1896, she left her 2 children in her mother's care and again went to Tokyo to teach at the girls' school. She served as an instructor of Christian ethics and church history and lived in the student dormitory. Teksa also contributed poems and essays to the Orthodox women's magazine Uranishiki, together with Varvara Nakai, the half-sister of Pavo Nakai. She formed an Orthodox women's creative writing group called the Sekshusha, which encouraged the schoolgirls and other young women to express themselves in poetic verse. Teksa was diagnosed with tuberculosis around the time the Russo-Japanese War began, and she reposed in a hospital near Surugudai in January 1905. In a memorable passage in his diaries, Vladika Nikolai praised her as, quote, one of the most devout Christians among the Japanese Orthodox faithful, who always sought serenity in prayer and who was praying at the moment of repose. As burning incense creates a fragrance, her life was a living prayer. Unquote. Yoan Kakusaburo Senuma, 1868 through 1933. He was born in Hachioji, west of Tokyo. As a teenager, he happened to attend an Orthodox evangelical meeting at which Bishop Nikolai delivered a highly inspirational homily. Against his parents' wishes, he decided to enroll in the men's seminary at Surugudai and soon afterwards was baptized into the Orthodox Church. Yoan originally intended to study medicine in Russia and then to become a physician, but after he graduated from the seminary and received Vladika's blessing to study theology in Russia, his interests developed in a spiritual direction. Yoan traveled to Russia in 1890, together with Marko Saikaishi and Yemelyan Higuchi. Following in the footsteps of Archimandrite Anatoly Tikhai and Simeon Mi, Ioan entered the Kiev Theological Academy. In 1895, Ioan became the only Japanese Orthodox layman ever to meet Archpriest Ioan Sergiev, St. John of Kronstadt. Upon his return to Japan in 1896, Ioan was appointed headmaster of the men's seminary by Bishop Nikolai. Over the years, he contributed many articles to the Seikyo Shimpo and Shinkai, and was also an active religious translator. Some of his letters were printed in a Moscow newspaper, and he compiled a self-study textbook of the Japanese language for the use of Russians. Ioan became one of the leading laymen of the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan. Timofei Takesaburo Seki, 1871 through 1920. He was born in the Izu Peninsula and went to Tokyo as a teenager to enter the Orthodox seminary. Immediately after graduation, he joined the editorial staff of the journal Shinkai. He contributed to almost every issue and served as the editor-in-chief during the late 1890s. Timofei received Bishop Nikolai's blessing for advanced study in Russia, but was unable to go at the time. He was considered a brilliant writer and translator. Of all the young Japanese Orthodox writers who contributed to Shinkai, he wrote most incisively and critically about Western philosophy. The general trend in the Meiji era was that young Japanese who studied abroad specialized in almost every academic subject except philosophy. Thus, Timofei's detailed explanations were of considerable value to the readers of Shinkai. He was known for his critical observation of the main currents of European philosophy, from a Slavophile point of view. He eventually became one of the most highly regarded religious philosophers and critics in Japan, gaining some fame as the translator of Vladimir Solovyev's lectures on God-manhood. Timofei's opportunity to visit Russia came at last in 1916. He spent a year there, but his studies were cut short by the Bolshevik Revolution. After his return to Japan, he once again sought adventure on the frontiers of Russia. He moved to Nikolaevsk na Amurie in maritime Siberia, and was hired as an interpreter for a Japanese military regiment guarding the port. Later, he worked for the local office of a Japanese trading firm. In March of 1921, during a battle in Nikolaevsk between Japanese troops and Bolshevik partisans, Timofei was killed. Varvara Shuko Nakai, 1877 through 1955, by Etsuko Nakamura. She was born in Osaka, the daughter of the Neo-Confucian scholar Toen Nakai. Vladika Nikolai's trusted assistant, Pavel Nakai, was her half-brother. Following the Meiji Restoration in 1868, her father became the principal of a primary school. After his repose in 1882, Pavel Nakai encouraged his mother and sisters to receive baptism into the Orthodox Church. Soon afterward, the entire family relocated to Tokyo, where Pavel was helping Bishop Nikolai with religious translation work. In 1886, Varvara enrolled at the girls' school at Surogadai. Throughout her formative years, Varvara was under the influence of her much older half-brother Pavel, who was widely regarded as one of the most prominent Japanese Orthodox laymen. Inspired by his example, she became adept at Oriental history and classical-style Chinese poetry. Both Pavel and Varvara remained celibate throughout their lives, although they did not formally take monastic vows. Varvara graduated from the girls' school in 1893, then spent 2 years in intensive preparatory study before taking a position on its faculty. At the same time, she operated a home tutorial school called the Fuyi Girls Academy, and some of the students boarded at her house. During the Russo-Japanese War, 1904 through 1905, the Japanese Orthodox faithful were being defamed at every turn, and were almost ostracized from the general society. Male members of the Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan, who were not in active military service, were kept under surveillance by the authorities, and were not able to move about freely. Varvara came up with a novel idea of forming a women's charity auxiliary. With the blessing of Vladika Nikolai and the support of the church council, she enlisted a group of literate women who volunteered to serve as letter writers for wounded war veterans. Unfortunately, however, their proposed mission did not receive approval from the Japanese government, and the plan came to naught, although it did receive favorable attention. Perhaps because of her good command of classical written Chinese, Varvara was friendly with a number of ethnic Chinese and Manchus, then residing in Tokyo, and enjoyed teaching them Japanese. She even received invitations to visit the Qing Empire, after 1911 the Republic of China, to help establish educational institutes for women, but in each case declined because she wished to remain at the girls' school. Later in life, Varvara lived in Maebashi for a while, then returned to Osaka. In both cities, she taught Oriental history and the Chinese and Japanese classics at women's colleges. She served as mentor to many Japanese Orthodox laywomen who respected her intelligence, conscientious character, and deep faith. She was a frequent contributor to the Orthodox women's journal Uranishiki and the catechetical magazine Seikyo Yowa, Orthodox Essentials. During her lifetime, she wrote a great number of personal letters and also kept a diary for many years. Vasily Naotaka Nobori, 1878 through 1957. He was born on one of the Amami Islands, south of Kyushu. After he completed primary school, his family moved to the city of Kagoshima, where he was baptized into the Orthodox Church. He came to Tokyo in 1895 to attend the men's seminary. Upon graduation in 1904, Vasily was immediately hired as an instructor and taught the subjects of logic and psychology. At some point in his youth, he selected Shomu, dawn dream, as his nom de plume. Although he never studied in Russia, he subsequently gained fame as a translator and interpreter of Russian literature. Vasily was well known for his biography of Nikolai Gogol, which was serialized in issues of the youth-oriented Orthodox magazine Shime, Mission. During the years 1937 through 1944, Vasily served as the chief editorial writer for the church newspaper Seikyo Jiho. He also lectured occasionally at Waseda University and Nihon University. In 1946, an Orthodox Educational Institute was re-established at Surugadai, and Vasily became chairman of its Russian language department. Vasily was awarded the prestigious Yomiuri Literary Prize for his comprehensive study of Russian literature, published in 1955. At his repose, he left a sizable quantity of unpublished manuscripts, the contents of which expressed his deep Orthodox faith. Maria Hideko Shibayama Oi, 1890 through 1968. She was born in Nagoya, the second daughter of Peter Shibayama, then a subdeacon. He was ordained a priest in 1898. In 1909, she received the blessing of Archbishop Nikolai to study art in Russia. Arriving in St. Petersburg, she enrolled at the Baron Stieglitz Academy of Art. The following year, she transferred to the Russian Imperial Academy of Art and commenced the study of Orthodox iconography. An attractive and elegant young woman, Maria was often invited to social occasions in the imperial capital and became a favorite guest of the prominent Iliseyev family. While living in St. Petersburg, she was courted by the Japanese journalist Kanetaka Oi, who converted to Orthodoxy in anticipation of their marriage there in 1914. The newlyweds returned to Japan later that year. Maria was expectantly received as a promising iconographer in the tradition of Irina Yamashita, but she did not paint many icons after her return. Instead, she devoted herself to raising a family and followed her father's avocation of Japanese tea lore. One of her icons is preserved at the Yamate Orthodox Church in Tokyo. Her husband was a prominent political journalist in the years before the military fascist ascendancy, and then went into retirement at their home in a suburb of Tokyo. Other major disciples of St. Nikolai. Major disciples of St. Nikolai who are not profiled above but clearly deserve more attention include the following Japanese Orthodox priests: Proto-Presbyter Peter Sasagawa, Father Pavel Sato, Father Yoan Kiichi Ono, Father Yoan Sogoro Ono, Father Tido Komatsu, Father Pavel Morita, Father Roman Fukui, Father Matofe Kageta, Father Andrei Metoki, and Father Yakov Takaya. Close associates of Vladika at Surogadai included Yoan Imada, the presbyter, Sergei Numabe, the mission secretary, Elizaveta Kotama, longtime principal of the women's seminary, Marco Saikaishi, and Sava Horie. Prominent regents, choirmasters, were Inokenti Kisu, Moisei Kawamura, and Alexei Obara. One of the most prominent Orthodox laymen in Tokyo was the lawyer Antony Taminori Baba. Among the most noteworthy lay catechists in the provinces were Vissarion Takahashi, later ordained a priest, Peter Mochizuki, Philip Uzawa, Foma Maki, Isaya Mizushima, Vasily Yamada, Peter Kawano, and Yoan Katakura, all of whose names are mentioned frequently in St. Nikolai's diaries. Obviously, Vladika also had many female disciples, but the general social position of women in early modern Japan was constrained by various factors, and they tended to remain in the background. Hence, they have not received nearly as much attention as the male disciples. Prominent students of St. Nikolai. St. Nikolai's transmission of Russian culture and spirituality to early modern Japan had a deep influence on some of the young intelligentsia. This was especially true of his best students at the men's seminary and the Russian language school. Vladika's teachings, guidance, and living example coalesced into a legacy that endures to this day. A comprehensive listing of those among his students who earned honor and fame in Japanese society and abroad would include more than 100 names. Two short listings of Vladika's most prominent students have previously been made, one by Vasily Nobori and the other by Father Proclus Ushimaru. Those differ somewhat, and here are selectively combined and augmented with the names of other noteworthy students. Nikolai's first friend from his early years in Hakodate to gain fame was Joseph Nishima, the founder of Doshisha College in Kyoto. After Nikolai moved to Tokyo in 1872, he attracted many new students wanting to learn Russian. Some of them later rose to political prominence in the central government and major cities. Among them, Hachisaburo Hirai, Minister of Education, Hiroshi Abe, Governor of Metropolitan Tokyo, and Kensuke Ando, Mayor of Yokohama. In addition to Nishima, several of Vladika's students went on to distinguished careers as educators. Among them were Shosuke Sato, the first president of Hokkaido University, and Yoshibumi Kurono, a language instructor at the University of St. Petersburg, both of whom taught students who became noted academic figures. Other students made names for themselves in private industry, such as Toshihiko Kawakami, a diplomat and later managing director of the South Manchuria Railway, and Sergei Shoji. Another who used his skills in the diplomatic field was Yamelian Higuchi. A few of Vladika's students played important roles in social action: Kentaro Oi, Andrei Kimura, and Aizo Muramatsu. The preceding collection of biographical profiles and listed names merely makes a tentative start toward chronicling the lives and contributions of St. Nikolai's disciples and students. Much work remains to be done. Fortunately, there is no shortage of historical materials upon which to base further studies. Many of the persons mentioned above had disciples and followers of their own. Today, St. Nikolai's extended progeny of spiritual and academic descendants number in the thousands, including alumni of major universities such as Moscow, St. Petersburg, Paris, Harvard, Princeton, Tokyo, and Hokkaido. In the spirit of Vladika Nikolai, a number of Orthodox Japanese priests, laymen, and women founded schools in various places. A thorough study of their educational activity would surely yield some interesting findings. St. Nikolai's social influence in Tokyo. Two further aspects of St. Nikolai's legacy are worthy of mention in passing, subjects that remain largely unexplored but are highly significant. Vladika's social circles and the spiritual and intellectual influence he imparted to non-Orthodox Japanese during his years in Tokyo. Vladika frequently met and socialized with high officials of the Japanese government, among them Taneomi Soejima and Shigenobu Okuma, both ministers of foreign affairs, and Tsugumichi Saigo, Minister of Agriculture and Commerce. While living in Hakodate in the 1860s, Hieromonk Nikolai exerted a formative influence upon two young Japanese who later became Protestant Christians, Shimete Joseph Nishima and Tsunenoshin Arai, a friend of Pavel Sawabe. Vladika exerted a certain spiritual influence upon Christians of other denominations, and some were drawn towards an understanding of orthodoxy as a result. Kanzo Uchimura was foremost in this respect. Vladika had a cordial relationship with foreign clergy of the Seikokai, the Anglican Church in Japan, so it is likely that some of its Japanese clergy and laymen were also friendly with him. A thorough survey of Seikokai publications and archives would presumably uncover many references to Vladika, especially in the years 1906 through 1910, when he was an active member of an Orthodox Anglican association. The extent of Vladika Nikolai's influence upon writers and cultural figures of early modern Japan has yet to be investigated in depth, but scholars have previously mentioned several names. The novelists Natsume Soseki and Tatsunosuke Hasegawa, aka Futabate Shime, the spiritual writer Kyusaku Yumeno, and the theatrical impresaria Yoshi Hoshi, aka Koko Soma. Some intellectuals in the Tokyo-Yokohama area were personally acquainted with Vladika, having met him at Surugadai or various public events, while others had caught a glimpse of him or were aware of his spiritual presence and cultural influence. Vladika was also a living source of creative inspiration. The visibility of the cathedral and mission further enhanced his charisma and popular image. Given the large volume of material from St. Nikolai's diaries and extant correspondence, surely more examples of his influence will be brought to light. Miscellanea. St. Nikolai's Translating and Publishing Work by Alexei Potapov. One of the most important aspects of St. Nikolai's missionary work was translating and publishing the Bible and Orthodox spiritual literature in Japanese. Such work has always been at the center of attention of Orthodox missionaries, bringing the light of the truth of Christ to various nations all over the world. St. Nikolai distinguished himself as a most zealous worker in this field of endeavor. On his way to Japan, the 24-year-old Hieromonk Nikolai spent the winter of 1860 through 1861 in the company of Archbishop Innokenty Popov-Venyominov, missionary to the indigenous peoples of Siberia and Alaska. The Archbishop gave young Nikolai much useful advice concerning missionary work, drawn from his own rich experience. In particular, he impressed upon Nikolai the necessity of translating the Bible and Orthodox liturgical books into the language of the country in which he would be evangelizing, Japan. This was precious advice, since Archbishop Innokenty, having translated much of the New Testament and the Orthodox Catechism into the Aleut language, which had not had a system of writing before he himself introduced one, knew very well the importance of such work. After his arrival in Hakodate in mid-1861, Hieromonk Nikolai devoted 8 years to the study of Japanese history, religion, and the spirit of the people in order to discover to what degree the enlightenment of Japan through Orthodox evangelism would be possible. Nikolai succeeded in penetrating the Japanese spirit and came to love the Japanese people very much. At the 1903 All-Church Council, Vladika Nikolai said, quote, "I am convinced that now, as before, in the so-called Yamato Damashi, the Japanese soul or spirit, lives selfless fortitude. Another remarkable feature of Yamato Damashi is firm confidence in oneself, which makes Japanese people go heart and soul into achieving a goal once set. Moreover, in the depths of the national spirit of the Japanese, there is undoubtedly an astonishing religiosity, and hence self-denial, in serving a religion. I have no doubt that if one starts looking, he will find here fathers like Zebedee in the Gospel, who did not forbid his children to leave him and everything to follow the Savior. And you will also here find sons of Zebedee, who are ready to leave their fathers and everything in order to serve their God and Savior." Unquote. Saint Nikolai fully devoted the remainder of his life to enlightening the Japanese people by the light of Christ. He paid special attention to translation work. He once said, quote, "Translation is the core of missionary work. Nowadays, the work of a mission in general, in any country, cannot be limited to oral preaching alone. The times of Francis Xavier, who went around town with a small bell calling for listeners, has passed. And in Japan, where people like reading and respect the printed word so much, we must first of all provide the faithful and those who are about to be baptized with books printed in their mother tongue, by all means well written and neatly and cheaply published. The printed word must be the soul of the mission." Unquote. Over the last 30 years of his life, St. Nikolai spent some hours, almost every day, immersed in translation work. At 6 o'clock sharp in the evening, his assistant, Pavel Tsugamoto Nakai, a specialist in the Chinese classics, would enter Vladika's room and start writing down the translations he dictated. Their work usually lasted for about 4 hours, finishing around 10 p.m., except for holidays and days with vigil services. During their translation sessions, no one was permitted to disturb them, except Vladika's presbyter, Yoan Imada, the chancery house servant, who brought them tea. Archbishop Nikolai used to say, "Even if the heavens should fall down, I do not have the right to cancel my translation work." He had begun his religious translation work a couple of years after arriving in Hakodate. At first, he used the Chinese translations of the Bible and prayer books published by the Russian Orthodox Mission in Peking, but that approach was not successful. As he recalled, quote, "As soon as I learned more or less how to speak and write the easiest and simplest style of Japanese used by scholars, I immediately began translating the New Testament. Translating directly from Russian by finding Chinese characters for each word was far too difficult a method, so the translations were based on Chinese texts. It was seemingly easy. A Japanese who understands a Chinese book well translates the Gospel into Japanese. Every word is expressed by Chinese ideographs, but those also have the Japanese readings attached to them. My task was to proofread and correct the translated text with the help of a Japanese scholar. The work proceeded very quickly until I, having gradually become acquainted with the original text in Chinese, became disappointed in its reliability. At that point, I placed an order for a copy of a different Chinese translation of the Bible. Comparing the two, I found that one was too literal, producing a text that was unrefined and often incomprehensible, and the other was too elaborate, containing passages that had been completely rephrased, omitting or interpolating many words. This realization compelled me to carefully verify the translated text, comparing it with Russian and Slavonic translations of the Bible. Slight differences between those two versions, not always in favor of the former, made me consult the Vulgate and English translations as well, and finally I also acquired a copy of the original Greek New Testament. I read through every verse in each version, and for difficult passages consulted the commentary of St. John Chrysostom. In this manner, the following books of the New Testament were translated: the epistles of the Apostle Paul to the Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, and Colossians, plus half of the epistle to the Romans." Unquote. As can be seen, the young hieromonk Nikolai had devoted much of his time and attention since arriving in Hakodate to translation work, but he had much grander visions for the future. In 1869 he wrote, quote, "One can draw the conclusion that at least the harvest truly is bountiful in Japan in the near future, but there are no laborers on our side, not even one, if not counting my own personal activity. The power of one man here is almost like a drop of water in the ocean. Just translating the New Testament, if I do it properly, and there is no other way to do it, will take at least 2 years of dedicated work. Then the translation of the Old Testament is necessary too. Even in the smallest Orthodox congregation, the services would have to be held in Japanese. What about the other books, such as sacred history, church history, liturgical books, and theology? All of those are necessities as well and must be translated into Japanese, about which no one knows if a foreigner could master it sufficiently to write at least half as easily as he normally writes in his own language." Unquote. Despite such misgivings, Vladika Nikolai did eventually achieve great competence in the Japanese language. By the time he moved to Tokyo in early 1872, he was proficient enough to begin full-scale translation work, since the young Haristos Orthodox Church of Japan had an urgent need for service books, sermons, and spiritual literature in Japanese. The diligent work of Vladika Nikolai bore abundant fruit. In 1884, the Horologion, and in 1885, the Psalter, the books most often used in Orthodox services, were published. The service books for priests were published in the years 1894 through 1895. The Japanese translated edition of the New Testament, Vladika Nikolai's most important project, was published in 1901 and received much praise from foreign missionaries of other Christian groups. From the Old Testament, Vladika Nikolai translated all sections which were necessary for church services. His dearest wish was to complete the translation of the Old Testament and thus to publish the entire Bible in Japanese. In 1910, he said that he would need 5 more years to accomplish that task, but unfortunately, with his repose early in 1912, the work remained unfinished. Other service books needed for the church services during the ecclesiastical year were also gradually translated by Vladika Nikolai and Pavel Nikai, including the Triodion, Anthologion, Octoikos, and Pentecostarion. Not only did Saint Nikolai himself give his soul to religious translation work, he also established an Orthodox publishing house called Ayaisha, Agape Love Press. In conjunction with this, a group of Japanese translators who had been educated at the Tokyo Seminary were engaging in translating ecclesiastical books and a wide range of spiritual literature, including the writings of holy fathers such as St. John Chrysostom, St. Isaac of Syria, St. Theophan the Recluse, Archpriest Ioan Sergiev, St. John of Kronstadt, and others. Many of the Ayaisha publications were translated directly from Russian texts by Japanese Orthodox theologians who had studied in Russia, men such as Simeon Mi and Ioan Senuma. St. Nikolai's translation style may be characterized by the following principal features. 1. The translations were accomplished with great care and attention to detail. When translating service books, he always referred to both the original Greek text and the Slavonic translation. He always consulted commentaries on service books written by Orthodox theologians. 2. He wisely selected a Japanese assistant, Pavel Nikai, who was highly competent in the Chinese classics and the Japanese written language, as well as deeply devoted to the Orthodox faith. 3. He endeavored to create a distinctively Orthodox vocabulary in Japanese, an especially difficult task because almost all the existing words concerning religious matters conveyed Shinto or Buddhist concepts, not Christian ones. For that reason, he had to create many new words by making new combinations of Chinese ideographs to express concepts unique to Orthodoxy. 4. He wisely consulted senior Japanese Orthodox clergymen with regard to translations of particularly difficult passages. 5. He made his later, post-1871, translations entirely on his own without depending on previously existing Japanese translations produced by other Christian missions. With regard to this, he stated, "It is my principle not to read either Catholic or Protestant Japanese translations of the Bible from fear of yielding to them or just borrowing something from them unintentionally." 6. Although the translations made by St. Nikolai and Pavel Nikai were often criticized as being done in a literary style which was too difficult for ordinary Japanese people to understand, Vladika stated, quote, "I believe that the translations of the Gospels and service books must not descend to the intellectual level of ordinary people, but that on the contrary the faithful must elevate themselves to the proper understanding of them. To a large degree, such difficulties can be explained by the fact that orthodoxy itself is new to the Japanese people." Unquote. A few years after the establishment of the Japan Orthodox Mission in Tokyo, an official Orthodox newsletter began publication, the Kyokai Hochi, Church Herald, in 1877, succeeded in 1880 by the Seikyo Shimpo, Orthodox News. Other periodical publications during Vladika's lifetime included the women's magazine Ura Nishiki, Inner Brocade, Modesty, from 1892 through 1907, the theological journal Shinkai, Sea of the Spirit, from 1893 to 1899, the family catechetical journal Seikyo Yowa, Orthodox Essentials, from 1900 to 1916, and the youth-oriented magazine Shime, Mission. Taking into account the youth and modest size of the Orthodox presence in Japan at that time, these periodicals, along with the books published by I. Aisha, constitute a remarkable output. Remarks delivered by Bishop Nikolai upon his return to Japan in 1880. Originally recorded by Stefan Ogoe. Translated from Japanese by Emiko Lyoven. Beloved brethren, there was not a single day that I did not think of you since my departure from you last August, in 1879. Loneliness never left my heart. However, there were things which comforted me much. First of all, I left Japan for America and visited San Francisco and New York. The Orthodox Christians there all expressed their gratitude that by the grace of God the Orthodox Church had been established in Japan. They said, too, that they would always pray for the Japanese Church, and also asked for us to pray for them. They asked me to convey to you how happy they are to hear that the Japanese Orthodox Church is growing. My next stop was London, England. People there also expressed their happiness in hearing about the building up of the Japanese Orthodox Church, and they asked me to tell you how happy they were to hear the news that the church had been established in Japan. Finally, I arrived in Russia, not only in St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev, but also in more remote areas. People have heard about our Orthodox Church in Japan from newspapers and hearsay. They even knew the names of Father Sawabe and Father Sakai, and asked me to tell you how happy they were to hear the church has been founded here. The archbishops of St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev said that they always pray for our church. On the way back, I stopped in Constantinople and met the ecumenical patriarch. The patriarch is the highest hierarch in all the Orthodox churches in the world, and he said, "I'm very happy to hear about the Orthodox Church in Japan. Not only am I glad, but I also pray for you, and will keep praying in the future. Praying is your duty too, and that of your brethren. I ask you to carry my blessing to the Christians in Japan." As I mentioned, there was no place in the world that did not know about the Japanese Orthodox Church, and there was no one who did not express joy about the building up of the church. However small our Japanese church may be, it has already joined the Church of the Apostles, and we should know that ours has become one of hundreds of them. Brethren, let us rejoice in that. I have traveled around the world twice and have seen various countries. There are white-skinned and black-skinned peoples, developed peoples and not-so-developed peoples, the clothed and the almost bare. God creates different climates, different clothing, different foods and customs. It is natural that the countries and their governments are different. It is clear that we should not try to make them the same, and it should remain the way that it is until the end of the world. That is God's will. Although their outward appearances are different, all men are one. Where they live does not matter. All men are the same in that they all possess a conscience, know what is good and what is bad, and they all have the potential for faith. Is not this a sign that all men are the children of God? It is our Orthodox duty to lead those who are still lost and walking in darkness. This is the orthodoxy given to us by Jesus Christ. Orthodoxy has existed since the birth of Christ to this very day, and has already spread to many countries. We know for sure, as the sun rises and sets, that darkness will disappear when orthodoxy shines throughout the world. Christ said, "And I have other sheep, that are not of this fold. I must bring them also, and they will heed my voice. So there shall be one flock, one shepherd." John 10:16. This is not only what Orthodox Christians should rejoice about, but what they seek to achieve to the best of their ability. May we dedicate our hearts and strive above all else to spread orthodoxy throughout Japan and eventually the entire world. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. An imperial rescript in honor of Archbishop Nikolai Kasatkin. Originally translated from Russian by Yoan Sanuma. Translated from Japanese by Emiko Lyovin. When Archbishop Nikolai was presented with the Medal of the Order of St. Vladimir, he also received a special imperial rescript, an official signed letter from Tsar Nicholas II. The rescript describes the great achievements of Archbishop Nikolai and alludes to the formative role of his great mentor, Saint Innokenty Popov Veniaminov. The Imperial Rescript. Archbishop Nikolai of Japan, I joyfully wish to acknowledge your great missionary efforts on this, the feast of St. Nicholas, wonder-worker of Myra and Lycia, whose name you share. As soon as you completed your higher theological education in 1860, you became a monk dedicated to missionary work. You received the position of chaplain at the Russian Consulate General in Hakodate. Prior to serving in this position, you received a blessing from Archbishop Innokenty in eastern Siberia, who later became the Metropolitan of Moscow. This event should be remembered forever. As soon as you arrived in Japan, you showed exemplary zeal as you devoted your life to missionary work, to the sowing of good seeds in a vast field. Your faith in God was great. You succeeded in establishing the first Japanese Orthodox mission in 1870. You were its first chaplain. Then on March 30th, 1880, you were promoted to the rank of bishop in order to supervise the mission's work. On March 24th, 1906, you became an archbishop and were active in missionary work among the Japanese people. Due to your excellent teaching, orthodoxy in Japan steadily grew. The building of a cathedral, the founding of schools, and charitable work were the results of your bountiful effort. You've taken many difficult trips and visited many places to teach new believers about Orthodox spiritual life and faith. By your highly moral conduct, chaste life, and constant labors of love, you have fully captured people's hearts. When God was trying our country with hardships, you showed the most devoted love. Russian prisoners of war were greatly comforted by you as a loving father and as a sympathetic friend and spiritual leader. Those who were to be laid to rest in a foreign country received blessings from you and could depart peacefully into life eternal. The remains of those who reposed in various places were collected and interred by you in the communal cemetery. In this cemetery you built a memorial chapel and performed memorial services to comfort the souls of the departed. We owe you so very much. I congratulate you on your accomplishments and wish you many, many years of good life. Your missionary work stands as an example for all to follow. I, as the Tsar, in recognition of your work and many accomplishments, hereby decorate you with the Medal of Order of St. Vladimir. I ask your prayers for our friendship. Issued by Tsar Nicholas II at Tsarskoye Selo, December 6th, 1910, OS. The Last Days of the Earthly Life of Archbishop Nikolai of Japan. Translated from Russian by Rostislav Melyev Pokrovsky. Throughout his severe illness, Archbishop Nikolai frequently turned with prayerful appeals, expressing special fervor to his heavenly protector, Saint Nicholas the Wonder-Worker of Myra, to Saint Seraphim the Wonder-Worker of Sarov, and to the newly revealed Holy Yosef, the Wonder-Worker of Belgorod. His prayerful sentiments were accomplished by an expression of extraordinary humility. With a voice expressing the pangs of his heart interrupted with worry, Vladika would say, quote, "As I look here upon the path I've followed in my life, and what of it then? Only darkness. Everything was done by God, and I, what an insignificance. Nothing. Nil. Literally nil. And yet if a righteous man barely attains to salvation, then where will I, a sinner, find myself? I am deserving of the worst place in the abyss." Unquote. A fear and trembling of soul embraced the listener at the sight of the immense distress and grief of the great Staret's apostle. And the listener would call out with fear, "Vladiko, Vladiko, what are you saying? If you are deserving of the abyss, then where shall we, the accursed, find ourselves?" Vladika Nikolai passed away at 7:15 p.m. on the 3rd of February, 1912, OS. His heart stopped beating as His Grace Bishop Sergei Tikhomirov read the prayer for the newly reposed at the departure of the soul. After the repose of the Archbishop, beside his deathbed, the doctor and the nurse, both non-believers, dropped to their knees and fell prostrate in a final display of reverence for their great patient. It is worth mentioning that Vladika's spirituality and way of life created such a strong impression upon the nurse that she was heard to say afterward, "I will certainly be baptized." The news concerning the repose of Archbishop Nikolai was carried to all corners of Japan, not only by reverent and condoling newspapers, but also by the telegrams of Christians. And hence, from all parts of Japan, Orthodox priests, catechists, and parish representatives, numbering in the hundreds, assembled in Tokyo to pay their last respects to the founder of the Christos Orthodox Church of Japan. Wood chips and shavings from his coffin were distributed like holy relics. Indeed, it is not surprising to find non-believers in Japan who pray before a photograph of Archbishop Nikolai as if praying before an icon of a Russian saint. The question of where Vladika Nikolai would be laid to rest was not decided forthwith. It was not possible to lay him to rest beneath the mission chancery, for according to Japanese law, it is absolutely prohibited to lay anyone to rest outside a cemetery within the city limits of the capital. Although there were attempts to plead before the Tokyo authorities in this regard, on the part of the Imperial Russian Embassy, and even though the reposed possessed the greatest esteem in the eyes of those authorities, it was still not possible. It thus became necessary to select as a place of rest the very best and most proximate cemetery, Yanaka Cemetery, not far from Surugadai. Alas, no plots were available for sale. Therefore, not a little pleading before the authorities became necessary, that the city cede a small plot adjacent to the cemetery, and furthermore, that this plot of land, purchased by the mission, be incorporated into the cemetery. In the process, not a little time passed, such that the interment of Archbishop Nikolai became possible on the 7th day after his repose. Incidentally, there was no indication of decay issuing forth from the coffin. As the funeral procession escorting the coffin of the hierarch atop a carriage set out, oblivious to the strong winter winds, the courtyard of the mission and adjacent streets were packed with mourners, and the entire distance of 4 versts to Yanaka Cemetery was congested with people. Crowds stood in rows on both sides of the streets in such great numbers that at major intersections, streetcar traffic was disrupted. The faculties and students of public schools stood in orderly rows greeting the procession and bowed with due reverence. The procession itself, led by Orthodox clergymen and a multitude of personages carrying wreaths, stretched for more than half a verst. Windows and balconies along the route were filled with onlookers. From all directions were visible photographic cameras with their conspicuous lenses. Also to be heard was the cranking of motion picture cameras filming the procession. Notice was taken of the Great Nikolai by the Japanese people, from the Mikado, Emperor Mutsuhito, down to the simplest commoner. How popular he was. In regard to his popularity, Vladika Nikolai would express himself with characteristic wit and modesty thusly, quote, "Oh, Batushka, what's so wonderful here? Every old decrepit dog who lies the year round in the same place at a particular dwelling becomes well known to all adults and youngsters, but becomes, by virtue of its decrepitness, in its own right, conspicuous. Here, they say to strangers, go to such and such a street. There you will see a house, at the doors of which lies an old dog, then turn to the right. Thus, I am well known to each and every one." Unquote. Yet such is not his renown and esteem in the eyes of the Japanese. In their newspapers, it was written that such extraordinary funerals were held for the likes of famous personages, such as the extremely popular Prime Minister Hirobumi Ito, who had been assassinated in Manchuria. However, at that time, one gazette remarked, many people were present out of obligation, whereas here were assembled tens of thousands out of heartfelt longing to say farewell. Metropolitan Sergei Tikhomirov, 1871 through 1945. A biographical profile. He was born in the village of Guza, near Novgorod, where his father Alexei was rector of the local Orthodox Church. In 1892, he graduated from the Novgorod Seminary and matriculated to the St. Petersburg Theological Academy. Attaining proficiency in several languages, he graduated from the academy in 1895. He was tonsured and ordained a hieromonk later that year. The subsequent trajectory of Sergei's life was that of the ecclesiastical elite, and his ascent was extraordinarily rapid. After teaching Orthodox theology for a few years, he was appointed headmaster of the St. Petersburg Seminary. In 1899, he was selected for the position of prefect of the Theological Academy and raised to the rank of archimandrite. In 1905, he became rector, president, of the academy and was elevated to the episcopacy. Prodded by letters from Archbishop Nikolai Kasatkin in Tokyo, the Holy Synod began a search for a hierarch worthy of becoming his assistant and successor. In 1907, Bishop Andronik Nikolsky made his second journey to Japan, presumably to fill that role. However, some problems ensued. Andronik served only 3 months in the newly created position of Bishop of Kyoto before returning to Russia. Thus, the Holy Synod was compelled to find another worthy hierarch. Bishop Sergei's linguistic aptitude and scholarly acumen made him the logical candidate. He consented to go to Japan and arrived in Tokyo in June 1908. Meeting Vladika Nikolai for the first time, he solemnly vowed to devote the remainder of his life to the work in the mission. Sergei assumed Andronik's former position as Bishop of Kyoto and Western Japan. In that capacity, he worked closely with Father, later protopresbyter, Simeon Mi. In the autumn of 1908, Bishop Sergei attended the church council in Chiba Prefecture, east of Tokyo. It was perhaps Bishop Sergei's misfortune to follow in the footsteps of such a charismatic hierarch as Archbishop Nikolai. For most of the Japanese Orthodox brethren, their faith meant sharing in an intensely personal relationship with the vigorous, omniscient leader of their church. Thus, it was inevitable that Bishop Sergei, who succeeded Vladika after his repose in February 1912, would be compared unfavorably with him. Upon ascension to the position of ruling hierarch, one of Bishop Sergei's first responsibilities was to inventory the personal belongings left by Vladika Nikolai. Sergei endeavored to preserve tangible vestiges of the life of his illustrious predecessor, including liturgical vestments, personal items, and diaries. Bishop Sergei's image among most of the Japanese Orthodox faithful was that of a cautious theologian and administrator. By the time he became ruling hierarch, Sergei spoke Japanese fairly well. He attempted to uphold the mission's evangelical efforts and financial health, the latter being dependent on a constant flow of contributions from Russia. Sergei was subsequently elevated to the dignity of archbishop, but political events in Russia and Japan complicated his work. During his tenure, he devoted much attention to Orthodox theology. He founded 2 new Japanese Orthodox journals, Akebono, Dawn, and Seikyo Shicho, Currents of Orthodox Thought, and authored several theological works in Russian. Archbishop Sergei saw the need for more vigorous fundraising to support church activities and occasionally made journeys beyond the insular confines of Japan, visiting maritime Siberia, Manchuria, Korea, and Sakhalin. Several crises impacted Japanese orthodoxy after 1920. The collapse of White Russian resistance in eastern Siberia in 1921, a devastating earthquake and fire in 1923, nativist factionalism within the church, ascendant military fascism, which gained control of the Japanese government in 1931, and the schism which befell the Russian Orthodox faithful. Sergei's tribulations were ameliorated only by the loyalty and friendship of Russian emigre friends, along with a few Japanese Orthodox priests and laymen who had warm feelings for Russia. The earthquake and fire of September 1, 1923, took the lives of a number of the Japanese Orthodox faithful and caused severe damage to Holy Resurrection Cathedral. It is recorded that in the aftermath of the disaster, Archbishop Sergei responded in a heroic manner. At an emergency session of the All-Church Council, he gave an emotionally charged speech in Japanese, exhorting the faithful to solidarity and support of his plan to rebuild the cathedral and mission building. With the assistance of Proto-Presbyter Simeon Mi and Father Peter Shibayama, he organized the church recovery effort. Throughout the 1920s, Sergei made pastoral journeys to all regions of Japan, soliciting material and financial contributions from the Orthodox faithful and non-Orthodox citizens. Prosperous families were encouraged to give more than their fair share. Orthodox women were asked to produce handmade items, such as lacework and embroidery, to be sold at church-sponsored benefit bazaars. Sergei directed Orthodox youth groups to solicit monetary donations on street corners in major cities throughout Japan. Archbishop Sergei and other church leaders were ultimately successful in raising sufficient funds to restore the cathedral to a semblance of its former glory, and the edifice was reconsecrated in 1929. 2 years later, Sergei was elevated to the dignity of Metropolitan of Tokyo and all Japan. In 1933, the church celebrated the 25th anniversary of his arrival in Japan. Upon that occasion, the General Directorate published a commemorative booklet that included a summary of his pastoral journeys. Archbishop Sergei made incessant efforts to maintain ties with the persecuted Russian Orthodox hierarchy, which included Bishop Sergei Stragorodsky, who was a missionary priest in Japan in the 1890s. Meanwhile, Japanese military forces in Manchuria fostered the creation of Manchukuo. White Russian immigrants living in Manchuria and Japan were viewed in an ambivalent manner, as pro-Japanese in the sense that they were anti-communist, or as pro-Russian, suspected of being Stalin's agents spying on Japan. In the late 1930s, factional tensions within the Christos Orthodox Church of Japan burst into open conflict. In 1938, the fascist government promulgated new regulations for Japanese religious organizations. Among those was the stipulation that leaders of Christian churches in the country be ethnic Japanese. That caused further discord at the Church Council of 1940, the last convened under Metropolitan Sergei. Afterward, the main dissident nativist faction within the church established a working relationship with the Russian Orthodox Church in exile, based in Serbia. The dissident faction persuaded the married archpriest Yoan Kiichi Ono to uncanonically accept the position of ruling hierarch in Japan. In 1941, Father Yoan and his Matushka traveled to Harbin, Manchuria. She entered an Orthodox nunnery there, and he was then consecrated bishop. Metropolitan Sergei was unceremoniously deposed and evicted from his quarters at Surugadai. He found refuge in the homes of his closest friends. Imperial Japan had been at war with Britain since 1940. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 brought America into the fray. However, Japanese diplomats were able to secure the neutrality of Soviet Russia on the Pacific Front. The elderly Sergei Tikhomirov spent the dark wartime years living in humble abodes in the Yotsuya and Sangenchaya districts of western Tokyo. It is said that his survival was assisted by the kindness of a secretary at the Bulgarian embassy and friendly Japanese Orthodox laymen. Sergei reposed in mid-August 1945 as the war ended. After a simple funeral attended by his Russian émigré friends, he was interred beside Vladika Nikolai in the Yanaka cemetery.